see faces there. We'll get close to being on stage. Yeah, so in this match itself, we're about to go on stage. We don't have much time to talk about it right now. We can wait until the players make their walkouts. But this is so huge.
Yeah.
We're like 3 steps away from MSI still, and these are our first-time representatives. One of them is going to go get knocked out in, what, 6th place, something like that?
Yeah, Raz made a little tweet saying, hey guys, the next 14 hours in League Esports are pretty wild. And I made a little quote tweet, I was say, a couple minutes later, just saying, hey guys, yes it is, but let me just go out to bat for the LPL and why you should be here, because we've got our 2 first-stand representatives, including arguably the best team in the world, in an elimination series in lower bracket. This is a mental matchup in terms of the stakes and pride on the line. It's Tarbe's team in the LPL versus BLG, the great team to do this. We've just come off the back of Bin getting fined something like 22,000, like an insane amount of money. Can't remember exactly, but it was a significant amount of money on the when it's been kind of converted over into dollars and stuff for a Western audience. But basically, he didn't high-five the fans, which the fans had paid for, because they're pissed, and Bin was kind of not on it on that day.
All right, let's lock in for the game now. BLG, JDG, elimination match so far away from MSI. Both of these teams knocked into the lower bracket, won by WE. Oh, we've got some aura farming as well. Point to the heavens, perhaps you'll reach them. Knight turns around and makes a stand.
Left hand again. Every time. Saw that golden left hand come out and about. BLG make their entrance through all the fans. The busy stadium today, guys, and I am not surprised considering how stacked these teams are, how important this series is. MSI still a ways off, but still on the line, and one of these teams will no longer have any more lives left to use.
Yeah, so I was asking, why was Steph Curry on my screen? He's made a lifetime deal with Leaning, who is a shared sponsor for LPL, and that's why he's there. So from, I guess, one of the GOATs to several others here in the LPL. Knight leading them out. They come in as favorites despite the W defeat for me, Sam. They have such a good head-to-head over JDG, but they have to prove that, and they have to do that versus their coach from 2023. This is a very tense matchup, Sam. There's no other way to put it. BLG, they've been known to trip up before. They've been known to be taken by surprise before. Can JDG be the team to do that in now quite a historic rivalry? Really started in 2023. Knight was on the other side of that. Knight really being the defining character within this matchup, back from that devastating year for BLG in 2023 versus this team as they make their way onto stage.
Defining character, full stop. He is the LPL protagonist one way or another. Wherever Knight goes is where they end up. There's the JDG symbol. The devil horns come out. And Jing Dong Gaming march out through the fans. Again, a team that was expected to be making deep runs had an interesting summer split. For a while, they looked like the second best team, pushing into the upper echelons, particularly once they solved their early split fumbles. Gala on a bit of a weird form, not quite sure what they were doing with mid-jungle. That all felt like it had resolved, and then upper bracket happened.
Upper bracket happened. Top Esports felled them 3-1, and particularly it felt like they could actually get Tian behind, but that wasn't a win condition in that series. Somehow, despite it being their sword and their shield for so much of this split, JDG led out by, of course, their captain Gala. Behind them will be Tarbe, the greatest coach the LPL has ever known and one of the greatest coaches within World League of Legends. It really doesn't stop in terms of storylines here today, folks. You know, it's my absolute pleasure to be joined by Sam as well as the captains. Fist bump, get themselves sat down, and we'll welcome ourselves as well. If you're stopping in for the first time at the 100th, my name is Nymaera, this is Initialise. We are brothers. We cover the LPL together because one, we love it, and two, we figured we could shout a bit more.
We could shout some more, which does sound like quite helpful,
which you know, it's good for our egos, and it's good for us and our storytelling of the LPL, which is the biggest thing for us, really, for me as well. You know, we've been here for several years now, and my journey into the LPL started in 2023 when I was an official caster on the official broadcast. RIP official broadcast, we miss you every day. But that year was really determined by JDG versus BLG. JDG versus BLG. It was a matchup where JDG had a strong arm on that matchup. It was 369 beating Bin. It was Knight beating down Yagao in that year. Things changed, of course, in 2024 when Knight went to BLG, and it suddenly became, well, JDG was by far the best team within the region. Okay, well, now BLG is the best team in the region by far. Now, for so many eras of LPL, there hasn't been one team at the top, there has been two. For this era of League of Legends, between 23 and 24, I'm kind of going beyond that too. It really was whatever team Knight was on. Now, last year there was a break in that. Anyone's Legend, Top Esports, and BLG all competing with each other. Now, JDG have to take down Knight in a best of 5, something they have never done. They've beaten them in best of 3s. They've beaten him, in individual games. Their old superstar mid laner, but they haven't beaten him and gone the whole distance in a best of 5.
In a hot minute, you're absolutely right. And guys, as Alex said, you know who we are at this point, but if you want to know how to support us, very minimum, just hit the follow button on the channel. We're about 5 followers away from 11,000, which would be kind of awesome on Twitch. If we can hit that margin by the end of the day, it'd be pretty damn awesome. So come on, guys, on YouTube and Twitch, come on over and say hello on that one. On those of you on Twitch, maybe go make sure you're following the YouTube channel as well. Make a massive difference. We've got Opera GX, our sponsor for the day, and so another way to come and support us for free without having to do things like subscribe or use the Ko-fi link. But what we have to now get ourselves into and read, so to speak, done is this first pick and ban phase. JDG on blue, BLG on red. Doesn't necessarily denote first pick anymore though, so we'll have to keep our eyes peeled as to exactly who will be getting that. Orianna and Rumble banned away suggests to me it'll be a BLG with that first pick.
Yeah, you can see the arrow at the bottom pointing to the side. Process elimination. BLG will ban now, and then JDG will have one last ban before the first pick comes through. And yeah, I was just confirming it here. The last time that JDG beat BLG in a best of 5 was 23 Worlds.
Wow.
And that was while Knight was on the roster, so there is no umming and ahhing about it. JDG have never beaten Knight in that best of 5 for this era within BLG. Beat him when he was back on Top Esports, of course, well back in the day. But Knight has been the core of this matchup for him, really. Twisted Fate banned away from Honky, one of his real specialty picks. It's been something which has really terrorized the LPL here. One of the greatest players of that champion in the world. Karma was unbanned, does get carried through there. What other big picks? There are a couple of junglers up and available. Things are this early into the draft, often bot lane is the focus.
Yeah, that will be the case, won't it? See exactly what the decision is. A couple of those enchanter options up and available. I think there's any solo lane picks off the top of my head that I'm just
there's
blanking
stuff like
on.
Ryze, Annie, which have been very high priority. You can think about something like the Bard for a Caitlyn or an Ezreal, though, and On, who I think the biggest question mark for me is On's form right now for BLG. I think versus WE, he was off form. If he gets something like that Bard and he is creative in the way that we know and love him to be, perhaps BLG will find themselves back to form.
Yeah, that'll be the question. Caught out a few times by WE, who are very ready and willing to predate on On's movements across the map. I think JDG and BLG in general, though, were very poor at their warding to track a lot of that stuff out. Some of those feel like systematic errors rather than necessarily purely on individual moments of poor form. The response, though, will be Junja getting a hold of the Vi, and lots of good pairings to go with that. It looks like it'll be a rapid lock-in of an Ezreal instead, and I got baited at the last second there. Ezreal fine, obviously does take that away from Viper, and they could still go to the Vi here if they so chose.
Oh yeah, I misspoke, by the way, True Life, by the way, and it was in summer playoffs where JDG beat BLG. That was the last time that they'd been there, so it wasn't out Worlds because they didn't face each other. Of course, BLG got knocked out by Weibo in the semi-finals, and then couldn't make it to the finals, and obviously JDG lost to T1 into the bracket as well. Neferi locked in instead of the Vi. Neferi has been a crucial pick for LPL junglers coming through into this playoffs. It feels like if you get ahead, Neferi just carries the game, and JDG play to get Junja ahead more than anything else. They really play to have this jungler invade, get ahead of that matchup. Now, Shun, what does he do into this now? Neferi doesn't have that many bad matchups. You often play around the Neferi by saying, we're going to win lanes, so you don't have the support to get ahead in the first place.
Yeah, that would be the idea. And again, I know Kiro was tweeting about this, saying actually BLG was Knight's biggest weakness, it feels like, over the course of his career has just been carry junglers that get really messy in the early game and snowball against him. And that's kind of what happened against WE, right? And Junja here on the Neferi, certainly able to do that here as well. And that kind of just warps BLG's game plan, because it often is to A, take the goal of the jungle out of the enemy's control, but B, play for those incredibly powerful lanes and get them snowballing. debating between a couple different picks here. The Sion would inevitably be locked into top lane, and Bin will take the tank match.
Yeah, they were thinking about the Jace there. I wonder whether BLG were thinking about just having hyper-dominant lanes, but if you give the Sion to the other side, right here on 3, and it was Jace versus Sion. The Sion would then be against a Jace, Caitlyn, and a Bar. 3 very squishy champions, which you can just slam your ultimate into, and then the Neferi cleans up. So I think BLG do this as a bit of a takeaway. And of course, one of the things that Neferi can be less good at is, of course, front to back. Sion also knows in this case there is no Trundle to counter him, and it means that the Neferi, while quite good against tanks, wouldn't be quite the same counter matchup from jungle top lane perspective.
Yeah, again, she does have that ability to get beyond the front line, but doing so alone feels kind of bad. And if she doesn't get the kill, then things get very awkward for her.
And Sion is really good at stopping people from doing that.
Yeah,
you can actually ult into a Neferi as she's flying through, and then, I mean, she gets stopped.
I've had a few moments where I know you can interrupt the Neferi dash with a good Ice Blade on Kiana. I've just fumbled it every time, so that's just a mechanical misplay. But again, the ult, there are counterplay tools into it. It's just very hard to find those moments.
Yes. Now, Vampire's got himself the Nautilus. It is a losing lane in bot lane, the Ezreal Nautilus versus the Caitlyn Bar, but you can sometimes flip the lane in your favor with good enough hooks. Vampire's been playing more of the Nautilus than he has been for most of the year. Now, 2025 and 2024, this was like his calling card. For better or for worse, I think he's leveled up a lot on the champion. But we've also seen Vampire, when he starts to get a bit flustered, particularly against, you know, teams which get ahead and with very strong front lines as well. Sometimes they'll just throw the hook and just hope for the best, and it can kind of go very wrong from that point. Of course, every Nautilus player has fallen prey to that at one point or the other. I think this is a very important game now for Vampire's confidence and JDG's confidence to say, okay, right, you're not going in enchanters, you're going back to the engaged supports which you played before your time on JDG. Let's see how much value that can have.
Yeah, thanks for the sub there, by the way. I'm still Era. Appreciate the additional bit of support, and it's a good matchup to be offering that little bit of joy to the community, well, specifically to me and Alex, because if you're going to get hyped about a matchup in the LPL right now, this has got to be right at the top of the list. Cassiopeia as the final ban has been a mid lane focus here. 3
mid lane bans in our last 4 because mid laners haven't been picked up just yet. Now, Honkyu typically has done okay into Knight individually. The last time we saw it, though, Knight didn't take any prisoners. Honky was second best in the regular split in a way that he wasn't as much within split 1. And even first stand Honkyu as well. Actually, no, that was actually pretty nasty too. Basically, split 1 regular season was where things got a lot better for them. The Annie would be a great setup piece for the Neferi. Gives them double engage with the Nautilus as well. What does Knight do into that? See some pick something like the Aurora now. It's okay into the Annie, and you can escape stuff like the Nautilus. Or do you want to pick something a little bit tankier to try and survive through the Annie? Lacking options really with the Prime Seraph builders of Orianna, Ryze, and Cassiopeia out of the window. So what
Onivia, I suppose, but is that the best matchup into the Annie? Debating going for Shun's option here, though the Jarvan was incredibly high priority, still somewhat is, and of course is a very good pairing with some of these early champions, again, because Jarvan is so flexible in terms of what he wants to do with the early game. Level 2 ganks, full clears, invades, can be very potent to play towards things like the Caitlyn and Bard. That'll be the decision. One of those potential slightly tankier options, and the Victor, as you're calling for, might be an option here.
We'll see what the build is on this, because we haven't really seen Rod of Ages Victor anymore, so it's probably not going to be like very tanky Victor, but you are long range, and if someone flubs an engage in front of you, which again, Vampire can occasionally do on the Nautilus, I know it's been more of like an older era Vampire, but when he's under pressure, who knows? If he can put down a Grabfield and a Chaos Storm, this Victor will win the team fight alone. The Shen is the last pick for Xiao Shu, it goes into the Sun, it's a fine matchup there. And now JDG have themselves a very clear goal here. Dive onto the backline, kill the carries. Every member of that team wants to participate. BLG, they got a Bard ultimate and a Sion ult to try and keep their 2 carries safe.
Yeah, and again, it's very burst heavy from JDG, so they really want this Neferi off the ground. But if she does, oh my days, the amount of follow-up and support as she goes diving for the throats of the Victor and the Caitlyn will be pretty ridiculous. Shen ult, Nautilus following you, the Annie Ezreal burst combos as well. You should, theoretically, from a decent point of power, be able to take the heads off anyone you so choose.
So JDG are going to be playing around Neferi, Shen kind of submarining in, trying to deliver the Shen into the backline. If Junja and Xiaoxi are on form, that will be killer. We're in an ad break now. Appreciate everyone from joining us here today. The coaches will fist bump as we head towards the game proper. Thank you so much for joining us again. It is a fantastic matchup here. Elimination match between old rivals now. BLG, JDG, our first stand representatives. One of them will be staying at home oh so early into the playoffs bracket.
Caitlyn Bard for BLG. On's Caitlyn versus Junja on that Neferi. I think that might be a point of conflict, make no mistake about it. Bot lane, all that volatility you could ask for, and some junglers that would love to get themselves into the lead. Jarvan wants to get things rolling and keep that Neferi corralled. Junja, though, absolutely refuse that. See whether they can let slip the Hounds of War. Listen to those gyros and we'll have a bit of a natter after. No JDG chant leader here today, but the crowd's still more than loud enough. They are packing the seats in today. Don't blame them. This matchup will be monstrous. One of these teams ain't going any further this split. See, look at those runes.
Yeah, I don't see anything unusual here, really. It's just all your bog standard stuff. The big thing is, I suppose, the lethal tempo on Viper, which means that early fights, if Caitlyn gets going, yeah, going to do a lot of damage. No fleet footwork for the sustain, so Vampire took an electrocute proc quite early onto the wave there. Maybe a bit of an overshove from Viper and On, but they are going to get the first auto attack onto the first minion of the second wave. Both junglers pathing top to bot. Not great information from either team on jungle pathing, although the emphasis is, I suppose, more on the Neferi than on the Jarvan to make a, well, to kind of stay safe in the early game.
All the while, Knight and Honku just trading out in the mid lane. Too much there, just standard tete-a-tete stuff, but it will be Annie who has the early shot. Both junglers pathing from top to bot.
Yep, we were just mentioning that and how there isn't really any information from the junglers on each other's pathing. So that one we've covered now. Let's see whether Annie can keep this pressure from the mid lane. Honky trading well early so far. Knight, you know, keeping up in farm. Needs to make sure his HP is okay, though, for the end of the clear, when we might have a fight around these scuttle crabs. In the first, you know, in the regular season, we were seeing, you know, Knight versus Honky, and one of the big things which he did was the LeBlanc games and stuff like that. He was playing around, you know, around the, you know, keeping your HP high to make sure, yes, you might lose lane in terms of the amount of CS, but if you keep your HP up, you can still fight. See whether bot lane and mid lane can, of course, do that for BLG now. Vampire looking for an angle into river. They do want to fight for the spot scuttle based on body language.
Seems to be the play. On's got the roam, potentially looking to catch out Honku, who's relatively shoved up, but with this move speed of that Molten Shield, able to just prance away.
Annie might teleport in. I think Annie's going to teleport in. Shin and On left the bot lane scuttle grab. They're going to lose bot scuttle here, actually. Very interesting. On chose to roam, look for a play mid, missed the opportunity, and it gave bot lane the chance to make a play on the bot scuttle. Nothing they can really do in bot lane. Viper was already safely away, but you can see the angle from BLG not quite connecting.
No, not that time around. Again, they'll still get a scuttle crab, so it's not like it's changing all that much. Probably 5 seconds on the recall timers, but might actually just stick around and look for a bit of a play topside, or keep an eye on it. Xiaoshu's about half HP and he's face checking. There's a good shadow dash away though, so should be alright. In mid lane we look as Junja has also managed to go looking for a play, gets Knight low but not down.
That's after Knight's teleported though, so Knight has just come back into lane, eats all of his HP pretty much. He doesn't have any sustain left. Shun will have to cover the wave. It's a good play from Junja and Honku to make sure that Knight is not going to have a very happy time on the next entry. And the reason they could do that is because the bot scuttle crab was lost. It meant that Junja had free time on the map where Shun had to be topside. You see, Knight has had to recall immediately again, and the wave state is not good for the Victor. It's a good play as a team from JDG to say, okay, well, you know, we've got a bit more time for our jungle to make a play because the scuttle crab went away on bot lane.
Going for a play onto the Neferi there. There's the flag and the drag. Lots of autos down. Junja left at about half of him. Used a lot of his cooldowns onto that Gromp. Down pretty low. Now mid lane we look. Good chunk onto Knight, who's managed to come back into lane again, but the damage back is still pretty good. There's the healing shrine, keeps people relatively topped up, and fight between those mid supports continues. Shun will back out of the jungle and look mid instead. Junja's been left pretty low, so I don't think he can join too easily.
Yeah, I mean, JDG have made themselves pretty obvious what their game plan is here, which is just try and disrupt the Victor's early lane. Junja goes there first, Vampire goes there second, and BLG, I don't think they're expecting that much pressure on mid lane as the heal was blown on both sides looking for a hook there. Honky might have actually killed there at that point. But you can see that Knight is now 10 CS down because of the intervention of Junja and Vampire. JDG making sure that Honku has support against Knight.
Yeah. So far, so good, and it leads to a very even early stage of the game. Honky with a minor gold lead there, about a wave or so. That's the price that Knight has paid for all of that early attention, but has survived in terms of not dying or burning the flash. Everywhere else, though, slightly minimal, though it may be, to BLG. At the moment I say that, the jungler's kind of flip-flopping back and forth to the 60 or so gold lead each, which is, in the grand scheme of things, nothing.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the 10 CS lead mid is pretty big. You know, it's almost 2 waves now at that point, right? Knight has himself the Dark Seal. On is trying to come back into this lane now and make a difference. Ult's actually dropped onto On to stop him from having a, you know, to stop him having an angle for a Q auto or something like that. Knight is going to get himself a frozen wave here now if he so wishes. Honky doesn't have the flash himself. Knight down half a level as well. JDG, it's been a good early game. Managed to get Junja into the game, even in farm. Knight is not just bashing Honky's head in a way which we have seen in some of the matchups in this regular split, despite the rest of the year being a bit more even. JDG as a team doing very well to make sure that Knight is not just given that isolated 1v1 and Honky can get himself into a better playmaking position. Because what does this mean? It means that Knight is going to be less powerful of a, you know, a turnaround carry, which is what a lot of this composition is for BLG. They absorb the game, the engage, and then the Victor and the Caitlyn turn the damage around very heavily if they survive the initial engage. And of course, the other thing is that Honky's in a better place to playmake. Now, if the Annie gets really fed and can explode the Bard, and On has been known to step out of position every now and again, or Shun on the Jarvan, which is, yes, a pretty tanky champion, but not the tankiest, Honky could be a hugely impactful factor here.
That is our player to watch between the mid-jungle. Not a surprise really with JDG, knowing how important this LCP duo has been to the success and failures of Jingdong Gaming. Bit of a shout out as well to Monkey D. Raffi, who's taken a break from hunting for the One Piece to come and subscribe here on the channel. Thank you again for the support. Anyone else who wants to subscribe, know that it is incredibly appreciated and does actually help pay for things like rent and groceries, guys. So all support and downloads of Opera GX, you can see in that bottom left corner of your screen, matters a huge amount to us. Not to ad read mid-game, but to ad read mid-game.
We could do that so often.
Gonna be forced on a slightly awkward journey. Now his Viper fans a really nice trap placement.
So what BLG are using the Caitlyn Bard for, and this is a little bit of a worry now. Look, I do think that BLG somewhat outscale if it's even, because again, if their frontline disengages for a Victor and a Caitlyn, fantastic. Things get a little bit different though in the calculation if Annie and Nefiri are very far ahead, as we've said. What BLG are using the Caitlyn for is much like what Keria and Gumayushi used to use this lane for back in 2024, which of course BLG faced them in World Finals, and this is one of the better examples of it, was that World Finals in 2024, where you use the Caitlyn to be very, very safe in early lane, and it allows Bard breathing room to be on the map. Now, the problem I have is, this has been a Bard that's free on the map, which has achieved less than the Nefiri and the Nautilus early. I think that JDG have had the better early game between the two teams. So now On is going to have to kind of divert into a secondary phase, which is, okay, you need to be making big plays with your ultimate and making team fight plays later.
I will say, though, is for all that JDG have had the better early game, it's not led to kills or that much in the way of the early objectives. They've gotten a dragon, but it's not exactly broken the game open yet either. And that could get a bit more interesting. Maybe this is the moment, though. Shun will flag and drag away on Magical Journeys through the wall. JDG here in force. There'll be a smite fight over the blue buff, which Shun takes, and nothing else turns up. And JDG, look, you're even in gold. Yes, you've got the early onus, I guess, in terms of this opportunity to get things done. The tempo is there for you to make the next move, but it hasn't led to all that much.
Yeah, I thought that would be the moment. I thought that Honky might actually be able to one-shot Shun at that point. Has gone for the Haunting Guys first, though, with the DFT. It's not the Electrocute build, so maybe feeling like his early burst isn't as high than the Electrocute build, as we were kind of comparing that to. Of course, he'll have good frontline damage if he manages to dump that Liandry's onto Bin San, who's doing actually very well, as noted in chat. He's 20 CS up here in top lane. He's doing really well into Xiaoshu. Now, the Shen has been a very powerful pick for players like Flandre and for Xiaoshu. A number of other people have been playing it across the world. Broken Blade, the one which really got the most out of that. BLG having a good matchup there in the top lane. Grubs are going to the side of JDG. Shun will be going for red buff on the other side. Vampire just walk into the bot side jungle.
They're going to try to at least cross map a little bit. I will note actually the Gala's playing a mean laning phase right now, well over that 10 CS a minute mark, and Viper down about 10 CS here. And again, it's not like Viper's forming poorly. It's 933, he's on 93 CS. It's just Gala's hitting all that CS.
Shun just spotted to the north of mid lane. Shun taking another camp away from Junja's jungle. Junja's going to take Raptors away, so it's going to be like a 2-for-1 camp steal. But yes, I mean, the laning phase of Gala has been excellent in terms of his CS numbers. He does get that cannon there. Trap doesn't land despite the Q from Bard actually making contact there. I think that could have been... Well, I mean, realistically, it should have been CC in the duration of it, so you shouldn't actually be able to buffer away from that trap. You should just be stunned for the duration of it. Viper didn't quite get the trap down and armed in time.
They'll get a couple plates, flash forward to accelerate the depth charge, and they just kill off the Bard in rapid order.
Okay, great ult flash from Vampire. We said this used to be a comfort pick of his. Gets a great engage through there. Takes a couple of summoners, but Vampire showcased that he's still got the muscle memory for the engage support.
Trap in that bush, spot out Vampire recalling. Shun comes down, takes away that ward, sticks around here for a second or two to ensure that Viper can at least clear up this wave. But nice, the first blood goes the way of Gala. He keeps that CS lead, and the shove and the plates that BLG just picked up is immediately undone.
Yeah, no, that's a really good play from him. We said, look, this is a bit of an important game, I think, for Vampire. You know, a player who's lost quite a lot to obviously BLG here on JDG, but also a player who's up against On, who is historically now for the last few years been our best support within the region. Hang on, the Fury's walking in towards the Jarv and misses the Q2, which means that the trade won't go any better for them. But Vampire, this is a confidence game for him. Doesn't have the ultimate now, but might go a bit fishing for a hook here.
Yeah, worth noting the Honkyu's burned his ult is down at half HP. I think Knight got a really good chunk of it on, rather, flashing for that ult. There's the Shen ult coming on top of the Naviri, goes straight on him, but Temper a little late, but Knight has already killed off Vampire. Fight looking a bit dicey on through the journey. Xiaoshu gets stunned up, and Junja can keep rolling. Bin also behind, the slows keep rolling. Can't quite get the bleed. The dog does get it in the end.
The bleed from the Q and the dogs will make it a 2-for-1. And I mean, online for the flash play, but Junja hops over the wall. He gets over the wall and away to safety, which meant he could re-engage. BLG, a bit of a misread on the play, but you can see already that the solo lanes of BLG are really threatening there. Knight and Bin in the extended fight were looking really scary, but Sam, Junja got the 2 kills.
Yeah.
The Neferi has the 2 kills. We said, look, arguably BLG outscale unless the mid jungler gets so far ahead that it becomes much more of an issue in terms of the damage calculation after. Well, with 2 kills and a Neferi, we might see a bit of a BLG versus WE situation, which we saw in that upper bracket, and how BLG got here in the first place.
Yeah, and it's now, of course, because of that little play and Shun dying, cost about 20 CS in the jungle as well. Shun's still not at his first item. Vampires find a roam on tonight. The depth charge is coming. Junja's roaming. He's got a red buff, a smite for a slow. Knight flashes, dodges the dark in daggers, and Knight actually just sidesteps his way out of danger, and that leaves Xiaoshu alone, and BLG will look to punish on the far side. The Shadow Dash comes on forward, but no one's taken turret aggro that really matters. Knight TPs in and gets the kill. He dodges one side and joins the other.
And now Knight has 2 kills on the Victor. That'll, you know, accelerate his upgrades coming through on his abilities. How much of this turret can they get? Well, he didn't get any of the grubs on top side, I don't believe. It's 3 to the side of JDG. So JDG, I still think, are coming out of this play pretty happy for Gala, at least. They're getting a dragon. Gala is very far ahead as well, and Knight is now down both his summoners. Knight does get that kill, and if Knight has any kind of gold in his pocket, you start sweating a little bit. He is our MVP for a reason. He is the bonjour of the LPL for a reason, despite the loss to Team W in the upper bracket. JDG need to start really counting where Knight is on the map, tracking him well. He needs to be the first person to die, otherwise that Victor will be very, very hard to deal with.
I mean, they literally went, here, King, you drop this, and handed him a plane ticket, and he came flying across the map to pick up the kills. BLG are around this pot side. Oh, sorry, this blue side, top side, John, is kind of where I was going for before. They didn't quite get that right, but Junja is known quantity. On, just waiting. They face check this. This gets very interesting.
Well, Junja did just clear the ward. So Vampire's here on cooldown now as well. They get the hook onto the Jarv and gets the magical journey. That'll be the end of it. Because he swept the ward, it felt like the play was over, really. You can see the rest of the team were moving up to him. Bin is 1,000 gold up on Xiaoshu now. That's something which we need to start tracking, because the Scion, while often not the game winner in the same way, is such a blocker for people to trying to get into the fight. When you get this tanky, yeah, Honky has Oleandries and Gala's working his way to the second item. When Scion gets that tanky, he really doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, and it's not just 1,000 gold, it's 50 CS. That is a monstrous amount of experience that Xiaoshu's just not picked up.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why JDG, it felt like it was impossible for them to beat BLG in winter playoffs and then first stand coming into now as well, was just because Xiaoshu couldn't lane versus Bin. Xiaoshu could lane versus anyone else in the world. He solo killed Keen. He can play against anyone else within the LPL. But Bin was a player who just understood him too well and can get that extra CS out of the lane, get that extra laning value. It's why things like his Gnar have been so powerful within the LPL, because, you know, he plays a lot of champions which, if they get a lead, just tend to just win. Now, the Sion isn't that kind of archetype of champion on the whole, but if he gets this far ahead, you do wonder if he stops Junja getting into the play by ulting him as he tries to fly in, stopping the submarine making its way to the backline. Can that be game winning? Sam, I think it can be.
Gonna have to try that. Mostly first items are complete. Herald's being started. Well, JDG have just picked up every single early objective, it's worth noting. That's kind of what they've done with their early prio. It hadn't stacked that well for the first 5 minutes. It now really has begun to leverage into quite a lot of work. And BLG in the river.
Watch Nautilus. This bush is the Nautilus bush. Can they get the hook? They do onto the Java.
Tempered Fate turns it around. That's pretty good timing, but the Herald's still going to picked up. The Decimating Smash is brutal, though. Goodbye, Nautilus. In goes Sion. Charging the Junju. W's to avoid that damage, and the Hong Q gets to get out as well. Doesn't need to blow his flash on that, but now on through the journey to find a bit more magic. Will not find the Q. Bin still threatening with another Decimating Smash, and it'll just be the one kill. JDG have to burn a couple extra summoners here or there, but they get the Herald, and they largely get out.
So hang on, maybe a play from the Sankyo over the wall. The dogs end up betraying the Neferi a little bit there. No extra burst for now. Shun still has the Cataclysm. There's a teleport coming up from the Shen. No ultimate from him. This could be a bit of an extended siege, but I think with the Titanic... No, they're just trying to kill the tower.
Yeah, they do. They just murder it there. That'll be a turret traded back for BLG. Of course, JDG already got the first turret, so that'll be the end of that. Gold lead remains about even, worth noting. As we said, though, BLG, some good moments there on screen. But I just check under that hood and you'll see the Herald, the 3 grubs, those double dragons, JDG, that objective game running strong.
Now, I want to just address some comments in chat because I think they've largely got the right idea, but I think we just saw a great example of why perhaps it's not as simple as that. One comment saying, you can just kill everyone around the site, and another one saying, well, if, you know, with the Neferi ult being ulted by the Shen, it's impossible for BLG to team fight, very hard for them. What we saw in that fight was a Bard ultimate stopping the engage, and it allows Sion to be the main blocker. If the Bard ult is good enough, JDG will be denied on their Neferi Shen combo, as we saw in that combo there. A Shen flew in and was denied at the right timing, and then Sion got into position. Can you get around the Sion not once on the initial engage if the Bard ends up stopping it, but twice after the first ultimates have come through? That's going to be the difficulty from JDG. If Bin plays this game well, I think on the other side, yeah, JDG can have issues with that.
Be the key right now. I think I want to say Hilo called that out in draft, saying, hey, well, one of the ways you can do it in Neferi ult is just tempered fating whoever they're jumping at. It's a relatively telegraphed jump.
We saw this with Vampire's Bard versus BLG back in Split 1 versus the Vi. We saw it not versus Neferi, but versus the Vi. You know, something which JDG are very aware of. It's been something which the LPL has played around a lot. In fact, this has been... Yes, well done. Very good. Nice, isn't that wonderful?
Really threw them off their rhythm there as well.
And well, especially with dragging up in 20 seconds, you know, that might be quite important, mightn't it? BLG really need to make sure that this is contested. If this goes over to JDG, Soul Point win condition on Ocean Soul is nasty here.
Yeah, and again, I'm not liking the fact that BLG can't see a lot in the river. They got a couple wards here or there, but Viper just took a very nasty trade. In goes the Sion, the Tempered Fate, catches Hong Q. In comes the Gravity for the Decimating Smash. They've blown up the Annie. Wonderful pick by On, and the follow-up from BLG is lethal.
It was instant death. Hong Q realized, oh god, the grav field is also tracking his flash over the wall too, so if he'd flashed, he still would have gotten stunned. BLG, great pick off. The last 2 Bard ults back-to-back have been literally game-changing. Stops the play around the Herald going badly for BLG, and then ends up winning them the Dragon fight here. On actually is the hero of these last 2 plays.
Huge moment, and again, it just sets up for the Victor and the Sion to charge up their abilities, either passively with the gravity field or by holding that Q button on the Sion, and the damage and follow-up afterwards is lethal. They're going to jump onto Knight here, though. In comes the Hound's Pursuit. There is no Tempered Fate to save them necessarily this time, but it's a good jump away there that allows Knight out. Maybe they can look for a bit more because they get a flash on him with the Flag and Drag. On goes over the wall. The magical journey brings Bin in as well. The Cataclysm, the gravity field. Shen ult keeps flying to keep people rolling. Gala looking for an angle potentially over the wall, and Bin's been left off a little alone. On trying to trade well onto Gala, ends up slowed down by that Q. All the while, Knight and Xiaoshu and Bin trading under that tier 1 topside. The fight's getting kind of split. Tower also pretty low. They're clearing up the wave. Junja comes across. The W, that call of the pack. Bin on top of the gravity field gives him a bit of safety and license to stand there. And BLG hold the line. Honkyu with a very charged health bar gets to come on in. Now he's gone quite deep, does backs away, using that molten shield move speed. Night Trank low. There's no mana for BLG, and Sion has to run away. Everyone lives.
So about that killing everyone around the Sion, BLG do a really good job of rearranging their battle lines there. Now, it is still worth noting JDG get the tower. I'm not really sure if they walk away the winners of that play in terms of cooldowns. Honkyu, I thought maybe could have just one-shot someone at the end, but as we said, he's gone for a slower burn build. Some big summoners used on either side. Going back to the play before this, where the Bardol onto Honkyu was crucial. Nogala eased forward, and to be honest, Sam, that's just not good enough. At that point, it forces him into a very bad position where he has to flash over the wall. And then you watch this, the grab field tracks the flash over. There's a trap anyway. There's no way he's getting out. Just perma CC'd by everyone around him. JDG still firing back well, though. That top lane play could have exploded. It's a good reminder to BLG that, you know, if you're not disciplined well enough, BLG are going to shred you.
Yeah, and I think the discipline was pretty good there. There's a statistical overview giving JDG the nod right now, and that's largely the fact that they have got the early objective stacking. BLG, off the back of that reset, though, picked up the third dragon of the game, so they've denied Soul Point, and that does help mitigate that potential win condition that JDG was slowly building towards.
JDG, with all of the effort and investment into mid lane early on, I'm still watching Knight go 3-0 and be 1.5 thousand gold up. Now, BLG have donated a lot of gold in the mid game to the victor, but why wouldn't you in this game? I mean, Sion is already tanky enough. He's actually lost a lot of his gold lead, has been, you know, Xiaoshu has been able to recoup a lot of that, but Knight's got it on the other side. Now, if Knight ends up surviving the play, which is not a given, but if he does, with this amount of gold, yeah, JDG are in trouble. Now, it is going to be the Proto Belt build. I actually don't mind it in this game. If it gets you dodging a Nautilus hook, if it gets you a little bit further to safety, away from the Neferi diving in, and just the HP value alone, I think it will be worth the cost as well. Especially when you're this far ahead, you can drop a little bit of damage just to say, I need the safety, I need to stay alive.
Baron's up, and I think it is one of those games where we're going to see some pretty big contests around that in some capacity. Probably our next point of call, though, will be the dragon spawning in a minute and a half. I'll keep an eye on some of those items. Namely, Xiaoshu's just finished that Dusk and Dawn because he has been able to farm in that side lane where Bin has joined the rest of the squad. I just need to hold for a second there as Junja was potentially in threat range on, but the ward there was smart. That won't lead to any particular options for Junja. But importantly, managed to catch up, get those items. We're seeing 2 items largely across the board, everywhere but Honkyu, honestly. And of course, our supports who are, as ever, a little starved for gold.
I'm getting a bit worried that Honky's not going to burst hard enough now. Because early game we said, look, Annie's getting ahead, Annie's going to be a problem. Gone for a slower burn build, wants to do some more frontline damage. It is going to be less impactful versus the carries if you ever get to them. Of course, quite hard to do that through the Sion. And now you're behind a significant amount of gold. As you're saying, doesn't get that 2 items. Yeah, Gala has 2 items. He's strong right now. But Honkyu has to hold up his end of the bargain. Dragon's coming up in a minute. It won't be sold for JDG because they lost the last dragon fight because Gala and Honkyu were caught out in the mid lane. BLG, if they get themselves a second dragon, I think the scaling from JDG, or from them against JDG rather, becomes a real scary factor for JDG, despite how good their initial phase of this game was.
Malignant is now done for Honkyu, one of those cheaper items, but it is completed, so has got that 2-item core, so at least the Annie will be there, and with 20 seconds to go, couldn't come at a better time. Bin is in the river early, but is somewhat alone, and BLG really don't have control down here outside of the battle ward of the Sion.
Okay, so all ultimates are available. Well, Caitlyn's aside, you know, the AD carries this use of her poke. The big ultimates really are available. BLG are going to be second to the dragon, so they give up the setup for the dragon and say, all right, we're going to go slow roll towards it if we need. Victor's in position, looking for poke now from both teams and seeing where the first real engage comes through.
Flag used to spot some vision in the river. BLG fight their way into this banana bush, and JDG immediately fight their way backward over the wall. Magical Journey allows them into the river. They found their access in. Shun looking for a flag and drag angle. Bin comes over, finds his way in. Vampire misses that hook. Junja still on the dragon, 2000 HP. Need to find their moment in. BLG turning away from the dragon, looking for the fight. Vampire looks to flash away, but the Tempered Fate has landed onto one. Bin times the ult beautifully, and And Gala, well, the only party he's having is a funeral one. Vampire left low. They'll take some damage. The Chaos Storm keeps roiling through the mid lane. And BLG find 2. Bot lane dead. Baron in their eyes.
It's a maelstrom in the river as BLG, I think, take enough kills to make this a Baron play. JDG are going to walk towards mid lane, outer turret, see if they can take that down. Indeed, they will be. They have 1 minion to deactivate the tower's defenses. BLG will get themselves Baron off this. I don't know how Gala gets caught out again with Flash and Barrier available, Sam. That's a couple of mistakes, 2 dragon fights in a row, which are really worrying now. Baron will be taken on all 5 members of BLG. JDG, their goal now is to make sure that the financial gain from this Baron is not too much to break that back before the next dragon where they would aim to get Soul.
Have a look again and we'll see exactly how Gala did get caught, because again, I think they're thinking, well, we're going to go for the contest on the dragon, right? And Shin says, nope.
So, I was watching what happened onto Vampire. So what happens now? Yes, flash, yes, and he just doesn't flash. I mean, you have to flash that ult. Dude, you have the summoners. Why would you choose to take that? Your whole team is backing off. That leads to the Baron set. If they flash out there, that's at least just dragon for, like, maybe 1 death because Vampire dies on the back end of it still. And now we've got another fine life.
Whoa, we are back to life. On survived. The bleed was pretty strong, but the Chaos Storm again has begun to expand. It's never failed to Gala! Again! Again it happens! And Viper gets to put a trap down in waiting. The statue returns to life, out through Carbonite and into the Rancor pit. Han Solo knows exactly the pain of that one. The flag and drag will come away. The Cataclysm onto the Nautilus, and the damage keeps rolling. And BLG have snowballed this game out of control.
On the back of 3 plays from Gala, the game falls apart. Legendary AD carry in an absolute tragedy of a game, Sam. The first play in the mid lane around what 3rd dragon it was his misposition that got Honkyu killed. Around the next dragon, it was him not using the flash, which ended up allowing the Baron to go over. And right here, that death means that the gold lead is actually getting out of control. It's a 4,000 Baron power play. Now, we didn't actually get to see the initial play here because, you know, there's a replay. Vampire hooks onto the bar thinking it's a free kill. I don't think that's the right target, Sam. I know that they want to kill off just someone, but I wonder whether they just chose the wrong target. And Gala wasn't CC'd there. He could have flashed again. It's a couple of huge mistakes back to back for the AD carry.
He's died with both summoners 2 fights in a row. Like, that cannot be the case. And, you know, on the other side, on with the Mikhails, without the flash, I think. No, he did use it in that fight. Yep, blind, that's fine. But the point is, he's playing a really mean set of team fights at this point as well, and his Bard has always been pretty legendary, and it's doing a great job here.
I actually think that On is my MVP. I think On is my MVP. He has found out almost every ult in this game. Everyone has found an important target. I can't think of a bad ult this game so far. At minimum, it has blown summoners. At maximum, it has, again, broken this game open. Now, the gold lead from BLG is scary. There's only 1 wave left of the Baron. They won't actually break the base in its entirety, and Ocean Soul is still 1.5 minutes away. JDG, the game's not over for them yet. If they do end up getting themselves into a good dragon fight, pick someone out of position, get themselves a dragon, then they're still in this game. But they need to survive another minute.
And with the last 10 seconds, they are going to break this base. They TP in, and Sion is so monstrous, they can't stop the tower falling, so they will likely get an inhibitor here. Depends whether the BLG want to stick around for it. It's looking like they're saying, hey, it might just be a touch bar. We'd rather get our waves shoved in mid and top. In fact, Shun's already gone to go do that, and they'll take that as the win for now.
Yeah, JDG, the bot lane now going a combined 1 and 6 together. Vampire, he's kind of in losing Nautilus scenario, where it's like when you lose on Nautilus, you die a lot.
Hard, yeah.
But I'm just a little bit worried that JDG are not locked in this game. You know, I think Vampire's been choosing some poor targets or going a little bit too far in the front line and dying for free, kind of engaging in the front to back. And then, of course, Gala is the real criminal of this game. Neither of them really getting beyond that early game, which did work well for them. Early game was great. The laning phase, the first blood looked well, but then BLG just turned it on in the mid and late game and understood where the winning fights were coming from a lot more than JDG. 25 seconds on Dragon now. JDG, they got to look to steal a Dragon somehow. Yeah. They could give one up because BLG's only on the one themselves. But can they afford to really let BLG keep rolling on the map?
Dragon strike into Mass in standard, takes 10% of Junger's HP. to get into the back of that pit. Out comes the ace in the hole, keeps that dog just a little bit lower, and BLG very much in position in the river. But a lot of sins can be undone by a good smite.
Oh, Junja spotted again. Sion's going to walk into them. Quite tanky is this Sion.
Yes, he is. Xiaoshu gets onto On, who's going to try and back away a little bit here. He needs to be a bit careful because he doesn't win versus the zombie build. Needs to get through that magical journey. He's been left quite low. Now Shun's in danger. Drags away with the flag in the drag and puts Junja in a difficult spot. The Shenot comes on forwards. They don't get the kill they're looking for. Tempered Fate catches Gala. This time the arcane shift and does get out to safety.
This is a bit of a mess from BLG, actually. They're losing a lot of HP bars. I'm not a big fan of how On and Bin played that fight. They're actually looking for some resets. Potentially Gala hops over the pit, as does Junja.
But Junja and Shen have both burned their ults and didn't get the reset, didn't get the kills themselves. They're not in a great spot in terms of their burst combos either. Knight over the back of the wall, causing some strife. 4,000 HP. Out comes the Nautilus ult, but they don't get onto anyone valuable. Vampire has to jump away. Dragon's still a half. The Arcane Storm is forcing so much chaos, and Junja has to eviscerate away. All the way on, looking for the Q. Nefiri gets the dragon. That will be the soul. But what about the fight after? Viper keeps lethal tempoing. The Sheriff's got a gun, and she keeps looking for more. She shoots a few more heads, but it will not be enough to get more kills. It's a 1-for-1 right now. The health bars on BLG low as Gala finds a Tempered Fate. You know what? JDG get away with it.
It's exactly. The start of that fight was awful for BLG. Yeah, you used the Shen ult. Who cares? The other side had used the Sion ult, and they'd use stuff like the Bard ult early on into the play too. BLG, they fumble around that, and they give an Ocean Soul. This is what we were saying for JDG. They just had to survive to the Ocean Soul, and maybe they have a win condition again. I love how Knight plays this fight, because he actually gets some really good uncontested poke onto the Nefiri and onto the Ezreal. Blows the Nefiri doubly very early too. But I just don't think the HP bars are there anymore. Xiaoxi misses the taunt. Maybe that would have been a difference onto Viper as well. Shun can't get the smite as well. Gets hooked and dies afterwards. It's not a bad fight from JDG. They actually do very well considering that they're 5k down.
Yeah, and again, that was after having burned the Shen ult and the Nefiri ult and not gotten that reset combo, which is what they really need out of that combo. It's what I was kind of worried about, because again, okay, your big team fight win condition is gone. Can you still play this without those two ults? And the answer was just about, yeah. Okay. It did come down to a flip, though, it will be noted.
Yeah, well, BLG, now they've given up the soul. 5k ahead. I think they do technically outscale as well. But, I mean, JDG, they should have their ears perked up now. They have themselves potentially a win condition. Now, the Ocean Soul's not going to be the fix-all. You need to be in the fight long enough to actually survive to use it, and especially against, you know, Knight, who has built a Magi's. This is, you know, this is why Knight's a player after my own heart. Sammy's, you know, 10 stacks deep on the Dark Seal, into the Magi's, and loves that snowball. Jump over the wall from Junja. Q does actually land there onto the Nefiri. The Shen ult was used because the stun landed.
Yeah, a little bit nervy there, but they'll get away with it. Baron is ult. There will be no Shen ult, no Ezreal ult. All the other ults are available, and JDG are running over there real fast. The reset's going through from BLG, but I think they need to be aware that this might be just a Baron rush.
I think it's vision control. They're not on the Baron itself, so it won't be the rush for now. All right, Viper has 4 items. Knight has 4,000 gold lead, by the way. Baron is now going to get started, but Gala takes half his HP.
He has got Endless Hunger and an Ocean Soul, though, so how long will that stick for? They look for the Roar of the Slayer, and Gala gets to back away, and his health bar's already recovered about half the damage he took.
I saw a particle on the top side of the screen. It's like, oh, Baron's been started, and I realized, hang on, Gala's just in the mid lane, so it's in fact not been started. But BLG, some great damage onto him. Gala, of course, Endless Hunger and the Ocean Soul, as you were mentioning, Sam, means he can kind of shrug off a lot of the poke. If the poke gets to the point where, you know, he dies, then Ocean Soul not quite as useful, though.
That's the plan, but again, maybe if there was a champion that used Ocean Soul the best, Ezreal's probably got to be among the top 5. He's so able to keep that Ocean Soul procced, and he loves the mana, if nothing else.
Ashe, one of the best ones, because it's almost impossible to miss a volley, you know?
You haven't seen me play Ashe.
Yeah, so Ashe will always keep it around, basically, and then you're just looking at anyone that's tanky enough to survive that. Any tank is great with Ocean Soul, and we'll see whether Xiaoxi can make the most of that on the Shem. Now, there is the anti-healing from Viper. That'll be important. Baron now started. Here we go. As spotted by the standard. Victor's teleporting in. Coming in with that, again, huge gold lead on the mid laner.
Into the banana bush, fighting for vision control, down to 5,000 HP. Shun can look for the flip. There's the Tempered Fate to stop the Baron, but doesn't catch any damage. Honku with the flash, disintegrate. Viper survives though. Gets the sword, turns around, the cataclysm comes down, Honku's forced away. They knock off the burst combo, and the turnaround play is lethal. They've killed the Annie with the Arcane Storm. Garlacore with another flag and drag back into the fight. Scorpion mode for the Jarvan, Prince of Demacia, Crown King.
Victor just tears their heart out. They look for the burst combo, but the Annie is down 5,000 gold. Knight turns it around, kills his opposite number, kills another one, and JDG cannot achieve the dive combo. BLG will take game 1 after a series of excellent team fights.
Ocean Soul notwithstanding, BLG play a lethal mid-game. Knight with the incredible, implacable amounts of damage and farm. On with the playmaking on the Bard. Surely they will be our MVP candidates. Xiaoshu will try to dash on through to find an angle and find nothing at all. Honkyu is here, but the Tempered Fate catches him again. The Yordle Snap Trap and the Gravity Field is armed. The headshot in. An attempt with a Hound's Pursuit. Viper dies, but it will not matter to the Neferi, who's put in the kettle once more. The Nautilus dive suit punctured. Gala desperate to get some work on magical journeying, flashing for a stun. He gets it. The damage onto Xiaoshu's pretty good, but hang on, look at Gala. He's untouched. The lethal tempo as well. They can't end the game.
BLG just played with their food, and the game's gonna go on to an Elder now, Sam. Both Nexus turrets go down. I'm not quite sure what BLG were thinking there, mate. Besides, let's have some fun. I was about to say, well, you know, both carries had lived through the entire game, Knight and Viper, but Viper dies at the Nexus, and Gala does manage to take some damage. The Bard ult's good here. It denies the Baron from going over quickly. Honky goes for a burst combo, but where's the damage on it? The hook lands onto Viper. They don't have enough damage to kill him. Even with Neferi coming through, the Baron stops the dive in, stands on the little raid boss thing. Sam, I know you've been casting some Final Fantasy 14. It's pretty simple. Don't stand on the glowing spot on the floor.
You say it's so simple. I think some people who are progging P4 right now might actually shoot.
Just don't stand on the glowing spot. Someone cue up the Northern Lion clip. Just don't stand on the glowing spot on the floor.
No, it's simple. Simple, guys. Simple, guys. Don't stand on the glowing spot.
Elder's now in 20 seconds. There's a 7,000 gold lead for BLG, all of which is on Knight, really, who has a death cap. No magic pen for him. Does he need it?
He's got a Shadow Flame.
Shadow Flame does help, but he doesn't have the percent pen at this point in the game, which can be a bit of an issue. Now, JDG, despite the fact that they have 0 Nexus turrets and 2 inhibitors are down, they can actually still cause a lot of issues this game. BLG looking to actually go through mid lane. They can just do that. That's the magical journey. They might try and catch them here. Xiaoshu caught.
Oh boy, that could be huge. And again, one of the reasons people have been staying alive because of this. Shen, he gets knocked up and pulled down to the gravity field. It's too heavy. Kill over to BLG. Now they've got some choices. The Nexus still bare. They want to run at that with the man advantage up to the Honkyu. The Ocean Soul means nothing as the shot comes on through. Ace in the hole. Knight with the rocket belt away. Junja gets nothing. The Neferi falls. Gala has got to play a 2v5. It'll be a 5v1 and the fountain does nothing. Bilibili Gaming on the second time of asking, break the Nexus.
On the backs of Gravity Fields and Tempered Fates, BLG slaughter through the team fights. Mass might be immutable, but the weight of playing versus our LPL and first stand champions feels heavier than ever. BLG take game 1.
Who gets MVP? Will it be this insane Bard? Will it be Knight on the monstrous stat line of that Victor by the end of it? I want to say 10-0-10, something like that. He hit some pretty scary binary numbers for sure.
BLG walk away with game 1, and JDG, this is got to be a couple of alarm signals now coming through, because they had themselves the Neferi. They had themselves an early game where Junja got ahead, and it did not win them the game. BLG, excellent game from On, excellent game from Knight. It's between the two of them. Depends on whether you value, you know, the team fight damage of Knight, and I think particularly because this game was about the dive combos onto the carries. The fact that Knight survived and did so much work means even more. But On was the player that made the big plays which broke open the game. Every single Tempered Fate was top-notch. That was one of the best Bard games I've seen in a little while. Genuinely, every single ultimate from On was game-changing. Both of them were fantastic. I think Bin on the Siren was also
pretty monstrous.
Unkillable. Great frontlining performance. I think that, you know, Shun missed a smite or two, but I don't think he had a bad game, and Viper was unkilled the whole game. This was a good ensemble game from BLG as a group of individuals.
Yeah, again, maybe there's some questions about, hey, did we really need to give so many dragons up? But again, considering the early pressure JDG had, seeding some of those objectives was right. And in fairness, JDG were kind of denied the snowball. It felt like they were looking for it. They were hunting in those kind of moments where they were the ones on the front foot. But BLG defended and held the line very well.
Okay, so we're going to have to go into an ad break now because we're going into a little break here too. Thank you everyone for joining us, whether it's on Onivia, whether it's on YouTube as well. Is this an elimination game? Yes, it is. That's why we're getting hyped. It's not just the teams, it's the stakes of the occasions as well. You lose the series and you are out. 1,000 damage per minute for Knight. Just a little under that, just by a hair from Viper. Great game from BLG. I think they understood how their team comp won games, and that's the biggest thing, because that's actually been my biggest detriment, I think, for BLG. Sometimes they've just vibed and said, well, does mechanically outplay, and don't understand how they win or lose games. And JDG have been the team to pull that against them. Right here, though, I think particularly Knight and On, fantastic game from them to make sure they could go through this game cleanly.
Yeah, it is. And guys, we are 4 followers away from 11,000 followers on Twitch. If you've not hit that follow button yet, please do so. We are so close, and I promise we're not going to spam. Well, we will spam you with LPL notifications, but it'll be a good time. Come on now, you know you want to be here, so make sure that happens. Those of you who want to help out in other ways as well, you can subscribe on Twitch. We are pushing for Partner Plus. We were very close last month, and we're trying to just encourage people who have got that extra bit of cash just to say, hey, this would be a great project to support, so thank you for doing that.
What do you mean, filthy Wood Elves player? We are sat in a world of like 1,000,001 Space Marine Andes and Empire Hogs, and then you think, oh no, it's the Wood Elves are the problem. I had to deal with my Wood Elves in Warhammer Fantasy not having an update for 8 years, 2005 to 2013, not a single update for my Wood Elves. I was sat there as, you know, a young Nymaera playing Warhammer, growing up 30 minutes away from Warhammer World, growing like, oh god, here's another Space Marine player assuming that 40k is the only one, assuming that 40k is the only Warhammer. That's your first mistake. And 2, remembering that there are fantasy factions outside of the main ones too. Okay, you have successfully baited me. Congratulations.
Yeah, and like, come on now, really? Let's be real. The elves are the most boring faction. Like, come on now. There's so many Space Marines everywhere. Get out of here with your Astartes slop.
If I just have to see another primary colored, like, Marine slop homebrew faction, I'm going to scream, Sam. I'm going to scream.
Yeah. Oh, you're a Warhammer fan? Name all 40,000 of them. Thanks, X Kirby.
Warhammer 1, Warhammer 2,
Warhammer that
3,
easy.
Warhammer 4.
Warhammer
5,
excellent games.
Galmaraz,
yeah.
Warhammer 6, Warhammer 7. Yeah, so what was funny is that when we played in our group around, so we grew up near Warhammer World, our group, I don't think had a single Space Marine player. We
didn't one of us play Black Templars?
Dom very did briefly, and then moved on to Dark Eldar.
Yeah.
So we had Eldar, 2 of us in 40k played Eldar. We had Dark Eldar. Person at school, like one of the teachers that played Necrons. There was actually someone that played. Yeah, he played Necrons and Grey Knights, which was so cool. And Grey Knights, I don't count; they're actually cool.
They're quite cool.
And then in terms of actual fantasy players, I was Wood Elves, you were High Elves. We had a Dwarf player, had a Lizard Men player, and he had an Empire player. Yeah. That was actually a really good spread.
Dad played Orcs and Goblins.
I only feel Angry Marines are the only Marines I actually accept. They're great. They're wonderful.
Yeah.
But basically, folks, if you're actually a 40k enjoyer or a fantasy enjoyer, it is a much more fun game when people play the non-slop factions, basically. You actually get to find some very varied mechanics, which are very cool.
I mean, one of the reasons why I always liked fantasy as well is it felt like the balance of factions in terms of who was important and how they were represented was much, much better. One of the reasons why the Warhammer Total War games worked so well is because every faction felt like they had impact and worthy of being there. One of the problems with 40k is they haven't balanced the lore very well.
Well, that's because basically all of the lore, besides a few books, are written from the Imperium Standard.
Exactly. So. And then also, like, the factions available is mostly Imperium with some chaos, and then the Xenos factions, which you'd think would be more important, just aren't.
Hitman talking about the... Can I have another coffee?
You can, yeah, if I could do that. Yeah.
Cool. Did I see the 11th edition cinematic? Yeah, I saw bits of it. I actually haven't watched the full thing. A little bit annoyed that, again, it was... look, the stuff with the Emperor, pretty cool. Then again, people forget that actually he had a full conversation with Gilliman, like, a couple of years ago, so it's not, like, as revolutionary as people think. But, yeah, I mean, I thought it was a pretty cool cinematic. I think that, again, they kind of struggled to balance out the factions, but... you know, Drukhari not mentioned at all. Eldar only had, I think, 2 seconds on screen. Aeronautica was great, though. Victor gets player of the game. It will be Knight that gets it. Shout out to On, though. I think my vote would have actually gone to On, but that was a flawless game from Knight. You know, crazy game from him. Yeah, basically, like, I have a lot of issues with how 40k as a IP has been handled, because 40k is now being written for by people who are fans of the franchise and have grown up by it, and I don't think they quite understand the grimdark nature of a lot of its openings, which this is as an ensemble, right, as a whole. I think that some of the recent books have been good. I think that Elemental Council's been good. I think that Infinite and the Divine has been good. And also Void Scarred, not bad from Eldar either. That was actually okay, although Falador remains the best Eldar book, really. Yeah, and Tau weren't even in the cinematic either. And I just feel like it's 40k kind of shooting themselves in the foot, because these factions are actually really cool. They're actually very good factions. And I think that you'd have a lot more people involved in them if... Oh, yeah, and yeah, John Blanche ended up passing away the other day, one of the original artists for Warhammer. They're absolutely, you know, iconic, so sad to hear about his passing as well. I guess what I'll do is I'll set up a game on the side so I can play something during the breaks. I'll put on some Oaken Tower, why not? The chat seemed to like the missile spam of Oaken Tower, so I'll put that on. Okay. Let's see what we got. There we go, cool. Where have you gone? There we go, cool. Okay, let's get Oaken Tower up here so I can play some games on screen. Yeah, cool. Where's that gone? Oh, wrong thing though. There we go, cool. So I haven't played this for a little while. I don't know if there's been any patch changes. It's just what it is. Yeah, and oh yeah, and I really dislike how the game has just become about Primarchs again. It's very annoying to just be Primarchs. Are we going Poison Spam? We are going Poison Spam. In that case, I will do this, although that does kind of hamstring me in. Whatever, this is what it is. They didn't level up, huh? They do get double burn. Oh, we probably get outscaled by this then. This is not looking pretty. Do you have shields there? Hey, Tornaska, thanks for the resub. What about the Humble Guardsmen? Yeah, I like Guardsmen. Guardsmen are cool. I actually think that 40k, this is my hot take, I actually think that 40k is better without Space Marines, because it's far more fun, I think, seeing, like, the world be about, like, the indomitable human spirit without the kind of inhuman horror of the... Well, because I don't think they lean into the inhuman horror enough of Space Marines in 40k. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of, like, the setting kind of boiling down to, like, a dozen demigod man children with, you know, father issues. You know, not a huge fan of that on the whole. That is very, very good. We will definitely want that. We'll give her a multicast to that, sure, why not? I need to be leveling up more, I do. Oh yeah, my Uma runs went really, really well yesterday. I went 4-4-4-4, so I went Jin number. I went 4 times over, which was kind of crazy. Okay, got some multicast onto the shield, that's good. I want that. That is very good. So good. What's that? 2.3, 3.2, so we want this one, that's all good. Could go for that. Do this. No, I'm not going to go for potion spam. Potion seller. Oh, good, we're against a shield team. We really want to be against shield teams because it means the rounds go very slow and it means we get more value out of this giving this multicast. I had the game in the background, didn't pay much attention. Anything stand out rather than Gala refusing to use flash? Very, very good game from Knight and On. On the Bard, every single Tempest Fate was top notch. I think that he's a little bit hard done by not getting MVP. But Knight didn't put a foot wrong. Literally every single team fight, picture perfect from him. Fantastic from Knight. Ooh, they got bleed stacking. Don't think poison does enough. Maybe it does actually. This is a bit of a slow game. Ah, nah. Too much bleed. Whatever, it's a slower round, so at least we get some multicast down. I am going to do that actually, although I need some healing now is the problem. That is very good. Do I have any healing? No, so that's going to be a bit meh for now. Do I have any healing? No. Oh, now I want this. Yeah, that's very, very good. Oh, and I want that as well. Okay, we'll actually freeze this then. I feel like Viper really put the nail in the coffin that last fight. I mean, oh god, this is elf spam. Elf spam is crazy. Although the problem is now the rounds are going too quick, so I don't get to stack this up. Just low-key, a bit of an issue. Does the WE deserve? Are the W wins over BLG and AL luck or well deserved? They're well deserved. They prepped very, very well. I think their style has been incredibly impactful. I shouldn't have done that. Well, I was about to say actually. That's fine. Ooh, shield. When have you gain shield? That could be really, really good actually. But I'm not going to build it. But yeah, I think that yeah, I think that is well deserved. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It is well deserved. I think they found themselves a style in a very important moment. A style which they've been honing since last year. I think that they refound their form very, very well. I think Monkey has been incredibly good. A great epic. What below? Is that an epic? It's a legendary. Common. We can do this.
Alexander.
Action. Thank you. Okay, well, pretty close to the game now. I guess we'll see. Let's do this. It really does my head in having multiple keyboards to use. Because, you know, I've got this one and the other one. That's not very important. Here's actually, that's actually a very good item. Do I want it though? I kind of do actually. So I'm gonna freeze this one. What I really need is another one of these damn shields because they're really, really good. Sorry.
I didn't want to move your arm.
Yay, elf spam. I think this is pretty much a one run now. But yeah, I wanted that, didn't I? This is fine. Oh, stacking up so much poison. Do they have any cleanses? No, they don't have enough. Poison goes through shields as well, so unless you have this like specific shield which cleanses things, and that's what I just picked up, it is
a bad time.
It's a very bad time. We're gonna do this because getting anything with a multicast, just giving flat damage increase to is kind of not okay. Ooh, I want that. Does this give? Hang on, what does it give? Healing? It does give healing. I should do that then. Let's do that. Okay. What is this? JDG didn't face WE? Yeah, no, they faced AL. Yeah, AL and oh, we actually lose this, I think. Oh, poison maybe? Poisonous? Poisonous?
Poisonous.
Poisonous. Los Poisonous. No.
Los Poissons.
Le Poisson. Le Poisson, Steve.
Poisson.
Il est ange.
That was pretty great. Ooh, guys, I'm not gonna lie, we are 3 followers away from 11,000.
We are. Okay, I'll do one more round of this and we'll lock back into the game, folks. BLG versus JDG on a Saturday. I know, right? It's a great weekend watching. I think we actually win this because I've got the cleanse of the debuffs here too. Nice.
Follow the Twitch channel.
One win off. Ooh, that is very good.
One more win.
Give it to me.
Delicious gaming. Is it from Italy though, Alex?
No, it's not. It's from China, Sam.
From China. There you go. See? Almost.
Yeah. Well, this has like 1,000,000 shields. Do they have a cleanse? I think eventually I do kill them with poison, just not soon enough. Okay, I got that at least. Here, nope. Arp. Arp.
Yarp.
Arp. Oh, we win this too. I don't think we do. Damn, feels like we can. Oh, just about. There we go. Okay, well, I got myself my 10th win. That's good. Yeah, you're Diamond 3 now. Don't really care about that. That's going. Don't really care about that either.
What do you care about, Alex?
League of Legends, Sam.
Is that truth?
Arguably. Yeah, it is. Give me the good stuff.
Give me the good stuff. I need the good stuff.
Probably should be getting rid of this thing. It is giving me gold, but yeah. What? Well, infinite scaling goes brrr. Oh, they just have a better version of my build, because I didn't roll a single extra one of these things.
And is that what you would call...
Skill issue?
Yeah.
I'd call it a TFT skill issue in the way it's like, yes, but no.
Yes, but no, but...
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Oh, that would have been rude. Anyway, right, let's get rid of this for now, and let's get back into games. So, out here in Shenzhen, JDG just lost the first game versus BLG. BLG were really damn good, actually, in mid and late game. I think what was very interesting is, like, we're starting to see this more and more, I think, Sam, which is BLG are probably one of the top teams, I think, most confidently. They are the top team that most confidently can handle an early deficit. They are the team which can actually, with Shun, with On, with Knight, whoever it needs to be, find their way back into decent positions after having a bit of a knock early game, because they are that good mechanically, that good at picking up gold from side lanes, that good individually and mechanically.
That feels about apt. I think also, well, that then also applies to people like Shun as well, who tends to be able to play from behind or from more tricky positions better than pretty much any other jungler in the league. And obviously fantastic with the lead, fantastic at taking those pushing lanes and turning that into a lead. I mean, one of Shun's criticisms I certainly leveraged at him a couple years back was saying, hey Shun, your game is limited. You are great from these positions and in these scenarios, but the moment you don't have the pushing lanes to work around, I'm not sure you're a top tier jungler. And I think over the last year or so in particular, Shun has done a fantastic job of proving me wrong on that front, which is kind of showing that growth as a player. I still trust him on things like the carries. If he used to pull out of the Kindred or the Nidalee, I would be very happy for him to give that a go. He's earned that trust from me. But the fact that I can see him on things like the Jarvan and drop 30 CS in the early game and still be useful, not bleed out of the game, is a very impressive skill in a meta where your jungler can get taken out pretty heavily. We're into draft here for game number 2. Some of those bans beginning to roll already.
Yeah, Seraphine's gone, still have the Karma, still have the Varus up and available. Even champions like the Akali might actually be worth banning early against Knight. Of course, JDG did that in the second round the last time. Does Junja have a jungle matchup he really wants to aim for? The Nocturne obviously already gone. He might look for an early Vi, maybe. He's been really big fan of getting that champion off the ground and making plays early. Both of these junglers have been, actually. Occasionally an LPL team will just really prioritize going towards the Vi. Interestingly here, JDG have chosen either blue side or second pick. They want the counter pick, not the first pick.
Yeah, they were thinking about it for sure. And again, I was about to call that one out as well. That again, even in their loss, they'd chosen that counter pick as potentially important. Thank you for the follow, 10,998. 2 more followers to get to 11,000. This would be a great draft to do it in, guys. Not to keep pushing for it, but I am. What do you know? And my job is, at least in part, to shill for support, because it helps us keep fed, which is rather important to continuing to exist on this green earth.
Varus is going to be banned, so Karma's available. Now, there's no Caitlyn or Ezreal to go with it. It does lose some value, but you still have Karma Sivir. Now, BLG lost with that bot lane against Team WE. That was their game 1 loss, which they had versus them and the Neferi. Cassiopeia first pick in. Now, Ryze was also available too. I was thinking a lot in terms of bot lane, because often these teams are very much around that. But Knight is kind of caving Honkyu's head in right now. Despite, I think, a lot of the narratives being, Honkyu holds Knight even. He does well against Knight. I think that was true in Split 1. I don't think that's been true in Split 2, Sam.
2 more followers. Local bra moment. This is a bra moment. We need, is this what, is it 1 more follower, 2 more followers? 2 more followers. 2 of them. There's 2 of you out there. We'll need to see how it goes. I'm going to look back into the draft for a second or 2 here, specifically because I think what we've also started seeing, Honky was doing this himself, actually, blind picking Cassiopeia, because it feels like at the moment, Cassio, probably with the exception of Orianna, seems to just win every duel in mid lane. If she gets one of those Qs off those Noxious Blasts, her extended trade patterns are just brutal with Deathfire Touch.
Now, do you buy into the Ryze anyway and just say, we'll take the losing lane, but Ryze at least does something outside of it? Do you try and go for something like the Aurora and just try and play out for range? The hard question, right? I don't think there's many options into it, and Cassiopeia, which makes you feel good. Vampire's going to the Karma, the Nautilus. You had that 1 play for that first blood in last game. Outside of that, really struggled to make an impact. The Karma and Enchanters have been better for Vampire. I never thought I'd be saying this in, 24, 25, when he was really struggling on anything which wasn't Nautilus, Alistar, your engaged champions. But now his Enchanters have been very good. Misfortune locked in for BLG, gives them that laning phase pressure. We're looking at maybe the Jhin coming through from Gala here. On the other side, Viper and On, they know that there's no Shen, no Sion. They still have jungler to lock in, so if they lock in a Trundle, that would deny some tank picks as well.
Yeah, they were debating between a few different engage options. They'll go towards On for Khan. Has started to rise back up in priority. is very good defensively, obviously, because the quickness and the battle dance and the mobility is very, very strong. I know chatting to a few EU coaches, they kind of consider Rakan a bit of a different category of champion to something like a Nautilus or an Alistair, basically because of the mobility alone. A lot of supports really leverage and value that.
He's the most annoying support in the game because he plays like an engaged champion but can also escape. Last pick of the first round is not going to be a bot lane partner for Karma. It's going to be the Ahri. Honky really wanting that combination with the Vi nice and early. Sam, Cassiopeia Ahri is a very difficult matchup for the Ahri. You either hit everything as the Ahri or you just eat crap. It is just an awful lane if you get hit by random Qs. You don't trade very well through the wave against the Cassiopeia, and once she gets to 2 items, you don't kill her individually because she has too much defensiveness, and particularly with the changes to Cassiopeia's passive, getting the upgraded Merc Treads is so bad for this matchup for Ahri specifically. Before, at least you knew that she couldn't get that much tenacity. A good charm might be able to win you out plays for you. Very difficult now, though. Honky has been a good playmaker on this pick, needs to show up in the laning phase against Knights Cassiopeia, or Orochimaru, as he used to be known back in the LDL days of 2018. And he pulled that out here for such an important game now.
Yeah. Local Bro Moment. Well, welcome over to Twitch as well from the YouTube community. Thanks for following here as well. And again, guys, if you're on Twitch and haven't followed the YouTube, consider doing that. And as Local Bro Moment is done, thank you for coming and helping out there again. We're trying to keep a little bit focused on draft, but when we're seeing the kind of support and people putting the effort in, it is nice to call out that support where it comes on in. So thank you very much.
Why is there a Vayne ban? Because if you play a bruiser or a tank in top lane, you blind pick it, Vayne counters you, and you don't get to play the laning phase. What it means is this, that you don't have a fun time. Now, if you wanted to pick something like a Cassante, yeah, the Vayne just basically pushes you in the entire game, and if you make a mistake, you die. Now, Bin prefers to be on the aggressive side of things. Now, what he's doing now with the Olaf, he's picking Jace. He's going to pick Jace here. Now, the Olaf is specifically good versus that champion. Potentially could be a Yorick as well. JDG, I guess they could lock in the Jace now and try and take it away from them. But, that's dangerous because then Bin maybe Yorick's you. Do you feel like you can counterpick him in the same way? I'm not sure.
I mean, Xiaoshu's Yorick is, from memory, fine. I don't know whether it's that exciting. I mean, your other option is it time to break glass in case of emergency and pull out the Xiaoshu Renekton? Other option here for Gala is the Sivir. He's always been one of our better Sivir players. It's a team fight scaling champion. It's a pentakill machine when given the right opportunity. What do you know? That fits Gala's modus operandi pretty well. There's been a few people who've looked to come for his crown recently, but Gala is still right up there among the very top earners on that. Like, Pays has been doing insane work.
I would say, actually, Pays is the kind of guy that, like, actually is overtaking him now.
Wild, I know.
Sam, sometimes a draft, you can talk about as much as you want, and sometimes it just boils down to Shunjiao. Sometimes it just boils down to Shunjiao. This champion and this player combination, outside of being funny for the name, is incredible for him. Now, BLG have a number of very important champions to their name. Shun, his most played of all time is the Vi, but just behind it is the Xin Zhao. This will be his 81st game on the champion in his career.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think he's also undefeated on Neferi, which is kind of wild. It's a pretty insane stat. I don't know what that
is actually. Yeah, I mean that's for this split.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's all time. Yeah.
I remember him losing some games on JDG, so I'm going to imagine that's not this. So that's Sam just spreading misinformation.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Last pick of the Renekton here from Bin.
Yeah, and then a takeaway from Xiaoshu as well, because obviously he would love to get a Renekton game in. This Cassante feels okay, but I'm now looking at JDG's comp going, lots of ability to run at you with Karma and Sivir, speeding up the Ahri and Vi dive. But if this Ahri and Vi don't get snowballing, I think if this gets a little bit too late on, you are going to be diving into a pretty nasty cannon barrage. It could be a Charge of the Light Brigade moment where Petrifying Gaze and Crescent Guard and Rakanal and the Bullet Time, for God's sake, which feels very apt considering the gunline conversation, could get quite nasty quite quickly.
Now, this is a much more even composition, I feel like, going in towards mid and late game, because, of course, you have Ahri versus Cassiopeia. Ahri has to snowball, otherwise can't contest with Cassiopeia in terms of damage. If you fail the dive, the Cassiopeia kills you. If you fail the dive, well, even if you do dive, the Misfortune might kill you as well. We're going to go into an ad break to make sure that we don't get ads during the game. If you don't want to have ads, subscribe. Also helps us, as Sam said, get towards things like Partner Plus and helps us keep this stream alive for you. We want to keep doing this for as long as we possibly can. We love covering the LPL. We love bringing you these games as well in such important moments. But the only way we can do this is if it's financially viable for us. Now, Bin on the Renekton, legendary player of the champion. Shun on the Xin Zhao, legendary player of the champion. Knight similar on the Cassiopeia as well. Every time you go into these matchups, you have legendary player champion combinations on Rakan, one of the best players in the LPL. You name it, these players have made themselves a montage on it. BLG 1-0 up in the series. JDG out-strategized in game 1, which is not often the case for them. Tabe, the coach behind that team, facing up against one of his old teams from 2023 in an elimination match that would bar the loser from going to MSI, despite representing China at first stand.
Angie with the incredible analysis in chat. I appreciate that. Of course, the irony is that Misfortune's on the other team, but...
whoa. I'm just saying, Cassante can rock with that. Have you seen the size of this guy's chest?
The pecs are impressive. Yeah.
The pecs are impressive, and I'm sure the gyos will be impressive too.
Strong gyos from both teams there, feeling very ready to roll. Viper with the lesser seen Secret Agent Misfortune skin. Maybe she'll turn up in the next 007 game. That would be a hell of a crossover, wouldn't it?
Hey, I like that skin. Misfortune does have some good skins. Some of them have, aged better than others, but on the whole, pretty good. Pretty easy to make a, just give them 2 guns. We'll figure it out afterwards.
I think also just like it's very easy to get cool VFX with the ult. That's an unfortunate Q.
Now, the level 1 has gone really well for BLG because On's got some good damage down. There was a good double up, and Vampire missed the first Mantra Q, and they just double up with the heal and the barrier. This is really bad from the level 1. Karma Civet is meant to shove him, get good poke with the first Mantra Q of the game, and it's not happened. They're going to get themselves decent value from that. Hang on, Knight.
Oh, he's going to flash for the poison and the Twin Fangs. He gets it. Flash pressed. Kill secured.
Knight solo kills Honky. What did we say about the matchup, Sam? You hit everything or you're left crying. The snake eats the fox. Knight will go back, reset. They'll both teleport back to lane. Flash down on both sides.
This is a really rough point. The Deathfire touch changes have made this Cassiopeia such a brutal blind pick. Complete
misinformation. Flash down on one side of the matchup. The Aria loses the flash. The Cassiopeia, of course, uses that to get the kill. Honky keeps that around. Oh, definitely a flash away. Sometimes I miss things directly in front of my eyes. It happens. Look, Knight gets the first blood. He gets a tier at 2 minutes in. Basically, just hits Qs all the way through the level 1, gets the level 2 off the minions, and then Honky just gets ran out. And you're absolutely right, Sam. The Deathfire touch being procced so much over time is the killer hit. Lands the next Q. The problem against the Cassiopeia is that you don't often recognize when it's a kill trade until the damage has already come through and it's inevitable. You have to realize when Cassiopeia is going to kill you early and flash early, otherwise there's just no points.
If you're wondering why certain mid laners are blind picking Cassiopeia, this is why Cassiopeia's early trading has become so potent. Little knock up there onto Vampire in the bot lane, but Gala trades well from the bush onto Misfortune. She's under the tower, so shouldn't take too much more. But with Junger being around, I think they are going to have to back away on this wave. Probably drop the wave in general on. Going for that battle dance, trying to keep Junger away from a potential Vault Breaker combo on. Thinking about getting under this turret and preventing too much happening. He's now going to know that he's potentially in danger. Just get in range for the experience. Misses the Gleaming Quill. Does get a little knock up there onto Gala, but it's a good spell shield that denies it. Will probably allow Viper, rather, to get towards the wave, though. So trades his life, I suppose, for Viper's access to CS.
Suppose so. Night Show. Oh, God. Okay, now Flash is down on both sides of the matchup. Vampire going for the root. Can they get the kill with a Q? Not sure about it.
When's the next double up? Viper just about holds his line there and won't lead to anything more. No summon is burned there by Vampire or Gala. I wonder whether a flash might be used. Wasn't. And Viper knows the margins well enough. 10 CS lead now to Gala, who also picked up that kill. Good work from them in the bot lane.
Bin also 10 CS up on Xiaoshu. Now, as we've been saying in that first game as well, the problem in this top lane is not that Xiaoshu is a bad player. The problem is that Xiaoshu is uniquely countered by Bin in just a nameplate to nameplate. Bin has Xiaoshu's number. Now, Knight's doing a great job versus Honky. As we said, split one of the year. I heard so many people talking about how Honky was the guy to beat Knight. He was holding him to account. He was the player that could beat Knight in the 1v1. That lasted about one split in regular season. Playoffs came around. people started being quieter about that. First stand came around and you heard much less voices on that. Now a couple of extra series apart. Knight has been really dunking on it. Vampire does have the flash.
There we go. There's the tether. The mantra Q comes on down, but there's a miasma, and that means they're all trapped in. The flashes over the wall will get them out to safety, but Vampire and Junja down some key summoners. Shun blows his as well.
Interestingly too, Shun has actually been put down a lot of CS because we were focused so much on the lanes. I didn't actually track what was happening from the actual Scuttle Crab situation beyond that, but Shun obviously lost a fair amount of CS in the jungle matchup, which is a bit concerning. Shun Zhao, legendary though it is, cannot afford to be playing this game from behind. If he is burst out as the first target into the play, BLG will be lacking a very important part of their composition.
I think partly what it is that I think he was looking for some plays and reset times. He's got most of his jungle still to clear. Bin's just had the flash there. Xiaoshu also forced it, but
yeah,
play was secured.
Basically, the Dominus, last tick of it, took out tower aggro. So Bin wasn't expecting that. He was shoved back into tower, and Xiaoshu ended up getting good value out of that. Flash for flash. Bin, a bit of a reality check there, we'll say. Ended up using the ultimate to clear the wave. That's what he did, trying to keep himself very ahead on this matchup. He's doing very well so far.
Yeah, does survive. Of course, Flash to Flash isn't the end of the world there. We'll go back, Steel Caps and Cull, which is a pretty good back for the Renekton in this matchup on off Vision. Junja and Vampire and Gala all in the river early on.
Okay, on. Checking this going down. Just get a Q off of them. Do they look for the fight? This is the... I don't think you... Mate, there's a level 6 Vi off of that Scuttle Crab. Not sure about that on. That's quite dangerous.
He had the Xin Zhao behind him,
I'm
so
aware,
I think it's probably okay.
If you get queued into ult, it's just still death. It does end up holding his nerve. It's fine for now. Choose not to pull the trigger.
Viper's now in danger. Those are going to look for him. Force the flash out of the misfortune. Didn't want to go any further because, of course, there would have been a battle dance into Grand Entrance combo with the exhaust. I think that would have made Junja without the flash his life pretty hard. So
yeah, JDG are playing really well around pushing bot lane and the Vi. Now, initially, I thought the level 1 was going to scupper that plan because Gala and Vampire did mess around with that a little bit too much. Flash forward.
The exhaust, and now they make it rain. They've gone way too deep. The wind becomes lightning. Shun waiting around. They can still look to cease and desist on under the tower, though. Will likely mean the Junja falls. Gala trying to trade out well. They do kill off Viper, 2 for 1.
Okay, Summoner's blown on both sides. Junja goes down. The kill goes to the Xin Zhao, but the bot lane's getting out of control. Despite the poor level 1 from JDG, Junja's presence around bot lane and just the nature of the ever push of the Karma Civet has really hurt BLG, and I don't think they've responded particularly effectively through jungle just yet. They needed that kill in bot side, but again, it's in a losing play where Viper and On die, and now Gala making up for that last game where he was one of the core reasons for their defeat by now being 1,000 gold ahead at 7 minutes.
Yeah, he's kept both summoners as well, so he's going to be very happy to leverage this lead with little that can be done about it. And again, if there was a win condition later on for JDG to match that Cassiopeia scaling, it would be the Sivir at 3 items. It's a talking point for a very, very long time. A little note as well, guys, while I'm talking about it, we're on 999 followers, one away.
Well, there's 10,000 besides that too.
Yeah, importantly, but we're on 999, which means one more would tick us over to that 1,000 marker and 11 overall. So please do hit that follow button if you haven't already.
All right, Gala. Very, very strong going.
Hey!
There we go, Nikki. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Nikki, for being our 11,000th follower. We've been streaming here for a number of years. A lot of it's been LPL. We do some bits and pieces outside of that too, but really appreciate you there. As Onky getting some help from Vampire to push in this wave. Of course, Knights is going to be the real threat from BLG. If he gets shut down in the team fight, I don't think Viper can carry from this position right now, especially not right now, right? Robs and Dragon are available. We're waiting for the first big grouped up fight of the game. Viper does have the bullet time. Vampire does not have flash, so needs to be a little careful there. Shield from the Rakan ended up tanking up the Mantra Q quite well. Dominus popped by Bin. He's going for a heavier trade.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a look on that trade there. Also keep your eyes on the bot side river. Dragon's being started. Shun will be able to catch him in that CSP, picks up that blue side quadrant. It has just been a bit of a timing thing rather than necessarily a camp denial thing. I think Shun was looking for some plays elsewhere, which is such slowed down his clear slightly. He'll still be down a little CS, and of course did drop another Scuttle Crab there. That will be a difference in the CS markers. I don't think there's been any necessarily camp stolen away outside of those sort of neutral Scuttle Grab takes.
Well, yeah, Junja's on his Krugs as well. Not going for an early Dragon to JDG. They want to keep Junja ahead. Now, the difference between JDG from the rest of the year to now this playoffs run is JDG for so much of the year. Hang on, they're trying to jump onto Viper, flashing forward for the root. Here comes Rakan.
Well, the time comes now because, of course, the root won't interrupt that. We'll be able to back away. The On the Hunt is propped as well, so ult for ult, but it will mean that Viper, rather, can't clear the wave. I keep saying Vampire and Viper as their opposite numbers.
The Vs. I mean, Vampire Vampire uses the flash for that, but it buys an extra wave of CS advantage. The Viper's still not happy about this. Is it a bit of a harsh investment? I mean, I guess so, but I think it's actually fine here from Vampire to say, well, I'm not going to, you know, I want to make sure this bot lane is completely out of control. It means you can't clear the cannon wave. You're absolutely right. He's going to walk up to the wave anyway, though, so I suppose in that case, now with the wave actually being cleared, it means it's a flash for like 1 minion. So that feels less good for Vampire.
Yeah, not so much fun. It will earn them a dragon as well, probably. And of course, they did get a plate, so it's not like it came with absolutely nothing. Shun trades on the other side for the grubs. And again, for all of the attention that Jun just put bot, it's isolated the solo lanes. And Knight and Bin have been leveraging that very well on their own.
Yeah, and again, it does bear repeating. The narrative around JDG versus BLG for a lot of the early part of the year was, well, actually, Hongq can beat Knight in the 1v1. And I think that was a huge part of their plan for them in Split 1. I don't think that's lasted beyond that, though. Knight in Split 2 has been on legendary form. Knight, you know, despite the loss to WE, I still think he is the best player in the world. Now, I think that in that series against WE, Knight on the whole was still excellent. Yeah, he was caught out a little bit more, for sure he was, and WE came in with a great plan, but I still think that you walk up against BLG, you're still expecting to face up against the best player in the LPL, if not the world. And Hongq, in both these games so far, despite getting quite a lot of resources to help him in his lane, has been struggling to keep him at bay.
We'll note there from the observers, they're showing the vision in the river right now, one over by the blue buff as well. I don't think that was stolen away because I think Shun cleared out earlier, but it does mean they have got potential TP angles. Good chunk there onto Hongq. They are going to jump on the Knight, but he just petrifying gaze his way through a fair amount of this CC chain. Shun's coming on over. They're going to try and save Knight out. The flash away. Junja goes under the turret and dies. It's so close, but now there's a flash for 3 talent strike knock up. Hongq getting slowed down. The wind becomes lightning, forces a flash from the Ahri.
When Knight chooses not to flash that play early, you think something's going on in his brain. For it to be that clean a calculation, though, that is just unfair. Knight walks away with 1,000 gold lead now after giving a kill over to Shun onto Junja. That is crucial because the bot lane in this game is getting railed. BLG are not enjoying this bot lane, of course the jungle scenario there too. Jumping now onto Gala, spell shields away.
And they go looking for a little bit of something. Won't find too much in the turnaround with the Boomerang Blade. It's good. Of course, On doesn't have the quickness yet. When that does come in, Gala has a harder time because assuming the Grand Entrance hits, you won't be able to spell shield the follow-up. Have a look at the replay again because JDG understandably think, well, maybe we've got an angle here after that charm.
But the bone plating comes through and the Q goes wide. So while Hongq keeps jazzing forward, a lot of his damage is down. He chooses not to flash. Flashes the back end of the Q, gets himself one last tick of damage there from his poison as Shun gets the last auto attack. And it means that Ahri doesn't get the reset to get the extra ult charge or the HP, has to flash away from the Xin Zhao. Great outplay by Shun and Knight.
Yeah, and that really hurts because if there was a win condition for BLG, it will be this Cassiopeia being pretty deadly. And Sivir does unfortunately play relatively close to Cassiopeia's active range, gets a bit spicy. Steal away on the Gromp. But I think they might still look to play this as Knight's roaming on down. Won't find everything they're looking for, and another plate goes down in this bot lane. 2,000 gold lead to the Sivir is a bit of a win condition for JDG in its own right.
Yeah, I think Viper's about to tick over to his bot lane roll quest, charm over the wall. Hongq needs to be hitting those kind of things, but the problem is now you see he's got a lot of HP from the Rod of Ages. It says a lot this game, Sam, that Knight doesn't feel like he needs to go for the the upgraded Merc Treads. He can go for the Swiftness Boots instead. That is really something. Ult from Junja coming up in 5 seconds.
I think On might need to flash. They'll take down the wave with the bullet time and hold on for now. You know, credit, this is going to sound really weird, but I think BLG's bot lane, considering the amount of pressure, have done a fairly decent job of not going down without a fight. Xiaoshu is going to flash there from the miasma. On got level 6, and Vampire doesn't have the flash.
There must have been a vision play, because Junja didn't end up walking around to help him in the jungle now. Shun does have his ultimate. He might have to use it quite early here. Hongq's on his way over.
On's also here. I don't think it's quite that simple. They can look to jump onto the Rakan, who does have a potential way to get over the wall. Does battle down out, but still goes down as Gala with the ricochet. Still catches it. Bin's TP'd in. Viper's trying to hold with the barrier. Stays alive. Shun buys time with the Crescent Guard. The knock on a Gala. He's down. Hongq, no ult. In comes the Cassiopeia. The Vi, that's the name of that champion. Took me a second. Will get the Vault Breaker to get the kill back. Makes this a pretty even 2 for 2 as it stands. They need to be a bit careful though, as they might still find an angle here. Vampire has respawned and rejoined the play.
That could have gone so much worse for JDG, Sam. Getting the kill onto Shun, very important. He has 4 kills now. The Shun Zhao has come alive despite, a bit of a farm deficit. 400 gold ahead. Knight not really in the play until the very end of it. JDG just about survived on top lane. Xiaoshu teleported bot lane, as did Bin. Both top laners making their way to the occasion. Gold is dead even. Bot lane advantage for JDG, top side advantage for BLG. Ginger spot on his red buff and on, quickly revealing himself to the Vipe.
Be a bit careful here. We'll have a Cassiopeia to dash too, and I think with the Petrifying Gaze still available, they really don't want to face check that bush, so On gets to back away. Troll my poll, by the way, clearly a Fizme. Thank you for being the 11,001st follower. We'll have a look at the replays. It's just a face check into the quickness that is Vampire's death.
Not great from Vampire. Thought he was safe with Junja around, ends up dying very quickly. This would have been a very dominant play for them, I think, with, you know, Cassiopeia teleporting to the other side of the map. Bin teleports in, seeing that this is going to go pretty nasty pretty quickly. It's a good play onto On, who ends up getting cancelled out of his E. The last auto attack takes him down from Gala, which was already in flight. Gala getting so fed now. Honky tried to flash for the, or like ult to the side to get the Q return. Not quite enough damage though. And Honky once again kind of struggling to snowball on the Ahri. The individual lane not going great. The way that Ahri tends to beat these mages by making plays outside of them. It's not been enough though.
Down nearly 30 CS, the kills, all that kind of stuff is pretty tricky. JDG was shoved mid, but BLG in the river first. Bin and Viper could look to join.
13,000th kill for BLG as an organization here in the LPL over history as well. Now, do BLG fight for this heavily? We shall see. Shin, 2,000 kills for himself too, an incredible milestone. Will he get any more in the fight incoming? We shall see.
He's going to look to go forward, dashes in, has got the win, becomes lightning across everyone, the Petrifying Gaze, trying to get through the wall, can't quite do it! The all-out comes on in, Xin Zhao wins the smite fight. Chunja on the backline does bring down Shun, no more kills for him. On also left low, gets pulled by the Endova strike. The bullet time is decent, but they managed to get beyond the triangle of the code, and JDG all rampaging through the fight. Huge snowball, BLG find nothing.
They get themselves the dragon, and that's it. It is a dragon for 5 members of BLG. JDG get a huge play around the second dragon. Shun gets a good entrance into the play, but after that, it really was Junja and Honky rolling through the fight, and now the Ahri has even gold. Gets themselves every single Ultimate Hunter stack available to them, and BLG are 3,000 gold behind. That is the fight that JDG were looking for. They burst into life.
We'll have a look exact replay because I have no doubt it's coming, but Gala as well picks up 2. The Sivir is now critically online and was basically untouched because it looked like a decent start to BLG, but they can't kill Xiaoshu and the rest of the team just keeps fighting.
I mean, it's not a bad entrance from Shun. The miasma I thought was going to be the difference maker, and then Shun walks too far and BLG are committed to the fight. The reset starts to come through. Xiaoshu goes all out, and the bullet time not really good enough either. It's a very good play from Honky, who gets himself a Q onto both targets both ways. Charm held after. Great play from the Ahri, and now suddenly this goes from 0 to 100. JDG are in a winning position.
Yeah, the flash Q as well was huge. Manages to get on top of a couple members as they're on the retreat. Also got a bit split off. They have full scent at the Cassante, don't kill him, and that leaves Shun out to dry. And look how much damage Gala gets to do across that whole play.
The reason why they don't kill the Cassante is because he manages to just about get off the miasma in time. At the first part, thinking, well, okay, the miasma stops him from Wing or ulting out of the play. That was the plan. Couldn't keep him on there for long enough now. Now BLG have to play from behind. Group up towards the top side, BLG. Think there's someone there. Honky, does he spot the brush?
They've all left. They've all left.
Okay.
Vision play was baiting us a little bit. They're going to try and play for this top tier 1. 4,000 or so goldie. The miasma is good. In comes the quickness. That's pretty solid onto Jones, but can they kill him off in time? They probably can now that he was charmed back towards the play, because of course Rakan forced you to come look at him.
Exactly.
And the Cassiopeia compress are to follow.
Excellent. But if you ever get within range of the Cassiopeia miasma and there's someone else to CC you, you're pretty much dead. The poison permanently active. Drag back in towards that Petrifying Gaze, as you noted. Knight gets himself a kill. Can't forget, of course, yes, Ahri is now at a point where she has gold, but Knight is still terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like Knight has been denied it or bereft of that important economic substance. Better way of phrasing that. But anyway, it's done now. I've picked some weird words. Have fun with it, guys.
I'm enjoying his verbosity in this game.
Indeed. Eloquence, my friend, eloquence.
Christian gets himself bot Scuttle Crab. All of the gold lead is now on Gala. Now, if BLG take fights away from him, much like JDG were taking it away from Knight earlier on, or of course kill the Sivir, game takes a very different tone. Can BLG do that though? JDG, great fight around the dragon. Can they transfer that into a winning game?
Local bra moment. I see that comment. I won't read it out loud, but know that I laughed.
Yeah. Hey, Medusa had the right of it, I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, alright, so, BLG. What's the plan now? Because I like framing discussions from teams which are behind on the whole, because typically when you're ahead, like, you just try and play around your fed members, try and get farmed. You know, you have the control of the map, so it's more interesting in some ways trying to theorycraft what the team from behind can do. The miasma is the key portion here. If you can CC anyone into the miasma, that's very, very good for you. Shun can survive a very long time, and the Civic can struggle to get damage onto the Shins out while he's in his ult. Gala really needs to be careful. Last game, he was in a good spot with that Ezreal, and he couldn't see it out. Made a couple of crucial errors versus the Bard. Can BLG pick him off again, or do they just choose to move away from him and stop the Sivir being a factor?
Yeah, and it is kind of showing, right? Because again, I don't really want to put too much on Viper, because I don't really know what more the Misfortune can do from the laning phase, really, with the amount of attention that's put down. I think they did an okay job, maybe some minor mechanical misplays, but you are looking to go well above and beyond to get away with some of the pressure that went down bot lane. But what that has led to, along with Gala picking up a number of those kills in those team fights and from that bot lane, is a significant item discrepancy in the bot lane. We're not at a second item yet for the Misfortune. We're nearly at 3 for the Sivir. Xiaoshu potentially at threat, but I don't know how simple it would be to bring down a Cassante in good order, so I really don't think this is going to lead to too much. We might see whether someone overplays it, but Herald's now going to get dropped bot and or rather mid, and again, a lot of the BLG members we just saw top lane.
Viper just picked up his second item, can use an ultimate to wave clear a bit if necessary. Does he choose to here, trying to walk up, threaten double up, Shun threatening the overpush as well. Does break the spell shield onto Gala. Does he look for anything more? Well, Bin is around. Loses a lot of HP to Honku, though.
The reason is because there's a dragon that's spawning Dominus, and Bin, that's just not it, mate. What are we doing? He will likely slide away for a second or two longer. The Orb of Deception is flashed away from. Q just wide, but a smite and a relentless force will get the kill. Xiaoshu now body blocking, looking to drag someone else out of the play. The all-out drag through the wall, but Shun flashes it! But the Petrifying Gaze is well cleansed off by a Mikhail's Captain Jack by his support. JDG still playing. Shouts with another Adobo straight on the one. Viper caught by the charm, and the snake defanged. Ironic, because they've still got the Cassiopeia who's desperate to hold on, and she will live, but BLG are being out-team fought back-to-back.
Bin caught out on the flank. He's not tanky enough, and they can't confirm the kill onto Gala, who gets away from the play. Knight very nearly DPS Junja down. Can't get that. I mean, what does he do now? Does he have to walk up and look for something? He's probably going to die for the attempt, but what else can he do?
Sees the charm there, and they're going to have to back away from it. That puts the gold lead well out of reach of BLG. You have to imagine they've already got themselves a little bit of gold to work with to put a minor point on it. We'll have a look at this replay, because Ben is caught out on that flank.
Yeah, I think he just assumes he's tanky enough. Gets a charmed around the corner. Junja gets a full charge Q onto him as well. Full stacks up with W. The mid-jungle combo from JDG have made some crucial plays this game. It started with the bot lane laning phase, but really after that, it came to be through this mid-jungle around that dragon fight, and now in plays like this too. Shun does stack up his Q3. He does a decent job here. I wonder whether... I think there was a miscommunication. If the miasma goes on to Gala, maybe they kill him, and maybe they turn this around. Viper also just bluntly is not strong enough.
Yeah.
I think that him getting so far behind from the laning phase, partly because of the lack of cover from BLG, because once again, it felt like BLG did not answer very well on the bot side of the map to the bot lane pressure and Junja's path towards them, much like in Split 1, of course. And it means now that Vampire and Gala can just walk ahead through the map, and Viper can't really do that much about it. He's been on wave clear duty for the entire time.
Yeah, and there's not really that much you can do, because you really just need another item. Look, you've got the Lord Doms and all, but you need an Infinity. You're just not hurting anyone right now. And yes, the Cassiopeia can, but again, that Petrifying Clay is being cleansed away from by the Mikhails. The Spell Shield was used well as well. Like, you've got to kill this Sivir, and I just don't know how simple that's going to be, Alex.
It's really hard, isn't it? It's very hard. Now, BLG get themselves a top lane outer turret. There is a ward on the dragon here. Now, the silver lining for BLG is that there hasn't been a crazy... Well, they took one dragon beforehand. Then in the fight where they died 0 for 5, they did get the dragon at least. They got something out of that. It means that it's not going to be Mountain Salt at the next time of asking. They are, however, down 7,000 gold. Thank you so much for the sub, by the way, BWC. I really appreciate you. As BLG, I mean, they have to play for smoke and mirrors, but JDG are so good at responding. Might jump onto the Cassante here.
I don't know. He's level 16 with 2.5 items. Knight is strong. Maybe they could bring him down, but they've tried for the Cassante a number of times and fumbled.
Yeah, they're waiting just to see if someone oversteps. They're recalling now. I don't think the opportunity will present itself. They have to get him back in position to do something. They're teleporting in with the Renekton. They're walking down the lane. They're looking for a pincer.
They are going to try and make this play. Over comes Junja, known quantity. Shun will go on in himself. The Crescent Guard is well timed with the tether. On goes in. It's a decent amount of CC. Gala left very alone. Backing towards the drop. But Michael, the DPS check. He does go down. The bullet time is interrupted by a wonderful angle from Honkyu, who gets the Rocket Belt combo from Dreams. Out comes the triple kill for the Ahri. And sure, you lost your Sivir, but everyone else collapses as a quadra kill, in the words of Freak, for this wonderful Fox player.
Honkyu gets the quadra. An incredible response from JDG as their AD carry is engaged onto BLG. Were looking for the Hail Mary. Instead, they go home. In this game, at least, wanting... This will be an even series. We will get at least 4 games between JDG and BLG in the elimination game in the lower bracket.
They will not be able to end quite here by the looks of it. Still that little bit too early, but a superb team fight there still breaks down every turret outside of the base walls. They find themselves 10,000 gold or so up, and it's in some really important positions. The GA now for Gala. We'll have a look at the replay. BLG with that Hail Mary.
I think that Viper holds his ult too long again in this fight, because Gala is in just the worst spot. Viper, I think he has to open up with the ult. There's no flash on the Sivir. Don't go auto-attack for auto-attack. And it means that then you've lost too much HP. You give over the easy angle to Honkyu. I wonder whether they could have got the clean kill onto Gala and then look to play around the longer fight around the Cassiopeia. I'm not a big fan of how Viper's been ulting in the team fights this game, Sam. It's a great response from Honkyu. Does get onto him very well. But in terms of threading the needle, I wonder if there was a better angle for BLG.
Yeah, I think he was a bit worried about being close to the... Cassandra had the Q3 stack. I think Vio has having a Q come back up. I understand the hesitance, although I agree, I think an earlier bullet time would have been right, but I get that it's... Yeah. We might have just seen what happens. You do it and you get interrupted immediately anyway.
Did you think about the first dragon fight as well? And hang on a second, catch out Junja who's flying over the wall.
That's unfortunate. The bullet time is good this time, and they get the kill. That's actually potentially significant. Xiaoxu with the W, the all-out buys the time, but there's a Crescent Guard. Another bit of CC. They've gone too deep. Massive shutdowns coming on forwards. Alex has got his head in his hands. I don't blame him. This one gets a bit tricky. They will need to find some more with BLG. The charm just wide. No, it does catch onto the Renekton. They won't be able to chase anymore, but there's a turret in mid lane to catch.
Now, the problem for BLG, nothing to take. There's Gala is recalling in bot side jungle. They'll get themselves an objective bounty from mid lane. Okay, BLG, catch out Junja. I don't know what Junja was thinking there. Sam Q's over the wall into the miasma. Now, Knight's miasmas have been game-changing. They've been the most important skill for BLG to use aggressively. I mean, Junja flies over the wall. They have vision here, and I mean, what's the plan? I guess Knight just flies out of Fog of War using the home guards, has the swiftness boots as well. Full DPS checks him, and can't get out to safety. Bullet time does come at the right time this time. Leads to a big play, and Gala was out of position because they don't expect Junja to be caught there. They're trying to play on 2 lanes. Gala is in position to DPS.
I need to go back and watch, but I think Knight was hiding behind that little pillar in the base where they'd put the control ward down, and Junja was like, right, I need to go clear this control ward so we can see what's happening. Okay. And it's too far.
Put it this way, that's not so... Hang on, they're going to jump onto Bin. Bin is dead here. Bin is dead here, and that will lead to the mountain... Well, the Mountain Dragon going to JDG. He can't make it out of here with his E. Surely now.
Well, he's going to get a Dominus down for a second or two. I don't think Asante is going to be able to do that much to the damage necessarily, but Gala will still pick up the kill because he's not going to be able to all out and then realize it was off cooldown, so I had to change my
BLG really wants to get themselves a cross map. Now, it's not going to be the Soul. Baron and Dragon are up. BLG need to be careful of JDG on the aggression, though. They don't have the Vi ults. Perhaps Shun over the wall can do something. They don't have that Renekton front line. Can they catch people isolated away?
They wait for 30 seconds for the TP will be the next port call, I guess. Ignite onto Xiaoxu. It's Spellbook. That's why that's being done for the record, guys. Don't stress too much. On will have another summon. I'm not sure what it will be. It looks like the heal for the team might make sense.
Baron started now. JDG realized actually this is the bigger objective than the Dragon, which isn't the Soul. Xiaoxu looking for the Q3, misses it. Bin coming up in 10 seconds.
Look at TP. This Baron down at half HP, and they go. Shun the quickness after. Honkyu cleanses out, courtesy of that Mikhail from the Vampire. Has been really on it with that. It denies place the pick again.
It does mean that Honkyu is low HP, and now Renekton can TP, and this is still playable for BLG.
Pressing guard, Honkyu kind of down his ult right now, but Shun's been left real low as everyone got inside the Thunderdome and the bullet time. Zoned off Gala and Vampire, but did very limited damage. The damage is pretty good, though. Onto the Cassandra, they flashed in, though, with the footway, and they kill off Shun. He's traded back, but Junja with the GA, and the damage from everyone else is also better by Gaze. It gets another. They've still traded it back because of Gala's ricochets. Knight is trading Gala, though, with full HP and a GA will still be standing strong. Whether they can Baron off this is another matter.
I mean, they do have the Sivir for DPS, and there's no smite. I think it will still be the Baron, but credit on Knight for trying. Now, they do lose on early on into the fight, but getting the Mikhails and getting the Ahri ultimate out made it playable. You could see that. BLG managed to peel back around the Cassiopeia. Baron's going to go down. JDG will have another death push scenario where they try and get into the base and not fail it like the last time. You know, initially this play is fine from BLG. Even though On dies, it buys time for everyone to kind of come back in. The Mikhails is good. The Mikhails flash ends up saving Honkyu's life. If they get the clean kill there, obviously it's huge. Again, I wonder whether the bullet time should have been used at that point. Viper uses it just in a second now to try and zone off Gala from the top side. But I'm just not a big fan of how he's been using that ultimate, given the amount of damage which it is of Misfortune's kit. I think his ultimates have largely been really not that great. Shun, of course, ends up getting taken down by Gala, but Knight at least has enough damage to take down Honkyu and the GA of Junja.
Yeah, I get that with the Misfortune, you sometimes feel the need to hold the line and pick your moment well, but it just hasn't felt that impactful, has it? We've not seen those team fight changing ults, and I'm always a little nervous when there's a Misfortune in the game, and I've had this conversation with you a number of times, where if it feels like the Misfortune ult is an obligation to win a team fight, it becomes a bad time to play Misfortune because everyone else knows that too. I
think the problem is, when you fall behind on Misfortune, the only thing which does damage for you is your ultimate.
Yeah.
Your auto attacks don't do it. We saw Gala trying, well, him trying to go auto attack with Gala, which doesn't work out very well. I mean, Knight does have at least now the Leandries and the Void stuff. He has a ton of damage, but does he have the time to do it? Yeah. JDG have been doing a very good job of making sure that Gala is never really under threat. And they continue to do that. Viper walking up towards Junja. 2-lane push from JDG. But this time, Junja not flying into the base.
Yeah, and again, we have at least got 4 items on the Misfortune now. The problem is, the other side is there's a level up and a 5-item Sivir, who is just horrifyingly strong. And Viper's not being able to complete the boots because, understandably, he's behind on one of those items. A little bit of a CC chain there onto Junja. Won't be able to do too much more. Again, their GA has been broken after that last fight, so that's on there. They're going to jump onto the Renekton, but they do get jumped off on Hongju, the Petrifying Gaze, but there's a stopwatch by so much time, and all the while Xiaoshu zones off both carries. Hongju gets to run at everyone. He's been jumped on again, but will not die. The charm is wide, but Knight is trapped under his own turret. Will try and clear out this way, but Junja flash Q. Knight will not survive the combo from the Vi. Auto E, and the game is over.
Another excellent Mikhails from Vampire allows the stasis to come through. JDG will bring us to even 1-1. BLG found themselves in an early lead, lost it around a dragon fight, and JDG took the wheel from there.
They so did, and then the team fights kept rolling, and Gala ends 11-2. The Civic got fed and delivered in the most important of matches. We go to an even state of affairs. We get at least 2 more games, and this elimination series continues to deliver.
BLG not able to close out the solo lane advantage they had on and very early on in that game there. JDG, great play through, you know, the lane dominance of bot lane, but crucially as well, the mid lane jungle synergy and the playmaking they had after. Honkyu, probably player of the game, maybe Gala, one of the two. I think actually Vampire had a very solid game on the Karma as well. Had some great Mikhails there. But BLG, that dragon fight, that second one, really ended up killing the game for them. I think they didn't need to play that fight. I thought their solo laners were doing fine. I think that the misjudgment in that fight cost them the entire game, Sam.
It did, and you know, consider that BLG actually had, yes, they were low percentage plays, and On's ADA will show that, but bluntly, I think Shun and On, considering they were down 10,000 gold, the play to try and get onto key carries like Gala, like Honkyu made sense, and they managed to get a few kills and a couple almost team fights there. Imagine if they were doing that from not 10k behind.
And that's the thing, right? Knight is so good, he made that game playable. That Cassiopeia was untouched in the grand majority of those team fights and still doing damage. He managed to take down Honkyu in that top lane play and Junja's GA. Very close to him working his way into a good situation. Again, It felt like the CC chains were almost there. Personally, I think that Viper had a bad game. I think, no, yes, you can't blame him entirely for how the bot lane snowballed against them, but I can blame him for his use of ultimates in the big fights, where realistically, if he'd ulted the Cassante at that second dragon fight, if he'd ulted in a slightly different position in that top lane fight, perhaps he would have had a better time of things in the team fights.
Here's a look at the meta traps as they're putting it on the LPL stream. That's Cassiopeia, Yunara, and Ambessa, who are on some fairly poor win rates, it must be said. 1-4 for the Yunara, 2-9 for the Ambessa, and 0-7 in playoffs for the Cassiopeia. I will say, I think the Cassiopeia wasn't the problem this game, but maybe then there's conversations about, okay, but what draft have you built around it? That was a first pick Cassiopeia that still gave up the RE Vi that became really problematic as the game did go on.
Crazy damage numbers from Gala. I'm going to go on a quick break. We're going to go on an ad break as well, folks, so we can make sure that we don't have ads in the next game. I'm going to go just take a step away. What's up?
Go for it. I was going to say, before we press that ad button, if you don't want to see them, guys, you know what you can do to avoid adverts? Any idea, Alex?
I've heard of this legendary thing called a Twitch Prime.
Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever seen one of those. So I'm a real visual learner. So if anyone wants to show me what a Twitch Prime looks like, exists even, then please do. And I hear that if you were to do that or subscribe in a normal way, you would avoid the adverts. Incredible. There's also a coffee link. There is also Opera GX, who is our sponsor for the month. That's a free way of supporting us, by the way, guys. It's 10 seconds of your time. We're in break anyway, so if you want to come and help us out without paying any money to the calls, you can still help us out and earn us some money by clicking on the link that is in chat and donating over that way. It's also a very cool browser, for the record. Genuinely great browser, so give it a look. And if you decide, hey, it's not for me, you can delete it. It'll be Gala who gets MVP, 96% KP, 29% damage percent. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Great game from him. How did JDG win? Really good snowball through bot lane that kind of got Gala enough of a lead that when they turned up to the team fights around the Dragon, where it was a bit more even, after Knight and Bin had gotten a decent lane lead, they just out-team fought. And a couple really massive team fights back-to-back, and JDG an insurmountable lead, basically. Think Knight is the best mid in the world right now. I think I'd agree with that one. 8 out of 8 votes for Gala here, though. Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Played well. We'll stick the camera on as Steph Curry has signed a deal with Li-Ning, who are the guys who make a lot of the what's the word I'm looking for here? Merch, like a lot of like the jerseys and trainers and stuff. They do all of that as well. Basically. Ooh. Forgive me while I do some gaming in the background. But yeah, better team fights overall, basically, from JDG. Is the way that worked out. Oh, welcome back. So I might just go grab a glass of water.
All good.
Whoop.
Okay, let me do some open comparison. Did I change the audio over? I think I did, didn't I? Yes, cool. Alrighty. Let's whack this thing back up again. We're on endless mode now? I think we're on endless mode. I am looking at the wrong thing. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. Cool. Where was I at? I was doing Elven spam. Yeah, that was it. We got 2 of them. Do I want to level up? No, I guess I just gotta roll for stuff. Oh, that's really good. Oh, I need that. I really need that. Oh, I didn't realize that notifications would pop up. Let's sell. Can I sell enough stuff? I can sell enough stuff. That's really important. Do that. I guess that would normally be pretty good, but I can't use it this run really. I guess I use this. I wanted that, and let's move this to there. Cool. Alright, and then I hope we don't just hideously die, which we might do, to be fair. We never found a third one of these, which is crazy. We have like a 15, like... Oh, did I switch out the wrong shield? I think I switched out the wrong shield. I did. Oh, that's annoying. Well, whatever. I switched out the wrong shield. That's bad. Okay, whatever. Hey, lineman, great to see you. I got Poison Bill again. I just level up. We level up and hope for the best. They beat us because they got the club spam. Clubs are better at early level, so we lose this. Yeah, well. I definitely want that. Although it would have been nice. This isn't Elven, sadly. And my favorite team are a mess and ran it down 8th in EU. Are you doing out CM15 like the rest of us? I haven't even begun prepping for CM15. I had a really good day on CM14 though. I went 4 across all of my tickets, so I went 4, 4, 4, 4. I did proper gin numbers. That was kind of crazy. So that's not off. No, it's not great for this actually. Ooh, you know what? Because I've got the gold for it, I will do this. I wouldn't normally do this, but this is fine. Now if I get the Elven multicast item, we're very, very happy. Oh, decided to bench a rookie top who they put on weak side. Oh wait, Fnatic? Yeah, fair. Yeah, I don't know. I think Fnatic are obviously kind of doomed, but like it's somewhat complex, I suppose. Do we just lose to this? Oh, that's a shame. We are not poisoning enough yet. We'll go for this again. Why not? Want that. I guess I put everything on this. Do I want any of these things? No. Oh, I should have taken the debuffs and put it onto the which item? That would have been better. If you aren't aware, the card that drops on the second day of the 15 is going to invalidate all aces made without it. Are you kidding me? Wait, really? Wait, hang on. What's being? Is it Agnes Tachyon or is it Smaru? I think after seeing the trailer for Final Fantasy VII Revelation last night, I'm gonna replay Revelation and Rebirth. It's a very good game. I don't blame you. Ooh, that might be useful.
Hello there.
Howdy.
I'm very excited for the 7 remake.
Yeah, it should be really slick.
It was also because obviously Maximilian Dude got Amaguchi-san to come on his stream just after Game Award.
So apparently, by the way, Sephiroth has been recast.
Yeah,
so Travis Willingham is the voice actor now.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, but basically, I mean, I know some people didn't like Sephiroth's voice in the first 2 games, but then he's had, what, like 3 different VAs now?
Yeah, I think also so it wasn't because of lack of... like, it wasn't because Square like doubted his skills or whatever. No, I think it was a scheduling difficulties basically.
Yeah,
which was a big thing. Sam, I got 1k elo in Blitz. Is that enough to climb to plat this season? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Blitz is a champion that is somewhat elo agnostic, as long as you are good with your hooks. The key as you get higher though is learning when not to press Q, because you often have more threat as long as you have Schrodinger's hook. Until that quantum superposition has collapsed, the hook has landed and not landed simultaneously. So that's the play, right? Just hold the hook as long as you can and play with vision. If you want to get good at Blitzcrank, roam timings will matter.
Sam, Blitz chess.
Oh, Blitz chess?
Yeah. When you say Blitz, I mean, when you're in a league stream and you say Blitz, I mean, just be aware that it will mean certain things, you know?
A platinum, I'm sorry, genuinely thought.
Oh, this is actually better than this.
This is like, you know that Shocks quote where she's asking, you know, what resolution do you make any resolutions? Like, oh no, I always keep with 166 hertz. Which is just...
Or like 4040p.
Yeah, 4040p, 166 hertz. Yeah. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I still believe you can make it. Purely because I need to recover from that minor embarrassing moment.
Look, I play a bit of chess, but not a huge amount. This actually doesn't make that much difference. We do this. This. Oh, nice. And that means that now I can dump this, actually, if I need to. Anything else we're supposed to hear?
Oops. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's funny,
it's fine.
Sam. It's funny. Can you tell me about which of the teams is more likely to win? I mean, we've seen it go 1-1. I think BLG are at the advantage, but they are not infallible by any means. They are definitely a team which has some flaws. Particularly, we've seen them, you know, in game 1, it's too loud. They really did end up picking very good fights in the first game, but in the second game, JDG were much better at that themselves. I will say, though, I do think that on the whole, BLG have been the ones choosing the battlegrounds, and that may come back to bite JDG. Now, JDG played through bot lane. Now, they kind of went back to the well a little bit. Bot lane pressure, early jungle dominance. That's how they...
That's how they ended success earlier in the year as well, right? So, yeah, it makes sense.
That's exactly what I just said.
No, exactly. I know, because you went back to the World Cup. I was like, I agree. I was like, it was good.
Yes, exactly. That's what they were doing earlier in the year. Yeah. You know, bot lane dominance, Junger ahead in the jungle matchup. That's how they won earlier in the year. Now, BLG, I don't think they responded very well in either game, really, to bot lane dominance in particular. That's what I was going to finish that off with.
Just agreeing and getting involved.
Yeah. Just because I hadn't finished, because like you agree with what? Responding to. I was just wondering if we were on the same page with that, because I don't think they specifically responded very well to the bot lane pressure, which isn't put out both in lane and by Junger's attention there. They've not covered Viper very well.
Yes. I would also say that I've not across both these games. I'm going to track it in game 3 as well. I've really not liked BLG's vision setup in River, because I think they've given up, particularly that mid lane line bush and the banana bush, quite heavily. They've looked for the recontest, and they've done it okay. Game 1 they did it particularly well, because obviously they managed to find their way down through that kind of bot lane angle. But I think with bot lane falling behind so much, their alt angle into the river through that kind of bot lane tri-brush wasn't really available to them. And again, the fight that they lost in the river was through that kind of that choke point that they were trying to force their way through. And that's a couple games where game 1 they could do it because they had the Scion, and even then I think they made it more difficult for themselves than they had to. And hey, it cost them Ocean Soul, remember guys. And that, especially if they are going to go in towards these team fight angles, could cost them if they play that like that. Again, in this game 3. Again, we are into an even state of affairs. The Nocturne and the Olaf banned out in game 1. JDG will be given first pick and BLG choosing counter pick. That seems to be the poison of choice.
Yeah, BLG choosing first pick here. JDG will have counter pick, so BLG choosing that first pick. Banning away that Olaf. Really think the Jace starts to come into priority here.
Also crazy that despite the first pick being JDG's, they're still banning the Ori and the Rumble.
BLG have first pick.
Oh, I looked at the arrow. I looked at the arrow, my bad, and I can still be looking for BLG.
Sorry, I tried to gently push you that way.
I think I got a little baited. I saw the arrow, thought it was JDG with the first pick, and with BLG having the choice, that's my bad.
We've talked about it a lot in the drafts anyway, but BLG choose the first pick, and JDG been happy to counter pick on the other side.
I thought it was they were banning Ori Rumble on first pick.
with the Cassiopeia banned away, taken away from that last game, the Rise is a lot happier now. Oh my god, we might see something different here, because the Rise is locked in, and of course, that's very powerful for them. Do they think about a Cogmore and something else? Is it Coglulu? We get a Coglulu. Now, the first 2 games, BLG have left Viper to the Wolves. They give him the Cogmore and say, well, you are now the puppy. This is the LPL Classic. Protect the puppy. Of course, the Rocks Tigers, of course, were very famous for that back in 2015 and 16. The Juggermore, Coglulu locked in.
I've been hearing rumors of this return. I feel like someone's been playing it, but I might just be off scrim rumors and stuff, and I might not have been seeing too much real play. So apologizing. We've
seen a couple of games of it in general across top regions.
Okay.
I seem to remember G2 playing a game of it. Ruler played of it. We've seen it a couple of times here in the LPL. Assume played it, right?
That's right.
And it's been played a couple of times in mid lane as well. So it's been changing hands a few different times.
Cool. So here and there, glad to see it isn't just my memory failing me there. Worth noting the Onivia into the Rise. Also pretty good into the Cog and the Lulu because even if you're miles away, if you get caught on the wrong side of that wall, you are still a Cogmore with no dashes, right? You are very vulnerable to terrain-based lockdown. The Trundle band away suggests they are looking for a tank, and also Pillar is another bit of terrain that the Cogmore hates dealing with.
Yeah, although, I mean, I think Xiaoxi is pretty happy to lock in something like an Ornn or something now, right? Have the Ornn with the Onivia, if you have a safe lane for it. The Jace is banned away, no surprises there. I think JDG might ban away Gnar or Vayne. Either one will be a problem. There's too many top laners they have to ban away here, actually. I mean, look, Cogmore is going to be really long range, and if they win lane, then the Lucian Melia feels really quite crap. Obviously, that's not great for them. The Gnar is banned away, the Vayne is still available for BLG, and Vayne with a Lulu is quite scary, but doesn't bring the same kind of teamfight lockdown that a Gnar does.
No, and there's a world where BLG ban it here themselves, so they can find a tank matchup for their own right, because I think there is a risk where Bin is forced to blind pick, and then we end up in a scenario where Xiaoxu looks to the Vayne himself, and I think the Vayne with Emilio, and you've already got the Lucian, would also be a fairly dangerous combination in its own right.
Poppy banned away from Junja, so wanting to take away another kind of early, kind of like Jackling jungler, to borrow a term from rugby. In terms of just those kind of champions which are just annoying. They have that ability to scuff up your plans a little bit.
Contest the ruck.
Exactly. Yeah, just in the mess of things, a wall stun, a pillar, makes things really annoying. The Ambessa would be really good lockdown to get on top of the Cogmore. It would be a blind pick Ambessa though, and that does worry me a little bit.
Can be flex jungle. Worth noting again, 2-9 in playoffs right now. We did have that little meta read saying, hey, the Ambessas and the Cassiopeias haven't been doing so hot in playoffs. Might be a question about who's been getting them and whether that is kind of fake data or not. But still, the statistics beginning to add up, and it's not looking that pretty. Shun thinking about a Lee Sin here. It's good with the Rise because Rise is very good setup for your early snowball junglers. For all that Rise is the scaling champion, his just lockdown being point and click is very potent, and that gives you more ability to start messing with things. A Kennen would be a fun pick.
The Lee Sin with the Rise as well is nasty, and then suddenly if you have, you know, the Kennen or something like that in top lane, you have very good mixed damage and lockdown. We did talk about the Vayne already, and the Ambessa blind pick potentially being quite dangerous, and the Vayne is locked in. Not going to be the Kennen, or in some ways I might have preferred the Kennen, but into the Milio, perhaps different. Thinking now about potentially putting the Ambessa into the jungle. So the Ambessa was held as that flex pick, and now it's the Jax for Xiaoxu. Now, the Jax, good with the counter-strike into double auto-attack as the Vayne and the Cogmore, but Vayne into Jax,
It's a pretty fun matchup. This one's actually quite contested. You can condemn the Jax away, but it's quite hard to get a clean condemn and deny the full Counter-Strike value.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple times, and it feels like good Vaynes are really, really good at just saying, the moment you Counter-Strike, I'm just going to hold on the W, and it becomes very challenging for Jax to get good trades. Of course, you're safer than a lot of melee options, and eventually you are still a Jax into a squish.
Yeah. So we have a volatile top lane matchup going to an ad break so we don't get ads in the game itself. So thanks for supporting us. If you don't want ads, drop a Twitch Prime. Makes a big difference to us. It helps us keep this stream alive as well. BLG have a Cogmore Lulu, but they also have a Vayne. Where are they going to put resources on this map, Sam? They have a Vayne into a Jax, which is a scary matchup at points. They have a Cog Lulu, which needs to be online as well. This bot lane needs to be ahead of the game. JDG, they have Ambessa lockdown. They have the Onivia into the rise as well. It's a good lane matchup in mid lane for Honky. The first time this mid lane, this series, really. JDG perhaps getting under the skin a little bit of BLG, although I do like the peak of this team from BLG if they get out of these difficult matchups and this resource allocation issue.
And we'll see how it works, because again, conversation we've had about carry tops before is one of the ways you can make a carry top work is draw the eye of Sauron. You pull attention towards that bot lane, and the Vayne is given the 1v1 she craves. Also, you can play towards the Vayne. Thank you for that sub, Wallman. Appreciate you for coming on in. Again, we are pushing for Partner Plus. Speaking of drawing the eye of Sauron, we are looking to tempt you all with the great rings of power named, you know, avoiding adverts. That's a pretty great ring of power, guys. I'm just saying. Is complete. It's a pretty full arena today. Can't blame them. It'll be the exhaust on Bin. Makes sense into the Ambessa and the Jax. Both melee champions you want to dive away from. Want to deal with some of their burst as well. Didn't see anything super spicy there. Have you got a call there?
Yeah, I did see something spicy, which is the fact that JDG wasted both of their wards at level 1 because Vampire mistimed the sweeper duration, put it down, and the last auto attack from Cogmore just about got that away out of that brush. So both bot lane wards were used into that brush, and it means that Viper and On are going to have an easier time. The level 1's actually been going fine for Viper and On. Even last game, it went quite well for them. Problem has been about the jungle priority towards that lane afterwards. Luckily for BLG this time, I don't think it's nearly as easy for an Ambessa to influence this lane as something like a Vi in the last one.
Yeah, and again, they went for a somewhat risky lane in the Misfortune and the Rakan into the ultimate shoving lane of a Civic Armor. Like, the level 1 was fine, but eventually Civic Armor just does what Civic Armor does.
The thing is, I actually thought the lane wasn't risky. The problem, in some ways, right? Because it's like, actually, Misfortune Rakan is a good laning lane. You can survive that lane. The problem was the 3v2s beyond that point. Shun going into enemy bot side. Lee Sin can beat the Ambessa quite handily here. There's red buff on... Sorry, there's no red buff on either jungler right now.
There's the ward. They'll see the Krugs. Shun's going to come on over. Vampire's also here with the Milio. Level 2 for both bot lanes. The Sonic Wave lands. Junge is going to be forced very low, and that's really bad news for the Ambessa. Who just got a cunning swipe for Sundering Slam, looking to fight over the Krugs, but I think Shun should pick that up. That's a pretty low health bar. Ambessa now. Vampire's in danger. Has to heal to back away. That's so much damage on the spot. Lulu flashing, forces a flash in response.
Yeah, On looked for the flash, picks Glitter Lance, which might have killed at that point. BLG starting to flex the muscles a little bit early. Not a full tank camp takeaway by Lee Sin onto the Ambessa, but what it is just a denial of Gala and Vampire in their ability to play out this early laning phase. It means that the Cogmore is not alone on the bot side of the map in the way that the Misfortune was in Game 2. Technically, even the Caitlyn was that in Game 1, but that worked out a little better because it felt like both supports were on the roam more, trying to help out that mid lane instead.
Yeah, and we just saw there Bin condemning out the leap strike, counter strike, and that just makes things really annoying. Shao just had to go for the Storm Raider Surge to try and deal with the fact that he could get run down. Also helps mitigate the exhaust. We saw this tech with Rumble into... I want to say it was the Galio. Someone started running Storm Raiders or to kind of deal with the slows that were the exhaust that would come out. It was Gwen, wasn't it? That was what it was way back in the day. We had this kind of arms race of summoners and runes top. Junja might look for a play mid, but he's walked across the wall to get here. Might get slowed down.
Stun lands. The Ambessa is actually going to cause some issues here. Knight does have Ghost and Flash.
Does do a decent job of buying a bit of time. Flashes away because the wall took forever to melt.
Yeah, it does buy a lot. Now, the thing is, Junja wastes a lot of time to do this, and Honky damn near dies, actually, to the cannon minion too. He might be able to flash for a Q. They might double flash on mid lane now. In fact, I think that's what they're angling for. Shun might have to flash safeguard into mid lane if things get very spicy.
Keep our eyes on there's again that condemn on the counter strike. Xiaoshu gets to hit the wave, but it's still not feeling fantastic. And again, Jack's ability to trade on Vayne is purely predicated on whether the condemn is misused.
Yeah, so Knight is going to be even in farm in this mid lane, but he loses both summoners. The big thing is just that Junja's just had to be focusing more on his farm and having to play safely for jungle farm rather than making an impact in bot lane or somewhere else. That means that Viper is allowed to just have a safe laning phase, get towards Coglulu power spikes. Knight loses both summoners, but hell, whatever, he's at least buying time out of Junja, and Bin is still doing very good in this top lane match. Shut the Q lands!
We are not going to follow the call of Lee Syndrome. That would perhaps silly be a lethal condition. On's managed to get beyond the turret though. Junja is here with red buff, but so has Shun. Again, it was delayed pretty heavily from both junglers. Sonic Wave lands again on Vampire, gets in, kick, jumps out.
He does. Do they get the Krug steal away? Both have smite here.
Fight won by the Ambassador, but Shun can still steal away some of those little Krugs and just taking bits and pieces here.
And it just means again that JDG can't interrupt these lanes. And we did say BLG, they kind of need to get out of these difficult matchups in different parts of the map. Been 20 CS up, man. Yeah, that's a nasty one. Now the Jax can have some very nasty trades onto Vayne at points, but particularly with the Hexplate build, you don't burst out the Vayne fully. This is why Hexplate Vayne has become a real pain in the butt. I know it's getting changed eventually, right? Not on this patch, we're on 2610. Potential play with the wall into the stun.
Maybe look for a combo here, but it's not going to be quite enough. That's a good electrocute shade nonetheless. And again, reminder guys that the Onivia into Ryze has been a study matchup at this point, and Honku finally gets himself a decent lane matchup. He's actually up in CS and feeling pretty happy about the early start of this game.
Why even lose to JDG? The thing is, look, JDG are a good team. I see some comments over in Onivia's chat and people talking about how, well, you know, really actually BLG threw games to JDG, and then, you know, some comments about, well, you know, JDG are just good. Both of these things can be true. Look, JDG are a good team. I think they're clearly worse than BLG over the course of this year so far. I mean, if you look at the playoffs, first stand, this split as well, BLG have been put up there as perhaps best in the world. You know, no, they are the only team now who have a viable chance at a Golden Road. And BLG in the last playoffs in Split 1 did have that 5-game series where the games they lost, they had like 10,000 gold leads in. JDG are still a good team. It's just BLG are kind of one of those teams we hold above them. We do know that JDG do have the potential to beat BLG. Now, if they beat them in a best of 5 here, eliminate them from MSI and Golden Road contention, that's when you really give them their props and say, all right, you did it when it mattered. It wasn't just Split 1 regular season. Can you do it when it matters? Dragon potentially started here by BLG. Knights getting some honey fruit for mana purposes. That's not a good condemn there from Bin. This is the problem with the matchup. It has to go into the ult early.
And now the exhaust comes down. This gets a bit spicier again. Good damage onto Xiaoshu. He needs to leap strike away. Into the mid lane we look as Honku could flash frost. Buys at least some time there. Shard of Ice is pretty good. No, it's Frostbite, isn't it, on the Onivia? I always kind of conflate that one with the Lissandra Q.
Oh, potential plan to top side. Bin doesn't have the exhaust now. Does condemn now. There was an Ambassador on the top side. Still is there on the top side, actually. If he lands a counter strike, then the Ambassador can follow up with that ult easily.
Yeah, it's going to happen there right now. There's no real wave to get in. Again, one of the things that you do run into as the Vayne, though, is you don't have a teleport. So for whatever reason, your lanes are put in a difficult spot. It can get tricky. Knight has roamed, and so just in case there was a look on him, won't be found. But Shun also looking for this roam up towards this top side as the Krug's being started. Bin should get his reset.
The big thing was just Knight being there to just hover around with the Realm Warp, just be that extra kind of safety net. I mean, Bin without the exhaust, without the ultimate, was definitely in danger. BLG, an amount of gold ahead between all lanes combined. Knight is within one wave of the Onivia. That's actually completely reasonable for this matchup. Now, beyond this point, that's where the Onivia can be a bit of a problem. Even in the early levels, we've seen some players use the Onivia very, very well. See right here, once you get that ultimate, though, Honku starts to have some nasty trades on towards the Ryze. Bin not there at the Hexplate just yet, has the Phage. Once again, the Condemn not going very well there.
Doesn't land the counter-strike, though, and now Bin can start turning it around, and there's been some moments there, the culling in the bot side, but there's the heal to dodge away from some of it. Viper gets away pretty well there with the Whimsy and the heal move speed. Looking in on these grubs as Shun's around with Junja.
Hang on, the Onivia's going to be first in River. Does Shun go for a bigger trade? Safeguard used. Might have to flash away from an ult here. Junja, I think, is looking for a big play. Honku in the area.
Yeah, they'll give up that grub. I don't know whether who got the first one. I want to see.
I think it's JDG. Oh, actually, I'm not sure, because Shun's low HP. Maybe he lost HP from tanking the grubs, actually. Yeah, fair play.
He's got his smite back up, so I think Junja be able to be a bit aware of potential steal away, but I think Shun's not interested in playing that much more, as Viper does burn the barrier there to block out the turret shot, was looking to interrupt some backs, has got to the level 6, so the Living Artillery is up and available by Arcane Barrage is the W, I think, for a second there.
And he's going to give himself a play here too. I mean, bot lane's going completely fine. Reminder, this was a first rotation Lucian Milio from JDG, immediately responded to by the Kog'Maw Lulu. Now, BLG, I was a little bit worried about the Onivia into the Rise. I was a little bit worried about, well, you've got two strong sides of the map. You want the Vayne to be, given resources. You also want the Kog'Maw Lulu to be given resources. Now, BLG have done something which they love to do with Bin, and Bin has been the biggest player of this within the world, actually, which is you can play towards a top lane volatile matchup by just going bot side instead and making sure that neither jungler wants to go top lane. You either buy up the time of the jungler or you go towards the other side of the map to draw all of the resources down there. I mean, you mentioned this in terms of, draw the Eye of Sauron. I mean, this kind of analogy where you just make sure that it's an isolated 1v1 and you can make the most out of it. Wall once again coming through, stun going wide this time. Shun maybe starting the dragon now. Does have that level 6, doesn't spot the ward down here, and they spot him hop over, so they know that he's there. But as they back off, I think they're aware they've been rumbled a bit here.
Yes, that's just it, isn't it? There'll be a recall coming, but it's interrupted by a Flash Frost. This could get a little bit spicy. Knight, be a bit careful. He's now also going to be delayed on his reset, and they're going to be forced off the dragon eats most of a culling.
This is good from JDG. Good health bar, trades onto BLG. Shouldn't, I mean, if he gets a big pick, sure, that's pretty big. Do they look for an ultimate? No, not really. There was no follow-up from the Lucian who'd gone back towards bot lane. BLG don't get themselves a start on the dragon. In fact, they're going to recall, just make sure they have HP in order before they look for that again. Now, BLG, this is the kind of, not dissimilar to the point in the game where things fell apart from them last time around. They need to be careful. JDG have been assessing the first dragon fight of the game pretty well so far if we go judge it off of game 2.
Dunjet picks up this red buff. Dragon stays standing. No one got back after that little play. And again, it does feel like the early bot lane shove being denied is problematic. And again, we've had this conversation a couple times this year. Start of the year, it was what beats Ashe Seraph, what beats Yunara Lulu, actually, is what it really was. And then we said, okay, well, what about the Ashe Seraphine? And the answer to that became the Lucian, the Milio, which became blind pickable.
Corki Nami was in there at the start
Corki Nami
too.
as well, a little bit, I agree, that's a fair point. And now we've kind of come around to the fact, well, okay, well, Zyra Khan's done quite well into the Lucian Milio, and now we're seeing things like this Kog'Maw Lulu, and it does feel like that arms race of X beats Y beats Z is kind of becoming a thing again. We've got happening top lane too, right?
As I said, as a wise person once said, you blind pick something for long enough, it's no longer a good blind pick. It was me, I said that.
Yeah.
But I stand by it. I stand by it. If you blind pick something for long enough, people should have the research and development time to make something that works against it. It should have happened in many other cases across history. When you think about, the Corki Azir metas of the past, or Tristana, Corki in mid lane, those kind of
Orianna right now.
Orianna right now. Eventually, there should be picks that come around to counter these specific archetypes, and even if they require a different game plan, well, if it's there for long enough, you can develop that too. Like just hovering out of lane, he's around for the Realm Warp, hasn't pulled that skill just yet. Junja, a little bit of CS ahead in jungle, but the lane's going well for BLG. Been using the Condemn there quite well once again. Junja is on top side. It needs to be very careful. If he gets CC'd, that Ambassador will kill him. And if suddenly the Vayne is not an impactful factor in a 1v1, that's a problem. In fact, they might even go for a dive here. The Ambassador's just over the wall. Bin might see it coming here. Yeah, he sees Junja now. Does Rise start walking up towards top lane? That's the big factor here we need to start checking.
Silver Bolt's proc does get about 10% of the HP bar. We'll be a bit careful. There's the final hour just saying, come on then, let's go. Drops out on the wave. The counter-strike comes down. Xiaoxu forced away. They do get the ult and they get a plate. But Bin stays alive. Has to burn a little bit of some resource and a couple minions here or there, but it does give Shun the free time to get this dragon on the bot side.
I think it's fine for Bin. The final hour's not a crazy long cooldown. Knight was around in range for a Realm Up, and the dragon goes to BLG. So it's an ultimate for a dragon, plus you don't get to deny Xiaoxu as much CS as you would have wanted. That's fine for BLG on the whole. Good of JDG to look towards Bin. If they do get this Jax into a good spot, it's really quite scary. I mean, the Lee Sin kick is good against you, but if you get a counter-strike onto the Kog'Maw, then you feel really, really good on the whole. Bin, level 11 here, doesn't quite have that Hex plate built up just yet.
Get relatively close here, but again, the early CSD has been somewhat mitigated by a couple looks in there. That has helped somewhat. And again, sometimes those early CS leads can be a little bit fake because you don't have the teleport in the early stages. So when you do reset, the teleport advantage can just give you that opportunity to get half a wave away back.
Hexblade's in for the Vayne. That's where she gets really scary versus the Jax because you get all of the stats, your ult's on a low cooldown, so you can't abuse that window nearly as much. Kog'Maw has first item Rageblade. We'll see whether he goes towards something like the Dusk and Dawn. And ow, yeah, Rageblade with the Lulu with the Ardent Sensor. Scary, scary stuff. There's no Mikhails, which could be a potential problem against the Onivia Flash Frost. Is not, and the Counter-Strike, of course, as well. But the damage, yeah, they have that.
Yeah, again, Kog'Maw is the scariest champion in the world for about 8 seconds every time he presses W. It's just that moment of power with Ardent Sensor, with Rageblade. Everything rolling can become very dangerous indeed.
There's been a bunch of different builds. We've seen Flicker Blades on Kog'Maw before. We've seen, Wit's Ends. We've seen, obviously, Blade was big, jumping forwards again here, treading quite well onto Gala. Nasty, yeah, that's pretty strong there.
Counter-Strike goes wide. Xiaoxi's going to pop the Grandmaster Might, but the Exhaust is down. When he has to flash forward, that'll be the solo kill. As Bin gets behind the Jax, there's nowhere to run, Storm Raiders or not.
And in this game, Bin sees the player that tried to shut him down, avoids it, and then gets to activate the win condition. The Kog'Maw's online too. BLG had a very ambitious composition, have one, should I say, and it's starting to come online because they were aware enough of the punches that JDG would throw at their strong members early on into the game to shut them down. They've survived in bot lane. Bin gets himself a solo kill at the cost of both summoners, and that is a dulling, not a culling, to borrow a phrase from Shox.
A millimeter away there, and yeah, Shocks and Awe perhaps is a section we should be having, but that one doesn't quite happen. Here is Gala down to half HP. The Living Artillery is there. We get it in slow motion for a second or two because, again, guys, it's a very popular series, so we just sometimes end up with a lot of people watching the clean feed, and it just jacks it out for everyone. Anyone who's watching Summer Game Fest last night will have seen exactly that with the amount of people watching was causing some issues for the Twitch surface.
Even the Q hitting there long range onto Gala. He's actually maxing the Q second. Don't always see that. Sometimes we see some mixed point spread between the Q and the E. While Growth put onto Junja, he uses the ult to go unstoppable.
Does just about escape as a result, but has to burn the flash and the ult to get out. That probably means there's no real way to contest this Herald.
Yeah, I think that BLG just take the chunk. Now, one of the things you can play around with such powerful AD carry, Xiaoshu, buddy.
Okay, we'll get to Counter-Strike, but it's immediately turned into a snowman. Gets to Leap Strike over the wall. That was a little bit bold. Overcomes Knight on a potential flank angle. Junja down about half HP.
Okay, what JDG want to do is make sure that the Ryze is away from the play so he can't kind of swing the pincers shut. If they jump very fast onto the other side, the problem. Now, Jun just managed to heal up a little bit with the Milio Campfire. Jun is now half HP as well, and this is actually going to be Herald 1 by JDG at the cost of, well, I mean, their flash and the ult from Junja, but then also a little bit of plates. It's not bad for JDG, though. They just group up and say, all right, no, we can actually force you out of position. Going back to the solo kill in top lane, I mean, he dies for a cannon, Sam. What can I say? Xiaoshu dies for a cannon. Silver bolts get stacked up. Actually, I mean, it's a little bit of extended trade there. Rolls away from the Counter-Strike, goes into the ultimate. Good mind game there. Actually, Bin's been missing some of those condemns over time, but, you know, all the immobility has been used. Flashes away, easy kill.
Back to live. Minute till Dragon. BLG, I think, will be much more interested in fighting around that one. Again, they didn't want to overplay their hand there, having burned a couple key abilities, and I think they would rather save their ammo and powder for the next series. As Vampire gets caught in that little choke point. It's happened before once or twice on the Enchanters. Bin, though, started to get this first turret. They're going to try and full send his Xiaoshu, but there's the final hour. The turret goes down, and the rundown begins. The Leap Strike threatened onto the control board doesn't happen. Xiaoshu with a third.
Bin is now 2,000 gold ahead. 2,000 gold ahead from a solo kill and the full first turret. But really, the key play for me, Sam, is actually not that solo kill. It's the survival on Junja and Xiaoshu looking for the dive onto him a few minutes before that. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Bin's burned his ultimate. It's not like either team is really stacking dragons that heavily right now. BLG has the first one, and they might not look for the fight on the second. I guess we'll see. As Bin's going towards the Essence Reaver, has the Ninja Tabi built up too. That's a crucial item against the Lucian, the Embesser, and the Jax. BLG might just choose to give this one up. Flicker Blades is there from Kog'Maw. That'll keep his W on in a hilariously low cooldown, which means that the, strongest champion in the game for 8 seconds, well, that's on a bit of a shorter cooldown now as well. Yeah. Herald thrown into the mid lane, looking to buy some pressure for JDG.
We'll try and bring this down before he gets the full charge off. They wall their own Herald! They walled their own Herald!
They get the flash out of Shun, but Sam, you're absolutely right. How can you just stop them getting damage on mid-turret?
Well, they'll get the dragon off it, there is that. But again, the problem is the side lanes. BLG have been very happy to give up early objectives to get the side lane gold. It's been a kind of calling card all year long. They'll get another turret on that side, and the problem is you're looking at this Rise, you're looking at this Vayne and going, where the hell does this Jax find solace?
Exactly, and you know, he does have that Storm Raiders, you mentioned that before, right, to try and outrun the Vayne and the exhaust. He's tried it before in the Vayne, you can sometimes burst him out. The Jax needed extra help, he needed a little bit of gold. The Ambessa can't do that for you though. You're not strong enough early. They tried, but really the Vayne was too much of a factor. Viper stacks up the Rage Blade and goes a wailing on Gala. Uses the Lulu shield to tank up that tower shot. Honkyu, bit awkward there in that last play. On needs to be a bit careful there. Gala is still strong at the Essence 3 of it with the Zeal himself. Actually, even in gold with the Cogmos. Again, not like he's going to get out here. Xiaoshu has to run away from the Jax, although there's a 4-man group up from JDG in mid.
Yeah, there's the wall onto Shun, who does get to safeguard out, will be okay here. And again, the wave is cleared pretty rapidly. And again, at this point, the Cogmore with the Voidoos and living artillery, very able to just break down waves in short order. There was a heal burn from on there.
Oh, hang
on. A bit more move
Shun.
speed. Now there's a slow onto Shun. Bins come roaming on down. Scuttle Crab has spawned. Are we fighting over this
Needs to
wall?
be careful with those walls being put into position. Skull Crab earned by Junja, who's ahead in gold compared to Shin. And, you know, the Ambassador is still an Ambassador, despite it being in jungle, not in top lane. Won't have the levels of a top laner, but still has all of the regular abilities, of course. Dragon, of course, went over to JDG, but BLG have the 3,000 gold lead with a composition with a bunch of people that can take over team fights. Now, JDG, if they catch people in a clump and they have a really good counter-strike, they have really good Onivia value, yeah, JDG probably still win those fights, but BLG have a Rise that's scaling, a Vayne that's scaling. That's going to be the stun onto the Vayne, actually. As you speak of that, Honkyu might even run at him a little further. Ben needs to be careful here. Ginger was heading towards that top side of the map. And of course, there's the Cogmore Lulu. The Lulu is the force amplifier. If someone's in danger, one of these scaling carries, the Lulu can bail out one person in a team fight and empower one person in a team fight. If you use that well enough, BLG can run away with the DPS check. JDG, they need to choose their fights very well. And in this series, you've seen one game of BLG choosing fights incredibly well around the Bard. And everything else kick on to the Milio.
Oh, just about survived with the flash. Needed it, though.
Yeah, I like the fact that, you know, they just go for that, despite it not necessarily being a clean kill. Just getting the flash off of the Milio makes things much easier to work around. Vampire would love to be going doing some flash cleanses at points. He'd love to do that last time. Gala trading evenly with Viper there.
Yeah, the Essence Reaver and the Flicker Blade just giving you that little bit of extra ability haste to get the double E's off. I know Pillow was chatting about this, and one of the reasons you go Jack of all trades is to get that 3 ability haste at level 3, and that really matters in terms of just getting those cooldown breakpoints on that Relentless Pursuit in particular. Now it's just waiting for Junja, he's 2 levels down. That's a lot of damage, gonna fight over that Gromp, but Junja still just has the smite. But it does mean a bit more time given around this mid lane
This
turret.
is the thing, right? It's just information is the big thing. They knew that Ambassador could be in that one choke point. Q misses there onto Junja. It's the tug of war, right? It's the push and pull. Now, BLG need to make sure that there's enough tension across the map to make sure that Junja can't just easily walk into mid lane and stop them from pushing in. They can't like easily walk into Bin or Knight's lane on the side lane and make a difference there too. BLG still 3,000 gold ahead. Cogmore actually having to be given the Lulu ult. Good trade there from Gala. Credit to Gala, doing about as well as he can there. Counter-strike misses, the ult pulled out of Xiaoshu. Here comes Ambessa.
Gonna TP in on this one, gonna try and play some about the public executions. What that means is Junja's not here! No, the counter-strike buys some time, the roll away, and actually now everyone's coming. Bin is gonna get corralled by 5 members. Flash is trying to run away. Where are we going,
We're going
Bin?
to Baron. BLG wants to go to Baron. Can Bin get out there safely? If he buys enough time, it's Baron to BLG. The Cogmore does great damage to it. Xiaoshu's heading bot lane. Can JDG get to the Baron in time? Is the kill onto the Vayne enough?
I think it's not enough. I think they're gonna get the Baron. He bought enough time. They sent too many members to kill the Vayne.
It takes the flash, it takes his ultimate, and of course it takes his life. JDG, can they get mid-turret off of this? There's going to be a reset coming through from BLG. Mid-turret, I think, will go down in favor of JDG. It might be a bit close on the wave clear. They're realm warping in to try and wave clear. Q will come down, flash away from On, was a little bit afraid of that, but that will save the mid lane turret. Less said about the bot lane turret, though, as Jax does end up getting that one for themselves. First turret of the game for JDG.
Yeah, but they've got this Baron now to work with. 25 seconds on the Dragon, though. Do BLG want to give it up to get more value out of the Baron? The other thing is they're still down the Vayne for a second or two. We'll have the teleport, I believe, just coming off cooldown. Little difficult to see from the icon. Might still not be available, but all the while, in goes Shun. Looks to get onto Gala, who does need to flash away.
Okay, Knight just looking for a bit of damage down here. Gets a bit of damage across, not a crazy amount. Vayne doesn't have the teleport, actually, worth noting there. Jack's teleporting in. JDG want to fight over this dragon. They want to fight over the dragon and buy up as much time from this Baron buff as possible. BLG got it, but they're not really getting that much from it right now because they're left on defensive mode. See that Junja onto the dragon, or at least around the river already. JDG, this isn't a bad response from them. Going onto the dragon right now. BLG just say, okay, you can have the dragon. We need to make use of this Baron buff. BLG lose a lot of their gold lead through this, though. I mean, they're currently, 1.6k ahead. They were 3 to 4k ahead. JDG not responding badly here.
No, they're not, and this again could be an interesting moment. Not going to lead to too much. I thought that was a teleport, but it was actually the living artillery line coming on down. Took me a second to read what that was. Should be able to get this mid lane turret eventually, but Garda's doing a pretty good job of wavering. Hell, he's actually upping gold now.
No, we were mentioning that. And of course, he gets himself decent amounts of gold from, just the assist onto Bin for one. Can BLG make the use of this one last minute of that Baron buff? A quick stutter here as Viper in a bit of danger.
Stands and delivers. Honkyu's down to egg form nearly, but just about gets away with a flash and a heal from Vampire.
Dude, Onivia into carries like this is a bit of a knife fight. You best land your stun, otherwise you are in deep trouble. Has to flash away. Breaks open the mid lane turret, which BLG have been sieging for a very long time. BLG will get themselves a bit more gold back from this Baron buff. It's not a crazy amount. They've only got 45 seconds left. It's definitely not the Baron buff which they wanted, but it did stop, of course, JDG from making much use of Bin's death in that bot side.
Yeah, exactly. Again, they get a dragon from it. Again, without the grub, still a bit spicy. The waves weren't in the best position to really get the most out of the Baron take.
Yeah, it is going to be the Wits End third from Viper, worth noting as well. So he's going to get some tenacity, a bit more magic damage, and magic damage on hit, of course, from that, and the magic resist to go alongside it. So it's not going to be Dusk and Dawn. It's not going to be, these Sheen builds we've seen from bits and pieces of Cogmore. AD carry around the place. He's going for full-on hits. We'd love to see him get that Mikhail's in sooner rather than later. I think he might need it into some of those stuns from the Onivia. Shun maybe looking for an angle. He is off vision. Struggle to have crazy value. 0-0-0 on a Lee Sin.
1-1 in the game, to be honest. It's not been about the kills. It's been about the side lane pressure. The one we've had is the solo kill from Bin, and Bin getting caught out. That's it. This is a very low kill game.
No, but again, you can understand why the game is played out the way it has done. BLG wants side lane farm. JDG can't afford to let this go volatile around very good matchups for BLG. In side lanes with stuff like this Vayne, right? And of course, the Cogmore Lulu getting scarier and scarier. If this game goes very slow, I mean, the scaling is good on both sides. You'd argue that, the Cogmore outscales the Lucian Millia, but it's not quite as clean as that, though, is it? Knight pushing in towards Honku. Actually, a little bit of XP over sorry, it's a full level over that. Even with the Rod of Ages on both sides. Wow, I hadn't quite tracked that, actually. Considering this is a counter matchup, Knight is 50 CS up and a level up on the Onivia. With the Rise, you typically don't see that into the Onivia. The trades are not bad here, but Honku not getting the most out of this matchup beyond some early curtailing of the Rise Realm Warp pressure.
I think that's because, again, JDG grouped up for things like the Herald, grouped up for things like the Dragon, which BLG deliberately gave up, and Knight got 2-3 waves where Honku just wasn't there. So it's not necessarily from Honku farming poorly.
I misread the item, by the way, from the Cogmore. I saw the half-bound axe. There's the Wits End. It's the Terminus. So he gets himself the Shred and the extra on-hit damage as well. So it's going to be basically his version of his Blast Whisper / Black Clover. So apologies on that one. Terminus coming through. Again, anything on hit, great on Cogmore. With the Ardent Sensor coming through and his W, you have great mixed damage. Terminus is the only hybrid penetration item in the game.
Gives you defensive stats as well, which is quite nice.
And it does. It gives you some extra defensive stats too. Doesn't give you the tenacity of something like a Wits End. BLG moving the Cogmore around the map now. BLG have taken down the entire outer ring of turrets. JDG only managed to take down that bot lane outer one. That's really hurt them. It's really hurt their ability to approach the map. But this game is slow, and it could come down to one big team fight, which I think JDG are willing to take.
Xiaoshu gets condemned away as he was trying to get on top of that wave. Junja eats a fair amount of damage, and BLG with the siege here, still proving problematic. Shun will hop away from a Flash Frost. Honku has been annoying with those walks. Again, not led to more than the summoners here or there. The fact that mid lane turret is still standing for BLG is proving to be a thorn in JDG's side.
I particularly because the Lee Sin is into not just the Onivia, which can be annoying because you fly into a queue and you die, but also the Milio as well, who stops your kick. Shun's been really really defanged in this game. It doesn't really feel as though he's been the one to make the big difference. Viper needs to be a little bit careful here, but he's still DPS checking more than fine, actually. Q lands onto him. Do they follow that? No, they don't.
TP behind, though. In comes the Jax. They're looking for a culling. There's the heal on. We'll see what's going on. The public execution is slashed away from there. The wild growth bin does stand this distance. They're going to try and jump on the Xiaoshu. The exhaust comes down, makes things very tricky, and now they can begin to turn. Xiaoshu goes golden. They won't quite find what they're looking for. The wall comes in. Viper's dead, but what about the Cathian surprise shit in the backline? Doesn't get the kill. He's looking for his knight down low, but Bin's still free firing. He gets more. They bring down the Cogmore, but at massive individual cost.
Double kill to Bin. It's 2 for 1 as the Cogmore goes down. That is a bit scary for BLG, though. Viper, with everything available, still ends up dying. BLG head towards the Baron. Is there a contest still left from JDG with no teleport coming through from Xiao? She was using the play before. Probably not. Dragon's going to go to JDG instead. They really want to head down there. I'm not sure BLG can get there in time. We'll see. Of course, Ryze is running the Ghost, doesn't have his own teleports. And Vayne, of course, with that top lane summoner. I can't remember if that was on cooldown or not. Didn't check that one. Xiaoxi was on the teleport flank. Very good one on the tri-brush. Viper, if that flash doesn't avoid the Ambassador ultimate, is pretty much just fight over. Xiaoxi goes very deep to try and put Viper into kill position. Viper does get a huge DPS check around that. Realm Warp into position from Knight beyond that point too. Great kill onto Viper, who does step a little bit too far forwards. Great wall there from Honku. Does end up costing his life. And of course, Vampire dies basically to the Cathian surprise.
Yeah, and that makes things a little bit tricky, building towards what I suspect will be a GA 4th. It can be a Jack show, to be honest. I wouldn't hate that on the Cogmore at this point. You can kind of sometimes do that on those Terminus carries.
Yeah, it often is the Jack show later on because it again gives you the percent resist. So Knight needs to be a little bit careful there. Has the Seekers, has the Actualizer. I mean, Ryze is really scary. If he got one more spell bounce in that fight, probably kills another 2 people, by the way. Gala was very lucky to make it out of that alive. JDG did take Dragon while we were in the resets and the replays. We highlighted that before, but worth mentioning again, they are on sold points. BLG, if they don't get value out of this Baron, well, they might have just given a window over for another soul to go to JDG, much like it happened in game 1.
They burned so much just to get Viper. That's arm guard broken from Xiaoshu and the TP and the flash from basically everyone not named Honku. Honku's also lost his egg, by the way, so doesn't have that.
Yeah,
so there's a lot of, even not just the summoners or the ult, it's a lot of the little things like those arm guards and those GA passives that would otherwise be huge in these big team fights to come.
PLG are also down all their flashes. There is a world where Ambassador hits a blind ult, just a dry ult onto someone. If Xiaoxi manages to get a counter-strike, CC chain follows. Yeah. The damage at this point is big enough that JDG can walk away with a clean kill into someone out of position. I mean, of course, that happened even in game 2 with Junja jumping into the base, just dying to the Cassiopeia. When you're playing in this kind of meta, which we've seen, there isn't that much tankiness, and there is a lot of damage that can come out of nowhere. It feels like everyone scales pretty well. Even the champions which don't technically scale that well, can still burst you out if you put a foot wrong, because no one's really tanky enough to shrug off even the lesser amounts of damage.
No, they're not. QSS done for Bim, by the way. That's fairly huge. Arm guards in for Knight, as we've kind of noted, and we'll see what that chain vest turns into in Viper's inventory, just keeping us locked in on where those are going.
Note in chat as well. I didn't catch all of the context, but yeah, it will be the Jack show because chain vest hasn't built out of
right, yes.
The steel sigil, right?
Yes,
whatever it is.
yes. That's the one. Sorry, that's correct.
Yeah,
yes.
So the same thing which builds into, or used to build into Death Dance. I forget whether it does anymore. Anyway,
I think it does. Still, yeah.
So the Jack show will be a really good HP for Viper, and of course gives you that percent resist as the fight goes on as well. Terminus Jack show used to be the Callista Cogmore item. Great combo, really, where you kind of get the Rage Blade rolling, you get enough resist, and actually, at that point, even champions like the Ambassador and the Jax can get shrugged off at points behind Lulu shields.
Before the latest iteration of Varus Top, they used to see that as well. You used to have that tank Varus Top that Kerberos was playing and popularized. It was brutal to manage as well. Still not bad on the Varus.
No. BLG. They are in the driver's seat right now, but it is not without risks. There is still dangerous terrain to get across before they reach the finish line. 2 minutes until that dragon. If JDG gets soul and the mountain soul at that, yeah, that's a big loss for them. Been walking towards Xiaoshu. Junja's struggling to have that much impact on the Ambassador, but he's been a pretty good extra just threat to say. If you go in, you're going to get ulted. That's often been the value of him in this game, actually, which has been a bit sad him in that point. Bin's built up a QSS, importantly too, won't need his own cleanse. There's Mikhail for on. That means that Bin can kind of be his own kind of like individual agent, individual operative. Doesn't have to be with the Lulu, can go on the flank. He uses QSS to shrug off bits and pieces of the CC. GA for Shun allows him to go for one mega play in one mega fight as well. 700 gold up. The Lee Sin not really been able to get that much involved in this game. At least he hasn't been, you know, going in and failing the play, which, I mean, credit to him. Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor.
Pretty good kick through pretty much the entire team in that last fight, remember, as well. So that was kind of one of the reasons why they got a couple kills back. And again, Cogmore nearly at the Jack Show, but not there. We're going to see what happens off this reset, because again, JDG can still right all the sins in the world by just getting Mountain Soul.
1 minute to it. BLG haven't been able to put the sword into JDG just yet. They don't have that fourth item onto their AD carry. Gala is actually 1.5k up. He is really strong. I mean, we've talked a lot about the Cogmore, and to be honest, with the Cogmore with the Lulu, yeah, that's a problem. But Gala, still very, very scary. Can he do enough, though, against the Scaling Right, against the Vayne, against the Cogmore? BLG, 4k up as an individual unit. Yeah, they're going to really, really hurt. JDG are going to have to get an AoE team fight, trying to shut down one of these carries before they get rolling in the 5v5. 30 seconds till Dragon now.
Solution just goes 1 for 1. It isn't going to be enough, I think, at this point, because I think the damage carries from BLG are in a horrifyingly strong point of power. Shin will safeguard out, the wall comes down, they're still fighting for some of this vision control because JDG need to get into the river, and BLG are looking to deny that in its entirety. Shin slowed down, but again, semi-tanky here. He's got his own GA to work with at this point, so feels a little bit more free to go for that mega play that you were chatting about before. This river is very dark.
Yeah, JDG are just trying to group up and trying to find some way into the river. Jax is pushing in mid lane, will give them an extra angle of attack. Bin is on the flank. He might go for a roll around. Does he go for the ult now? No, they call it off.
Looking, but still forcing them back down the lane. Nice, turned up the TP behind, but he's not here yet. Public execution onto On. All the while, Shun still trading. They've killed off the Lucian. 2 dead before Xiaoshu arrived. On, running away. He's turned the Jax into a snowman, and it's the wrong time of year. Olaf, no! You've been melted, whatever snowmen do in summer.
JDG get kicked into the wall. Gala gets hit by the kick from the Lee Sin and the Condemn, and he barely gets to move. BLG clutch it out at 34 minutes into the game. BLG will go to match point and will have at least, well, minimum, I suppose, 1, but maximum 2 opportunities to end the series. JDG now on death's door in the lower bracket.
Unreal stuff. It was a tense game, a low kill game. We were at 1-1 for the majority of it. Bin throws down the final hour. They're looking to race this before Gala and Vampire can come up, and I think they will do so with time to spare. Bilbili Gaming go to series point.
They'll have 2 match points against JDG, who fought well to try and delay the game, but it was a delay. They couldn't find that big team fight just into the late game. Gala got kicked into the wall in that last fight, and that was it. Great flank angle from Bin. For me, Sam, I think Bin is my player of the game. I think that Vayne with the solo kill and then the 2 big team fights which happened, he was the key factor in that game. He's my MVP.
And again, BLG, when they make it work, their ability to play the 1-3-1, to be so oppressive, saying, none of you get to lane against us, becomes so damn dangerous. And actually, one of the ways that 1-3-1 used to work was, if you jump my top laner, if you jump my mid laner, the rest of us run at Baron. And that's what happened there as well. It got a bit dicey though, because again, giving the Mountain Soul up, we saw some, or potentially giving the Mountain Soul up, Soul Point rather, at the very least, became a potential win condition back for JDG, who weren't without their own moments to potentially get back in that game.
Unironically, by the way, this has been called out because obviously it was Harvard and Champions Select. I actually wonder if this would have been a better game if the Teemo was picked. Can you imagine the Teemo to the Vayne and the Cogmore? Look, it's kind of just disaster against the Ryze and the Lee Sin, don't get me wrong, but that would have been really funny. Anyway, BLG get themselves to match point, to series points, and JDG, I think that, you know, they did a great job of holding on to late game in this one in terms of trying to get to that Mountain Soul. Wasn't enough. I think that they're really struggling through the top lane matchup. That one just doesn't seem to be something that they can solve very well. And in this game, things were very different as well. I mean, just talking about, so Manhad over in YouTube was talking about how, well, I've just not seen this Lee Sin or Ambessa be useful this game. I think both junglers being so low impact in this game is so different from what we see in the LPL. This is the region of junglers, the region and the teams which have the most volatile play around it, particularly Junja, right? Such a volatile jungler. They were very, very kept on a leash in this game. Basically just there is this unseen threat to saying, if you go in, I can then play, but I can't make the play first.
And I think actually that's credit to BLG's strategy, because again, they were less interested in the team fights. They were much more interested in getting that pressure onto the side lane turrets and the push and pull of where people were on the map. I made that sort of Lord of the Rings reference, that joke saying, look, you need to draw the Eye of Sauron to give the Vayne the free lane. Well, they did it. And the Vayne got to a point of serious power, and Viper might have been down a bit in gold. We're certainly not down in the DPS numbers.
No, I really like how BLG put focus on bot lane this game. That was the big thing. They didn't leave Viper on an island. It wasn't just Gala and Vampire being handheld through lane by Ginger once again and just destroying Viper and On's impact in the game like they did in that last game. They played very well through that. JDG have had great value from playing that style over time. But what we've seen is actually when BLG match the amount of pressure in bot lane or give them a good matchup, Viper and On can absolutely go toe-to-toe with Vampire. No surprises there.
Yeah.
But this time, you know, compared to game 1 and 2, they actually focused on bot lane in a way that they don't typically do.
Yeah, and that mattered, right? Because it also allowed them to get to Junja while they were on the red buff, buy some time, and it got you to a great point of power. And again, eventually then hit this point where, sure, Gala got a fair amount of farm, but this Rise, this Vayne in a side lane just got so much free time. And the 1v1 matchup, particularly for this Vayne, became really untenable for poor Xiao, who went for the Jax counter pick to try and deal with this. And it's always a question about whether you can land that counter strike.
Reminder, this was the matchup he chose. The Ambassador was flexed away from top lane. It gave Junja less agency, and they chose to pick the Jax. It did not work one bit. Now, he was mastering the map. The side laning was fantastic from both him and from Knight as well. Bin tried to teleport out of that last play, couldn't get out of there in time, of course. Viper, you know, despite having the Cogmore, you know, he had great damage. He was the prime target, so it really wasn't up to him to kind of be like the cleanup hitter, right? I've been watching a lot of baseball anime recently, but he wasn't the cleanup hitter here, right? It was basically he was the person that was kind of sacrificed to allow kind of Bin to have the big fights because JDG was so obviously gunning for this Cogmore. It worked out, of course, very, very well for BLG. So now they have 2 chances to take down JDG, go a step further forwards. They'll be facing off, the winner of this series will be facing off against Anyone's Legend on Monday. So that'll be, you know, again, a step closer to MSI as well. Oh, if Knight gets one of those spell flux, he can't afford to hit the Ambassador because I believe that they didn't get hit by that spell flux.
Yeah.
But, damn, that would have been so close on that too. This was the key fight, though. Look how many times Gala is just, like, kicked in the face, basically. Once there, kick flash from the Milio onto the Lucian to make sure that Vampire can't do anything about it either. Great play from Bin and Shun. They really carried that fight.
They did so with style. Again, really, really good moment. It had been quiet, but again, not for lack of action. That felt very tense.
Can I ask for a coffee?
Of course you
please,
can.
Thank
That
you.
can be arranged. What time is it, by the way?
It is 2 o'clock.
Okay, so if we get to game 5, I might have to dip because I've got a Final Fantasy 14 shift at 4 p.m.
All good. Nice, nice, nice.
Not to leave you with a killer game 5. I've already backed that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
Do you water anything you good?
Nah, coffee's fine. Coffee will beat my water, Sam.
I'm going to leave this door open.
Bin player of the game, no surprises there. Great game from the man in the top lane. I mean, we already talked about it. You know, the key point in this game was him seeing off the attempt to shut him down very early on. That was the big difference between some of his carry games where it's gone poorly. Now, remember, like, when he was against Suyan on the Gnar and things were going well up until it's like one play which falls apart. Okay, well, I'm going to go into a quick ad break, and then we'll see out the rest of the series, I suppose. What do you think the probability that BLG don't make MSI? I still think they're favored. I mean, they have to win this, and they need to win another 2 best-of-5s. They're still favored. I think they're still favored, right? They are still a very good team. WE had a great series versus them, but I mean, BLG they looked like the best team versus WE so far, you know? No, we'll go on to Smoke Attack. Why not? We shall play some of this. Okay. Oh, we already have the thing there. Upgrade epic or below. Is that an epic? It's a legendary. Common. Epic there. Do that, I guess. Slot buffs might be quite fun. Oh, I don't normally do this, but let's just see what happens. What do we get there? 2 shock. What is that? Hex? Random debuff permanently. Ooh, that's kind of spooky. What's this? Crit slot. 25% crit chance. Well, that's definitely going there. Is this burn? That's burn. That's funny as heck. So we've got poison and... But we have a lot of fun stuff now. Do I go for that? Ooh, maybe I do go for that. Yeah, why not? It's fun. Let's whack in that. Whack in the... Let's do it this way around, actually. Yeah, this is fun. And then this is going to be multicasting onto that. That is fine by me. Cool. We're scaling pretty well with this now. I just need to survive through to the build, which might be quite... Oh, they have 300 bleed. Okay, yeah, that's... How did they get that much bleed? Huh? Starter combat effects trigger twice. Okay, you... Nasty as heck. We level up. We roll again? Maybe we roll again. I guess we take that if we can. So many multicasts, which is good for me at least. Let's get rid of... Let's get rid of this. I don't need this now either. I want that. I don't really want this. That's not actually that useful for me. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, I think I lose... Wait, they've only got 3k HP. Surely I beat the team with 3k HP, right? Surely. That's a... Cool. Because we're going multicast, we'll take the damage. Oh, there we go. Nice stuff. Don't really care for any of these. We take this just to sell it. Work you onto there. Do I roll again? Oh, I kind of want that too. That's better than this, at least. That's not... Wow, nice. That's really good, actually. That's heal as well. Oh, this is really good. Nice. We're actually in a... I mean, slot buffs is pretty cool. Oh. Oh, dear. They have 120,000 shields. Yes, we are sadly not cutting through that. Yeah. Okay. Alright, okay. They have a great many shields there. Oopsie daisies. Do I level up again? Yeah, I level up and then I look for like one big thing, I guess. Do that. I would really like to roll another one of them, but I'm not sure I'm going to be allowed that. I'm going to sell this because I don't need it. Go on, give me an upgrade to something. Can't really go for this. No, I can't really go for that. Yeah, I need that now. Oop. I can get to 50. Yeah, okay. What's that? Value potion? Starlight potion. Ooh. I will actually freeze the shop. What's that? Apply debuff in +1 damage. We do this then. Okay, well then we sell the stuff off. Okay. Can I beat this? That's a lot of debuffs. Do we? I think we win this. I think we win this. Yeah, surely we win this, right? Surely? Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Do this. Oh, wow. Okay, that's... I don't want that, but we'll take it, I guess. I don't think I'm doing this anymore. 60... Let's just roll for an item, I guess. This is... whatever, it's fine. I mean, we're still probably gaining LP from this. This is very, very, very scary. Do we apply enough debuffs? I'm not sure, actually. No, we don't. Ah, well. So we get one more shot, right? Give me the gold. Let's get rid of... Let's give this first off. Sell that, and let's see if we can... We need to get some items leveled up, really. Come on, give me some good stuff. Why am I not getting anything I own already? These are all good, in fact. Screw it, I'll take all of this. Yeah, so what do we get here? We got... cheapy rerolls, sure. +4 heal. +4 shield. Max HP, sure. 8% crit chance? What crit chance are you at right now? Oh, I kind of want to use that last then. Do that, and then... So that's now at a very large amount of crit chance. 42%, we take that. Yeah, cool. Roll this. Nice. Finally get that leveled up. Nice. I take that and I sell it. I should have bought the other one. Oops, I don't want to get that, really. That's not actually... Well, that is really good, actually. In fact, that might be better. That actually might be better than this. Yeah, I think it is, actually. I think that is. Because that'll trigger my other bows again. I look for this, I buy that. Anything else I can get? Sure, I'll take this. It'll sell for more tomorrow. Does this help me? Do I actually live, though? A lot of... Nah. Oh well, is what it is. Hey, Shiki, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Not too bad, we get +48. Okay. Is it just me, or does Shun's jungle pathing kind of suck in playoffs? I think so many teams are focusing on jungle matchup, whereas BLG focus more on lanes. So it makes Shun look worse by comparison. But I actually think that Shun is very, very good at playing from behind, comparative to other junglers, and or at least playing to get his lanes ahead rather than himself individually. What do we get? Oh, we got luck. I've actually not used this one before. This might not be great, actually. Well, what we'll do is we'll just do level up. Let's do levels up. We lose this. Yeah, we lose this instead. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that one, Curry. Do I want any of these? Meh. I've never really done a sword build. Maybe I should do a sword build at some point. We'll just do this and we'll level up some more. Shun is one of my favorite junglers of all time. Yeah, same. I think Shun's wonderful. He's such a good leader for his team, right? Something very admirable about the way that he's led this team over time. We are losing this too. That sucks. But man, imagine JDG go out here. What a crazy scenario that would be for them. Sadly for them, obviously. This is good. I kind of want to get both this and that, and then freeze, actually. Shun has infinite positive vibes. He does. Yeah, he's a great leader of the team. He fixes, he fixes so many problems for his team by this, right? We're actually doing fine on terms of our... This is actually fine here. And the sword we got is actually a pretty good one. Appreciate that. The next series of Sentinel's Legend also scary. I think... Yeah, I mean, it is because there's... I mean, any team at this point in LPL playoffs is scary just by definition because you're going into, like... Because this is for 5th place, right? Once you get into, like, top 4, it's scary. It is. We take this again. We've got pretty lucky with that, actually, over the last little while. Did we get the luck yet? No, we didn't. I do want that. And then I want to... I can't level up. That's annoying. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, what? These things are so crazy, by the way. Give you permanent health. If any team should have... Okay, what? Bro, world domination is infinite. Yeah, I guess. But I think if you look at, like, first stand, right? Shun was insanely good at jungle pathing. Like, insanely. We want that. And do we want this? No, probably not, actually. Do we level up? We do level up. Cool. Yeah, they're just buying random bullshit as well. I think we win this with... No, I mean, they have a cleanse on the debuff as well, which is annoying. Random bullshit to go. Did I run adverts? I did. Okay. Let me sit down.
You know what we haven't run, though?
Yeah.
More Opera GX conversations.
Okay, what is the origin of your name, Nymaera? Okay, so this is actually... so, this is the thing. Now, my name is a reference to a famous franchise. I'm not going to give any more hints than that because too many people have tried to guess it over time. I'm not going to directly tell you. However, if someone wants to guess, you can DM me where you think my name is from. It comes from a famous franchise, and if you get it right, and I don't just want the franchise, I want where you think I got it in the franchise, because otherwise you're just going to start spouting random stuff at me. But basically, I took a word from that franchise and I changed some letters around. It is not Game of Thrones Nymeria. It is not that. So, if you correctly guess it, I'll let you know. But just because it's a fun game, don't be doing it in the public chat and stuff. DM me and I'll tell you whether you're right. Because it's just a fun game.
How do people guess? I think one or two, haven't they?
Some people have guessed the right franchise, but not guessed the right part of the franchise. Because it is a little bit obscured from that. And it's not Game of Thrones. It is a sci-fi franchise. I will give you that. Ooh. And if you have a guess, ping me on Discord, ping me on Twitter or whatever, or Instagram.
Spaceballs.
Yeah. No, it's not Spaceballs, no. Yeah. But yeah. Occasionally people have guessed it and it's cool. But yeah. I thought it was related to chimeras. No, it's not. No, it's not related to that either. Again, many things it could be, but the interesting thing is that most of it's not. It's relatively obscure, so, just be that. Is it Western or Eastern?
Figure it out.
Figure it out. Oh, gosh.
Oh, speaking of Summer Games Fest options, we got more. It looks like the Star Wars race game's got a story to it.
That's wonderful. Sam,
Juicy.
we got a story to continue here. Game 4 between BLG and JDG. JDG have chosen first pick. BLG are on blue side, so JDG are not counter-picking for the first time in this series. It's not worked out for them so far in this best of 5 so far. They're on death's door. 2 games back-to-back. JDG would have to win against the tyrants of the LPL modern era BLG. Varus is banned away. Aurora. Nah, we're getting into the point now where a lot of the power picks have already been taken off of the table across most roles.
Ori and Rumble still up. Will BLG feel forced to ban them? Suspicion is yes. From that might leave up the Olaf, it might leave up the Nocturne, and the Seraphine were the 3 from the last game, weren't they? So we'll keep our eyes on where that goes. We had a gangplank yesterday, so we're starting to get to that point where people are beginning to flex out some of those more unusual options. There's Tarbit. Going to marshal his troops back into action. Game 3 was a bit of a frustrating one, I think. I wouldn't say it was necessarily an outdraft per se, but the Vayne became problematic and was always going to be an issue how you deal with some of these more esoteric styles of play. The 1-3-1 that really has fallen away from a standard template for teams.
Nocturne is available, TF is available. Those are the 2 big picks which I'm mentioning right now. Ashe Seraphine as well. So we still have power picks right the way through into this point. If TF goes through, likely that Mel does as well. So Mel might come out as a counter pick. Problem is you can flex it elsewhere, but that means you're denying it from Honku in mid lane, which can be a problem. So what JDG might have to do... I don't know if they can blind pick the TF first pick, because then you get Ashe Seraphine, and then you get the Mel after. So, the Seraphine locked in for Vampire. Do you take the Ashe away? Do you preemptively take away a Mel to say, we're good against the Ashe Seraphine, and you don't want to pick TF in there as well? So the Mel would then counter mid lane and bot lane. Potential of that.
Of course, Viper is an excellent Ashe. Maybe happy to lock that one in regardless. Depends whether you can find a chance to go with it. Probably wouldn't be awful with something like a Renata if you really want to dig deep. There's also things like the Nami still up, even if Ashe Nami not exactly what you call the most common of lanes, but I think once you hit the level 6 could make it work. Not obligated to lock it in right now, of course, because the Seraphine already being there means it's unlikely to get flexed, but hey, who knows? We did see some Seraphine APC somewhere recently, I want to say. I remember who tried that one out, and indeed Shun debating going for the Skarner. There is, of course, no Milio, so the ability to cleanse out of these CC chains would be somewhat limited, and it would leave, of course, that Mel as a potential lock for JDG.
JDG can trundle now. You can trundle quite well into the Skarner, not great into the Ashe, but you can do it quite well into the Skarner.
Got a Scar.
And then you're left with, like, I guess Jace is available as a big pick as well, which is pretty good into stuff like Trundle. I think that JDG should be eyeing up a Skarner, Trundle. Gosh, all these champions in my head. The Trundle right now. The Trundle is good into the Skarner. It's pretty good with the Seraphine. Think about Olaf instead. Now, that preemptively deals with the Jace top lane, which is a problem. Xiaoxi, of course, has played bits and pieces of this before. He's played the 1 game of it. It was a win.
He's also Tryndamere, it's worth noting, which has been another answer into the Jace, which I think is partly why we've not seen quite so much of it. And the Tryndamere has been very dangerous. Thinking about the Jhin right now, and it's decent with the Seraphine. Obviously, it's good follow-up. And again, you've already got a fantastic Encore extender in the Olaf. And beyond that, Olaf plus Enchanter feels very, very good. Bin might just say, screw it, we do this anyway. Theoretically, you could put it mid lane, but it's been a hot minute since we've seen Jace mid be a real point of power.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to the second round now. Bot lane finished off for JDG. Supports needs to be taken by BLG. I doubt we're going to see the support Skarner. Saw it once from YCX. We saw it in LCK as well. Olaf can be flexed to jungle. I would imagine it's top lane into the Jace. It is a good matchup. We've seen players play it in LCK a lot. Twisted Fate is banned away from JDG. I think they imagine that the Mel might get banned, so that's why if they left the TF unbanned. The problem is, like, then you have like a TF going through without your choice counters to it. LeBlanc banned away. I wonder if they ban a Kali as well, Sam. Very good versus the Olaf, because you can't just auto-attack them.
And I'm not a massive fan of Mel into either the Jhin, but more importantly, the Olaf. because your reflector so little versus him, and your active ranger's Mel, with the very exception of course pressing your R, is straight where Olaf wants to be, and he can just run at you, and you've got no real opportunities or outs into the Olaf, who can just say, all right, let's 1v1, and Mel goes, can be a bit frustrating. Of course, the execute can make that a bit spicy, but Olaf certainly can threaten that one very well. They can get rid of the Maokai, which would have been another good option to play with that Seraphine. Would have allowed for a potential flex of the Olaf up into the top lane as well, as we've been talking about. Last ban off that Akali, as you called out. Does Knight feel like he needs the Mel here? Of course, you're not into the Ashe as well, because you've taken that, so I think at this point the Mel feels rough.
I think you last pick mid now. I think you last pick mid for a good matchup and something which has enough mobility or safety to survive a Seraphine Flash Encore or an Olaf running at you. That would be a Jace mid, Nidalee top, or a Skarner support, Nidalee jungle. This is definitely different. Now, is this Nidalee top with a Jace mid, or is this Skarner support with a Nidalee jungle with a Jace still flexing? BLG have blown open this draft with this pick. We don't see it much. Monkey played his first career game of this to fell BLG in round 1 of playoffs. Shun is a legendary player, but it doesn't have to go to him.
It doesn't. It's worth noting, as you noted, when Shun first came up from the LDL to the likes of Invictus Gaming, he was a Kindred and Nidalee 2-trick, basically. He was voracious on those champions. He has earned his Nidalee pass time and time again. Azahim being hovered would imply the Jace going mid, the Nidalee jungle, and potentially, actually, that Skarner going into support.
Yeah, now, unless there's some unexpected flex beyond that too, that would likely be the option. The Yone locked in for Honkyu. Does Knight pick up the Jace? He is arguably the best LPL Jace player. He was so damned good at this in 2023. When JDG won MSI in 23, it was off the back of his Jace in parts. JDG, they have a double melee set of solo laners for the Sejuani to latch onto. They also have the follow-up CC of the Jhin Seraphine. I like the composition of JDG.
Yeah.
However, if BLG get the Nidalee rolling and shutting down the Sejuani, or even ganking the Olaf in the Nidalee, Nidalee's early point of power, that is dangerous for JDG. Once again, ambitious composition. We're going to go into an ad break, talk more about the composition so we don't get ads in game. Bin Zarhen into the Olaf. I don't know how that matchup truly plays out when you've got a Sejuani on one side and Nidalee in the other. Because if Sejuani gets into lanes, BLG are screwed with the double melee synergy. Jace, though, for Knight, I'm really, really excited to see this, Sam. My memories of my first splits casting LPL on the official broadcast are of Jace for Knight. It's him and Scout and all of these great, incredible Jace players across the world, destroying everyone in the world. LPL was a better Jace mid-region than the LCK in 2023. Haven't seen Knight players for a long time, Sam. This is going to be a treat.
This gets spicy, because again, we hit the point where the Ashe, the Nidalee, and the Jace would be a really annoying poke call for triple melee. And also, reminder, Nidalee used to be a counter into Sejuani, because Sejuani could not contend with the early invades and voracious farming speed of the Nidalee, who could just take you out of the game. It's been seen before where the Sejuani value could still be strong. You've got the melee synergies, but reminder, that used to be a known matchup. Still think perhaps JDG the more consistent comp. We know how these matches work to the Rift. We go for potentially the final time today. We'll listen to the Gyos. We might also have a level 1 play, so we'll hold the map just in case. Oh boy, well there you have it. The Gyos are loud.
Knight played 1 game of Jace last year and split 2, lost against Invictus Gaming, played I think 3 games of it in 2024, but it was really 2023 where this pick was so alive for him. Of course, people will be focusing onto the Halo Blade Skarner support. We saw a game of it from YCX, we saw a game of it over in the LCK as well. You're fairly tanky. I mean, you might just become a bit of a meat bag for the Yone, Sejuani, Olaf to run at you in the future, which is a bit of a problem.
HK48.
Was it HK47 or was
might
it?
Oh, it was
HK48 actually.
Might be 47.
Yeah, I can't remember. Anyway, the assassin robot from KOTOR. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Shun. Now, he has not played the Nidalee in some time either. He was the Nidalee player in the LPL for some time in 2022 to 2024. He would pull that out with the Kindred, as you said. One of our real mechanical prodigies coming up from LDL on splashing in for the wall stun.
That's huge damage. The ignite comes down, the flash away, and they just about stay alive. But Vampire is left feeling pretty worse for wear.
Yeah, has to blow both summoners there. Knights will spot Ginger out on the Raptors. Knights level 1 was fine versus Honky. Does the knock-up land here? Yes, it does. Good trade there from Honky back in turn.
Yeah, Knight does get a decent chunk back, of course, but the health bar's a little bit dicey. Missed that Q. I saw that Honky. Awful Steel just shy. Doesn't miss it the second time around, though. Knight looking to get a little bit of a chunk on that plate. The initial Crystallized block is going to be a bit afraid of that Mortal Steel part 3. Won't quite land it onto Knight, but it was an inch away.
Yeah, no, Knight on the Jace. A legendary player of the champion. One of the best mid lane Jaces of all time, especially in the modern era. If you didn't catch 2023 Spring into MSI and then into Summit, they nerfed it before Worlds, sadly. Was one of the big reasons why JDG weren't as powerful at Worlds potentially as they were for the rest of the year, actually, because Knight was the best player in the world on it at that moment in time. Onky trying to take some good early trades back against Knight, though, here on the Yone. Of course, the Yone later on into the game with the Sejuani will be terrifying. On doesn't have summoners, but wants to just hover around mid. The wave is just a little bit off of safe places.
Shun doesn't have smite, but keeps the Sejuani away, because again, if they get in melee range, you don't win the early fights, really, especially with On around. Junja needs to be a bit careful. He's going to be forced potentially away from a bot side river play. On still got the Ixtal's impact. It's not going to be that easy to lock down, and they might get double scuttled here.
Now, some people have been talking about the identity of Knight. How does Knight play? Well, really, he plays good. That's what Knight does. But what if you're going to say what's a classic, iconic Knight play is trade your HP for early push. That's exactly what he's done here. He's done that for years and years, almost to the point of insanity, where he will die for the early push because he trades too heavily. He does that here again. He's really, really good at assessing the first few levels of the game and saying, okay, I can get myself either prio or a really good advantage in the early lane to make something big. Honky actually trading quite well there. On gets another wall stun onto Vampire, but here comes Junja.
Trying to find something to smite away to get some range onto On. Should be able to get that one. The cannon nabbed away to stop the body block, and they get in. Well, that's nice from JDG.
Okay, so Vampire nearly dies. Viper and On misjudging where Sejuani was on the map. That's huge, Sam, because they're just double scuttle of the Sejuani. BLG's bot lane misunderstand the assignment. They're meant to just make sure that Junja doesn't have anywhere to go. They give him a free kill, Sam. That's a big mistake by Viper and On, who just are meant to be there to make sure that Junja can't escape the Nidalee across the map. Just keep the pressure up, but you don't have to go the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, it was nearly nice, but it does go that touch wrong, and that does give that kill over to the Sejuani and stops her bleeding out in a map that was looking pretty dark. The problem is On's now reset and can look at Xiaoshu, who doesn't have that level 6 quite yet, has burned the Ghost. Now going to try and run out the Skarner. I don't know about this with Bin around, actually. The Ignite's going to come on down, will flash forwards and does get the kill, but it's traded back.
Both summoners and the wave in a bad spot, though. I actually think that's still better for Bin. He gets the kill, gets to keep his summoners. Look, Xiaoshu getting gold is pretty terrifying for BLG, don't get me wrong, but it's not quite as easy a calculation as that. Knight will have spotted that ward go into that brush. They'll manage to put that out. Shun doesn't have the sweeper right now, but has a control ward to potentially clear that out. And in fact, I believe he's just done that to make sure that Junja doesn't have vision in his jungle. JDG, they needed to escape the early power of the Nidalee. They needed to make sure the Sejuani get into the game. They have done that. This is a good early game from JDG, and I think that On and the Skarner going 0-2 so early in, misjudging the play in bot lane and then in top lane dying as well, that is a really bad sign for BLG. As once again the bot lane of JDG giving some issues over to Viper and On, not in the 2v2 but in the 3v2, which they have set up for better than Viper and On have done across the series so far.
Yeah, they have at that, but again, still not a done deal. And again, Xiaoshu dying, burning both summoners really sucks because Bin still got his flash, and I think we'll hit a point where the Zahen with that passive could prove really annoying for the LFO. You get the kill and your ult runs out, and then Zahen re-emerges and becomes a real menace. Shun pounces away. Junja's aftershock down. Might now be in a spot of hot dodder. The javelin toss wide. The upheaval hits 2 in the river.
They're trying to fight over this scuttle crab. Great combo onto On. He loses half his HP. And obviously, Junja just gets to walk at Shun. Shun is actually going to be behind in XP to Junja because of the failings of this bot lane. They lock in the Skarner support. On makes a few mistakes in misreading the map, much like he did against WE, actually, where it's like, you can give him a benefit of the doubt, say, oh, he's looking for a big play. Reality is, what's the result of it? It's ended up putting his team behind in an early game, which they drafted for. It's a big mistake. Shun gets level 6 out here, but Junja has level 6, and Honky can potentially combo with him. It's a little bit scary there, actually. Vampires across the wall as well. They might look to force a flash here minimum.
Thinking about it, going to try and jump on a Shun. Really good pounce away now. Just a potential turnaround. Honkyu's got to be a bit wary. When's that Fate Seal coming? Not going to bother. They can turn onto Junja instead. Shao is a little bit dangerous. On comes on forwards. The wave comes wide with that Fate Seal flashed away from all the wild. It was the beat drop I was looking for the name of. Everyone turns at it, but no one dies.
I mean, this is huge for BLG. They just sidestep everything. JDG, I mean, Vampire's E goes massively wide, and then Honkyu gets flashed away from in his ultimate. JDG, they hit one of those skill shots. Surely it's a kill. Now BLG have the cooldown advantage, and they might be able to dive Honkyu.
No flashes on a couple members. Honkyu flashes out himself. Now Junja looking for an angle. Now Shun's surely dead. They still had a couple members to go to the skies, and this is looking awful for BLG all of a sudden. They overplay their hand. Honkyu still had the flash, and JDG was still around.
But Honkyu still dies, so it's still a 2-for-1 as On gets the kill at the back end there. It's good for JDG. At least they get one back. Initially, we're thinking, look, BLG's cooldown advantage looking great. They overplay, though, Sam. You're absolutely right. Knight gets a little bit of alone time on the turret, but Honkyu gets the kill and the assist. BLG, I think they're starting to panic a little bit from this early game. On is now, 3 deaths in 8 minutes.
Yeah.
On so often been, like, the litmus test for BLG. I mean, some people were kind of like, criticizing myself actually for saying that, if BLG have On form, they can win international tournaments, because we said this about First Stand. But this is the thing about On. On is the litmus test. If he does well, BLG do well. And right now, at 1 and 3 rather, On is not having an easy game. And JDG, I think they found a way to potentially rattle BLG.
Yeah, I mean, the first death was an unfortunate one. At least deaths 2 and 3 came with him getting a kill back. But that one in mid lane is really frustrating, because again, they'd burned the flash on Shun. They'd burned the flash on Knight in the play beforehand. Honkyu still had his, and it made it really, really messy. Of course, now a lot of flashes are down in general. There's no one with an actual gold lead right now. And of course, Honkyu still lost a couple plates there, and the Jace is still up a little bit of gold. So it's not like it's actually led to a gold lead for JDG, despite the flashy kills.
Yeah, but they're meant to be behind in gold. This is the thing. You look at the benchmark for this composition. You're against an Italy. You're against, a composition which is meant to be running you through in the early game. Junja has gotten out of the early game. Knight's doing fine in terms of getting prior, but he's not getting gold there. Yeah, I mean, Bin's doing well in the top lane matchup. That's definitely something you can talk about. Shun quickly cleans up the grubs on the top side of the map. But on this Skarner is just going to be a free kill for JDG. The Skarner, if he falls this far behind, is just a free kill. JDG looking towards bot scuttle. I think it was Skarner that just acroed that dragon just off screen. They're going to go towards it anyway, potentially. BLG walking down towards the bot side of the... Well, sorry, towards the top side of the map now. Knight trying to clear out the ward here, making sure that Xiaoshu can't just freely push in this matchup.
Actually, to be fair, Xiaoshu's down a fair amount of gold that's making things a bit tricky. On's coming over. The health bar's not awesome from JDG, actually.
Nidalee is on Krugs. They don't want to fight this. So JDG just take the dragon for free. Nidalee was on Krugs. They kind of, with that, signify that they don't really want to contest giving over that first dragon. BLG been very happy to give over the first dragon for better farming, better gold in the early game before. They do have a minimal gold lead here. My worry is I just think they need more from this composition. I don't think they're far enough ahead, Sam.
See where that does begin to leverage, because again, Olaf without the teleport and without the shove actually early on, it's proven to be a little bit problematic. He uses 2 plate stop, and again, if the Olaf fall behinds, Olaf is one of the most binary champions in the game. If Olaf cannot run at you and threaten you with death, he just melts. I know you've got a Seraphine behind you. I know you've obviously got the Sejuani synergy and people joining you in the Bash Bros crew between mid lane and jungle in general, but I get a little nervous if the Zion starts to really get a lead incrementally in this top lane. 3 melees into Zion. Sound awful to me.
Good sidestep there in the mid lane from Knight. Gone for the Ghostblade first. Wants the mobility. No surprise against the Sejuani, the Yone, and the Olaf melees. Nidalee's coming topside. Sejuani's coming through as well. Bin starts to fight.
Yes, gets a bit spicy. The Ragnarok down. The damage is really good. And the Ragnarok times out quite early if you're not hitting people. And so Xiaoshu just has to burn the Ghost and the ult.
That was one of the big changes to the Olaf over time, is that you have to hit people to keep your ult running now. So Bin trades ult for ult. That's fine for him in this point. He's less ult reliant in this kind of game. And Xiaoshu also bones the Ghost. That's to summon it down as well. Gold lead's gone back to completely even again. Junja has his first item. Triforce comes in from Bin. Shun has the Proto Belt. Any items elsewhere? Well, with the boot stopped off for AD carries, they don't have their first items completed just yet themselves. No extra damage through there. Knight actually gives up the cannon minion to get a heavier trade onto Honkyu. Right. Doesn't have the flash. They might look for a kill here in the 3v2.
The world not quite landing as they didn't bind the soul, but Honkyu's been left real low because he couldn't go back with that arrow coming around, so it does probably have to reset. No teleport means this will be another plate mid, realistically, unless Junja and Vampire can hold on. They're going to try and think about looking at On here, who's not very tanky, drives Junja into the wall, the Aftershock dies, and On with that acceleration gate behind is just fine.
Yeah, he also drops the Ignite. I don't really know why on that one. He doesn't have a Nimbus Cloak, but just wanted to for the hell of it, I suppose. Again, I'm really scared for him. Has the level 6, even in levels compared to Vampire and I suppose in Gold 2, but this Skarner is going to die very quickly in team fights. Maybe he can flash for an ult in key moments, but it is going to be a tough game for On. He's going to have to really batten down the hatches, start to really recover his mental and look for those key plays. Knight doesn't have the flash right now. I believe it might just be off of cooldown. In that mid lane play, I was actually wondering if they just full send onto Knight's Jace there. Shen not really doing that much damage to the Sejuani here either. Really quite worried for his impact on the game.
The thing is, Viper is now going to get on the plate bot side lightly. Gala's doing a good job of farming, has actually generally been good at farming across this whole series in general. Viper's going to take a turret shot to interrupt Gala again. That just gives a little bit more time. To clear up these walls and to keep the shove going, because BLG with this composition, with where they're at, with these lanes, just want to get as much plate gold as they can. I think they also did get the early grubs as well, so their ability to get those plates pretty high this game.
Yeah, Knight's a good amount of gold up in mid lane, been in top lane as well. I mean, BLG, maybe the answer to their problems, which I think they're, hang on, they're trying to, oh, missing it. Honkyu, outstepped by Knight, who goes into the form change. He's been judging these trades really well. They're hit by 1 or 2 skill shots on screen, but most of the time sidestepping them wonderfully.
Yeah, Shun and crew trying to steal this one away. Here comes the arrow again. Viper hunting through the mid lane, seeing what they land. That's a good soul and bind. Coming over the wall is Junja, goes for that glacial prison, and a flash for the Encore. It goes short to the backline, Knight flashes away. Junja gets knocked away with the Thundering Blow. They do badly get that kill though, with the additional summoners blown. It was close, but really good response from Viper and Vampire and Junja, who were again on a wonderful flank angle.
The Encore was insane, and On flashes for a play, but doesn't get it onto Honkyu. Great reactions with his E to the side. That's 2 ults now been thrown into his lane, and they take down Knights on the Jason. Can't get the kill there as well. Tried to heal his mid laner through that, couldn't do it. On flashed for a play which didn't materialize as well. He flashed to try and full CC Honkyu, couldn't get it. And then the Impale after wasn't bad. We'll watch this again though. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't what they needed. I wonder whether On should have been a bit closer. Watch this again. Great E sidestep. Doesn't get the flash for the full CC. As Honkyu flashes away. Great engage over the wall from Vampire, and that's the thing which seals the deal. On doesn't land the play, Vampire does. Great play from JDG to pick up a kill.
Yeah, and again, I just don't think they expected Vampire to be there. It was a really good roam angle coming in from over that Raptor Pit wall, made things so challenging.
I actually think they had a ward in Raptor Pit there.
No, I don't think they did. I'm
pretty sure they did, because Shun was just around that corner. I believe they did, and they just walked into the play.
There was a red ward in there. I think that blue ward got placed a little later on, but I might be wrong.
I'll have a quick check, actually, because I do want to check that one. Yeah, they had vision down there, Sam. They had vision down there, pretty sure, because Nidalee was
she just on placed it as the place happened. That's what he was doing around that corner.
So they actually do see him. They have vision of Vampire over the wall. They jump in, and Vampire gets it for free. Yeah. So Vampire did that play on vision.
Yeah, so that was why On was away from the play of the arrow, who's putting that ward down to check in that Raptor Pit. So perhaps a little late, thinking, well, at this point, we've just got a full send because we're not getting out any other way.
Okay, so Knight going down. Junja having a good game himself right now. It's a difficult game to play the Sejuani. Nidalee ult, but gets stopped. No flash this time. Honkyu will die at this time of attempting.
Get the kill nice and cleanly. Dragon still up. They should be able to pick up a plate or so in mid lane.
Hey, all right. Not bad there from BLG. Dragon is still alive. BLG would love to pick that one up and stop JDG from stacking both of them.
Bottom lane, Rocket Belt for Shield, he goes up a golden fell the flash! Doesn't have any room to row anymore.
Oh, no.
Another passing comes on down. Look at the order, the javelin toss just wide, but there'll be another swipe, and they get the kill on the Jhin. First item, Nidalee pounces to victory.
Shun, I mean, he just assassinates him in the river. In what world does a Jhin with flash die to a Nidalee there? Disrespect from Gala, who's had a couple of oopsies this series, Sam. You think about the Ezreal earlier on in, and then into this Jhin game too. Those are some big, high-ticket plays in an elimination deathmatch, Sam. JDG lose this game, they're out. They're out as 5th place after finishing 2nd in Split 1 and going to first stand.
And BLG drafted a composition that was all about the flex. It's about getting some more unusual picks in. And again, just turning up mid time and time again. This time, JDG couldn't save Honkyu. He dies. Knight is now up a significant amount of CS. Shun finds Gala in the river with a fumbled flash, the panic flash that was just too far away from the wall. It gives them all the license in the world to get that dragon, turn up to the Herald, and JDG have to try and turn things around here, but down a couple flashes and a couple ults could make this a bit spicy.
Yeah, Yone's walking up the river, doesn't have teleport. Viper heading up. Viper doesn't have the ult for another 10 seconds. Good damage from the Ashe there. Pops the Ghost and runs at him.
I don't think he needs it. He can just walk at them. And again, Junja, the Sejuani, one of the issues she has right now, she doesn't get towards tanky items until like second or third. And that means you do get run at by people like the Ashe quite happily, who's gone for Kraken Slayer this game. No Hex Optics, wants the early spike.
Yeah, the one item really helping. We'll go to the Phantom Dancer next as well. Really wants the move speed. Now, sometimes Storm Raze is better for that, but the continued move speed of the Phantom Dancer and the Kraken Slayer, just based on the items, really, really nice for them. So Dragon apiece, BLG get the gold lead, which they've been hoping for, realistically 10 minutes earlier. Still good for them though. Solo lane is in a healthy spot, as you've been noting. Knight has Serpent's Fang second. We'll be dealing with the Olaf shields. Sejuani will have bits and pieces of that too, potentially with her build. There'll be the Yone W, and of course the Seraphine bringing some about the place too. Really wants to just get that anti-shield tech in early.
Yeah, and I think that does feel pretty good. Serpent's Fang right now, if you can justify it, second item feels really, really good. My assumption is here, it'll be the Voltaic third. Could also be the Cerildus, just to say, hey, I want to be able to hurt the Sejuani. But realistically, I think in this game, when you're actually running a fairly heavy outrange comp with Jhin, the only real person with range to them, you want to play with a Nidalee poke, with vision control, with Jason and Ashe also throwing out their own big long-range skill shots.
Jace, Nidalee, the double poke. Hang on. Did someone slot out a vision there? I think they did, actually. Knight hasn't got flash. That's a great combo.
The Nidalee will come on over, gets the Primal Surge for a second or two, but won't quite find what they're looking for. On is also around. Another Javelin toss lands, but there's just not enough burst here. Nice slip away.
Yeah, they thought they got the vision safely there, but he got out of vision. Knight dies again because they thought they were safe on the vision control.
Really nice. And I think JDG have actually had some really good little vision plays where, again, like that one around the Raptor Pit where the wall goes down, but it's too late. It does cost them mid-tier 1. That's important. First turret goes down and it's the mid-lane one. That's pretty significant.
JDG really focusing in on the Jace this game. They've really tried to put resources into shutting down Knight. They've killed him a couple of times now. It's still ahead a little bit in terms of gold. Still very scary. Has the swiftness boost, which will be nasty to deal with. Mid lane turret does go down. First one of the game, Viper takes that one. And actually with mid lane turret being down and Viper now getting his second item, he's going to be really scary at contesting mid wave and then being able to just run across the map.
Q could sidestep there again, but it allows a little hop forward from Shun, who is building towards what will be the Lich Bane second. Always very nice on the Nidalee. She's in a bit of a weird spot, as is Nidalee, of course. Kind of starts off as an early burst champion, then kind of becomes a bit of a sort of second enchanter with the way Primal Surge works later on. And hey, you have got a few people who would love those buffs. The Ashe, obviously, but things like the Zahen and the Jace aren't going to be complaining either.
You know, being able to survive around to Zahen passive, kind of huge. Can give Jace the attack speed. The arrows going, goes onto the Sejuani. Where's the poke coming after?
Encore lands onto On. They're going to get the Impale, though, as they all go to punish. 1-for-1 support for mid lane.
That's a very good Impale from On. It stops the play really materializing from JDG. And Viper's having a good Ashe game, Sam. I think these arrows, if they ever land within range of Nidalee Jace, someone dies. Because the problem with Nidalee Jace is it's hard to hit your skill shots. The good thing about the Ashe is you don't need to jumping onto Gala. He has flash to spear lands.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, and Knight transforms back into the Mercury Cannon form and hypercharges Gala's skull in.
Knight used the hammer blow to make sure Gala was CC'd into the spear. He hammers him into the spear, and it means that the flash can't do anything. That's a great combo from Shun and Knight. As we were saying, hard to hit those skill shots, especially onto people with flashes available. On Mikhails himself, gets the Q in, double impale. Look, he dies for it, but it's more than worth it, Sam. And with Gala dying after, you see the power of BLG's composition if they actually get to hit the same target.
And look, I think On's going to die a few times this game, inevitably. But I think if he keeps making these plays and he's the target, bluntly hitting the Skarner who's already CC'd 3 people and killing him, I don't think he cares. His work is done.
And again, once it... Hang on, Vampire might be in a bit of trouble here as the wall stun land onto him. It does. Do they have the ultimate? Vampire, he might just be dead here.
Has to flash the arrow! Takes down the skull. CC is not the point of that particular ultimate.
Yeah, I didn't know that Van Helsing had a bow and not a crossbow. Turns out he's brought himself one, though, with a stake strapped to the boat. Gets Vampire through the heart as he goes down. He's had a pretty good Seraphine game. It's not been his fault that this game's been going the way that it has done. Vampire on the whole this series, I think, has actually been more than fine. He's been doing himself admirably here. Gala on the other side, there is lane partner. Great Sivir game outside of that, though. Has been struggling here for JDG. And in this game as well, Viper is just taking off. You called out his Ashe and said, look, he's a really good Ashe player. We've seen it on HLE. We've seen it now on BLG multiple times. What a player of the champion. And also, again, speaking about the other carries, Bin's 1,000 gold ahead. Knight is 1,000 gold ahead, despite the amount of effort which JDG have put into putting him down. Olaf is diving onto the turret.
Here we go. Knight's going to flash, buys a bit of time. On's coming, but the damage is good. The turret shots are pretty brutal. Can On wait for the ult to time out? He can. That we CC chain into the wall. They get that kill. They're going to try and get this turret, but look who else is coming. Shun's now coming on over. On with the Impale of 2! The turret shots are there! Junja tries to run away. There's the Mikhails, but the CC chain's still good. Shun passes away. The Primal Surge, the CC chain, the Battle Herald just about drives away. They might look
oh my
for
god,
more
they're going
here.
for a sand.
They are going for it. Where's the Zion? He's on the tier 2, the double knockup. In they go. Shun with another javelin toss. And this time the toss of the dice comes up. Double sixes. Just about missing that javelin toss. And On, look, he's a psychopath. We all know it. He's happy to play with his life bar. And he drives on in with the Herald. Vehicular manslaughter for the courts.
Double kill. Sam, name me another player in the world which plays like On does, from like going 1-3 in the early game. Just name me another player like this. What a wonderful player. We said that BLG are so often determined by the litmus test of their support, and it's come up well for them in this game somehow, some way. Herald will go into that top lane turret. BLG have somehow, despite not getting the early easy lead out of the Sejuani-Nidalee matchup, have just brutalized JDG beyond this. Knight goes into the Olaf. He does a really good job of outplaying this. The teleport comes in. Knight dodges one play, and Junja's ult goes massively wide. Maybe thinking there'd be the flash there, trying to predict that. Either way, I think you just have to hold on to it. On then gets the kill after the Ragnarok got timed out. You called that well. And once again, it's another combo straight into the Skarner. Pulls them into the spear. Instant kill. Nidalee has always been gated by you have to hit shit. If you have a Skarner there, putting them into the middle of it, it's really easy to do that. Great combo from On and Shun.
Long range javelin toss into the pounce forward. The turret shots help out. And then Shun just about survives. And On goes, I'm feeling a little bit of rage. Road rage. And another bit of CC from the Herald allows Shun to get another flash from On, who gets to drive forward.
I believe the phrase is actually splatter spree.
Roll
Hell's Wheelman.
Precisely.
You know that the Halo multiplayer announcer does like clips on TikTok and stuff now? You can go ask him stuff. Hang on, Junja Mike trying to catch out Shun here. Does have Seekers. Going to be harder to take him down now. Do they spot him over the wall? Another vision, but well, that one certainly does. Turns out we're not playing Halo. We're playing Call of Duty. We've got the UAV inbound. Get the map hacks in there.
You need that counter UAV to block some stuff out. Doesn't happen. And alas, the map hacks work out for BLG.
Sometimes I feel particularly spiteful and I just load in with a loadout with just all of the anti-air stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, you're not getting any of your kill streaks.
Kill streakant.
Exactly. Yep. I am. Yeah. I don't like other people having fun very often.
I think it's actually quite wise from Viper here to go towards the Mortal Reminder. Always been pretty good on Ash because you can apply it so freely. But again, you're into Olaf, Yone. Even this at the Protoplasm Harness, of course, there is a Seraphine who'll be doing a lot of heals with the doubled up arrows. Sorry, shield, what I was looking for, but the arrow came on through, TP on in. They're looking to get onto Viper, who will likely now just die. They're going to give him up for dead. There was no way the Mikhails are going to get into range. So they full send, but they do kill off the Ash.
Yeah, and this does stop a bit of the Baron buff coming through. Bin's going to get the mid lane in a turret. It takes a flash from JDG, from Junja, importantly. It's a good combo, though.
From Xiaoxi,
That's important. So Xiaoxi losing that teleport here deprives them of a lot of options. Now, BLG will lose some gold off of this push. Can they get a play while JDG's cooldowns are down? They find Junja out, has no flash. If they catch him here, he is a dead little jungler. Can't get them, though. Gets out to safety.
Frost armor's decent. The curtains get called, but I don't really think there's anyone in the audience right now. So bowing to an empty stage, Smite was required. If that javelin toss would have nabbed that away.
No, Sam, fortunately, there are a lot of people in the audience, and it's just that feedback on the microphone instead. You know, that awkward moment in all of those 90s, like, teenage movies, like you reach up for it. By the way, that never actually happens that way. It's that's purely for cinematic effect. But hey, it's happened at the
point it at the speaker. Don't do that. Sound tech and me can scream at you.
Unless you're doing it for effect, which you can do. So you do that with guitars, but you don't do it with a microphone because your amplifier will then basically vibrate the strings anyway, and you get really cool sustain.
My only problem is when someone like Slash, love him, leaves the guitar next to the amplifiers for a solid 2 minutes waiting for an encore.
Look, Slash is one of my favorite guitarists of all time. He did give me tinnitus.
That was genuinely tinnitus, yeah.
Yeah, I think actually a lot of my tinnitus came from that one Slash gig where he left his guitar next to his amp and it blew my ears out. Anyway, Dragon is up in 20 seconds.
What a great Baron power play of only 280.
No, because they shut down Viper. They shut down Viper. Now
they got turrets.
They got turrets. They got map control. But JDG are here in time for the Dragon. They are a good team at walking at objectives and figuring it out as it goes on from that point. Can they do that here, though? Skill shots from BLG, if they land, it is hell for JDG. Teleport coming in from the Zarhen. Jace is teleporting to the other side of the fight to make sure he can get into position.
Honku gets caught. It's an immediate cleanse out from Gala on the arrow, but it's down. That is already at half HP. The damage is pretty strong. Smite fight over the Dragon. Bins in the back of the pit as well. The Dragon smite fight is won by Junja. The problem is the health bar's not looking so fantastic. It contemplates vision, but there's no one to follow up on a Vampire, and that means Junja will get pounced over. Rocket Bell auto from Shun gets the kill. And so they get the Dragon, but it comes at cost.
It's only the one and Baron's not alive, though. That's a big win for JDG. I mean, the fight goes well for BLG, but it's one kill and there's no Baron available. BLG are not happy with that, I don't think. They need to make sure that they still manage to keep pushing in the map. Giving a Dragon over to JDG, I mean, it's not the third Dragon. It's not the threat of the soul later, but JDG, once again, we just said this before that, they're a really good team at just walking at a Dragon and seeing how it goes. They get a lot of wins out of teams here in the LPL for that.
I saw the lane shoved in mid and top and thought, well, maybe they can turn that into some additional pressure, but of course they burned double TP. I kind of blanked on the fact they didn't have that ability to immediately send themselves into one of those lanes, and so you're right, actually, the one kill probably isn't worth it, and that is a slight fumble there from BLG.
Look, there's a term called playing to your outs, right? Which you see, I think that's in a poker term, actually.
Yeah, I mean, also for TCGs in general.
But TCGs play this as well, and actually speedrunners this. Playing to your outs is knowing, look, you're in a bind. What is the only way you make it out of a situation? If you aim for that, it's better than just staying the course and dying slowly in games like this. JDG are great at playing to their outs. Right here, they're saying, look, we're not in a good spot. We're down 7,000 gold. But if we just stay alive long enough with Dragons, we can give ourselves at least enough of an opportunity to find the one big fight that could see us back into the game. Now, they need a good Yonel. They probably need Olaf into the backline. Maybe the Onkar can do it as well. They have enough tools to actually make a big team fight happen. The question is whether BLG will find the pick before that. If they land a good arrow, the gameplay falls apart. Good spear, even at this point, might do the same job. JDG, you can see how safely they're playing on the map. They're playing to their outs because their lives are on the line. The team which went to first stand, a second seed, a team which we knew would be good this year, but we thought it would come later into the year, actually done opposite to my expectations in terms of that trajectory. If they fall out here, second in winter, and while bombing out to fifth in spring, that would be a big loss for this organization, which has put a lot of faith in the rebuild.
Yeah, they have. Baron is up. We might look for a play around that again. And again, you are still an Italy comp. We've seen these get upscaled before. Shout out Canyon, who was once 10,000 gold up, and then one pick around the top lane tier 3, and it all went really awry.
Vision control completely established from BLG. But yeah, speaking of that, BLG have formed the super team this year. They are on the golden road. They didn't expect to be in the lower bracket. JDG formed a rebuild. They finally parted ways with every member from their golden generation of, well, 2022 titles, 23, the super team and what have you. Everyone had left now at that point. And this team has, I mean, it is such a cursed word, but potential. Tabi wanted to get a new set of players together on JDG. Some new and some old. Junja has the sweeper on. And JDG have had a wonderful year so far. That could be, but with a bit of a black mark on the record, though, if they bomb out here. And a reminder, if they win this game, they've still got to win one after that, too. If they knock out BLG, the conversation changes oh so quickly. BLG, the super team, the herald and the champions of the LPL. Baron now started good vision control from BLG across top side, 2-manning it right now, just looking for skill shots, seeing if they can get something for free.
Yeah, they're going to try and potentially catch out Junja. They get some CC onto On, that's pretty good, but the arrow's going to come fly across, and again, it's just the Skarner. Not sure if he uses got the Impale on 3! Yeah, they got the Encore, but to the skies they go! And down into the dirt, find them, JDG! Oh yeah, you can get on top of the Skarner. Do you really want to be there?
If heaven doesn't come down to earth, perhaps On Skarner can raise hell to meet it. Brings JDG low with a 3-man Impale at the cost of his own life. That Impale may be on the Rift as much as it is off of it as well. Baron goes to BLG. They have a 10,000 gold lead and a Baron overlapping with the Dragon spawn. That may well be the Skarner ultimate, which seals JDG as a 5th place finish in spring. A disaster for Jingdong.
Oh, stake through the heart. None's to blame. He's given JDG a bad game. What insane because it's again, I think like the 3rd time in a row we've seen the Yone ult impaled.
Now, Honku, I've never seen him so neutralized. They go for the full CC combo. They think the free kill is there, and the ultimate hits everyone as Vampire flashes for the big play. Instead, Knight gets a 4-man melee Jace Q, which completely eviscerates the remaining health bars, with Viper picking up the DPS too. That is a godlike turnaround play from BLG.
Finn gets the 4-man. Oh, Knight gets the 4-man Q. Viper's free firing over the side. Xiaoshu has to full send to try and get onto the Ashe and doesn't quite get what he's looking for. I mean, he's 3-3 now. It's better than the early laning phase. And hey, Olaf kind of has another resurgence later on. The arrow wide on 2, but close on both.
Yeah, Dragon taken by BLG. JDG can't contest this one. Again, they're playing to their routes. They're trying to look for a big objective fight. They've failed to do that through on. No, technically, they're still in the game. Again, it just takes one big ultimate, and this conversation maybe changes to BLG. They must be disciplined here. JDG are on death's door, but they're not dead yet.
I'm not dead.
All right, go on then. Bring out your dad. Y'all are just about skipping away from that arrow. Viper having a very good Ashe game too, despite a couple of arrows going wide. He has been very consistent DPS, a player who came over to the LPL this year after... Oh, bloody hell, Nice doing some damage
4
now.
items. He's got LDR.
Yeah, it does work into the Sejuani and into the Olaf as well. Just wide again, impaled very nearly to flaming. Honkyu again, lucky to get away with that one. No QSS. Sam, he hasn't paid his taxes.
No, he hasn't. And I get why. He really wants the damage once these 3 items are so core onto the Yone. Arrow.
Forwards just about missed there again. Very high movement speed, quite hard to land it on target. JDG find themselves the targets they need. They're getting poked out in bits and pieces here, Sam. It feels like a slow bleed out. 35 seconds left on Baron. Base hasn't been broken from JDG. That's a high roll for them, Sam. If they don't lose an inhibitor turret, they're very happy. That Shock Blast lands. Gala loses some more HP. Maybe looking for play with the Viper. Does get that cleanse through. Teleport coming through from the Olaf.
That should be a dead Viper realistic. Not a lot much that can be done. Drive through the wall. Knight being run at now as well. They keep looking for the damage. The Glacial Prison goes wide, and that's big damage. Flash forward from Junja. Doesn't get the kill. They went for Viper and don't get the rest of the team. Now BLG can potentially offer more. A Javelin toss does half of Honkyu's health bar. The Nidalee is at level 18.
That was some insanely high damage from Shun. Shun saves Knight and gets the kill on the back end. Teleport coming back in from the Jace. Needs to be careful here. Very nearly goes on to Honkyu there, who has to E backwards. Safety from him. Knight very nearly ends the game off of that one teleport.
But he has to reset. That means the wave kit is not looking fantastic. And despite the Baron falling off, JDG burned everything through the Kinshin Sing at them. And the house for BLG still stands. And in goes Shun! Takedown! Jin is dead.
Shun, the Nidalee prodigy of IG onto BLG, brings it out for the kill game versus the team he was on last year.
Our first stand representatives went into a kill match. Only one would be allowed to emerge. And Jing Dong Gaming will find themselves wanting as BLG walk towards the Nexus. JDG not quite done with things let. It's the last desperate attempt. The Ragnarok is in, but into the sky with the Grim Deliverance. Bin will end the series, and JDG will wonder where it all went wrong.
Jing Dong, the team is dead. BLG will fell their rivals of the modern era and put JDG to a catastrophic 5th place finish. That is not where they saw themselves at all. And yet that is where they end. BLG. Dominance in this series on the whole. The games they won, it felt like they just outplayed, better mechanically, better in terms of playing out the difficult compositions. The compositions were difficult. They were not easy, but they had themselves the class to do it. JDG interred on the trophy, their captain's jewel put onto the cup. JDG a disappointment after going to first stand, finishing second in the last split. BLG now go on to face anyone's legend in the next round of the lower bracket.
Just difficult to say where it goes wrong. I think in some ways JDG are just unfortunate really to go against the resurgent top esports. They couldn't confirm their early leads into wins in that series, and here up against BLG, who are always a favourite. It's not that JDG are bad, it's just that BLG are really damn good. And again, maybe we can question some of the compositional choices. Maybe we can say, hey, things up their vein caught them out a little bit in that game beforehand. This time around, BLG with some more spice in the drafts that I think JDG didn't quite manage to navigate well enough after the early phases, which is normally, to be fair, where BLG are strongest.
Oh my gosh. Well, BLG, they are back with a vengeance. Now, BLG did still lose to WE. We wondered whether something had broken, whether it was a fluke. Now, W is still actually a very good team. It is crazy to me that we have top esports WE for our slot at MSI when we have teams like this in the lower bracket, but this is how it is deserved to be. JDG were by far second best against top esports, and they were by far second best today. It is crushingly disappointing for them. For players like Vampire, who this was meant to be his swan song year, going from promising rookie onto something bigger for him. For Junja and Honky, who gave up their time in the limelight of the LCP on CFO to come over to JDG and see if they can make it in one of the biggest leagues in the world. Even for someone like Gala, a super AD carry who was on the super team of IG, moved on to JDG. This was a poor performance from Gala in this series. The Ezreal game and the Jhin game, he will have to be kicking himself. The Sivir game does not redeem some of these crucial mistakes and key moments across this series. JDG, they have work to do. I thought they'd be scaling as the game went around, in terms of the year went around, rather, in terms of their potential. I doubted the Skarner on the other side, Sam. I think On is my player of the game for this last one. He utterly deserves it. No one else in the LPL, no one else in the world, I think, plays like he does from that kind of deficit early on. He didn't lose his confidence. He made the game-winning plays.
And again, like, you're playing Skarner support. There is just an element of, like, look, your body is on the line, and it's going to be very thin margins. It's not a champion where you don't die. Not from support. It's just inevitably. But those impales were clutch. Didn't give up the play path, didn't back down, right? You still have to do what your champ is there to do, especially having taken the flex. Skarner's not really a support, not designed to be in terms of his metrics and mechanics and scaling, and credit to them from there. I suspect Shun might get MVP because he had a phenomenal mid-league game. Knight as well had a good showing on that, Jace. But I think, again, the shout out to On for not giving in to the early in, which is a very strong statement.
JDG, gosh, we thought our storylines would be different about them, didn't we? BLG move forwards. They are still on, tentatively, the golden road. They are going through the lower bracket from the very first point of it. It is a difficult thing to do, even for a team the caliber of BLG. Knight's Jace, I actually very much enjoyed watching that too. Yes, I know it shut down a number of times, but I actually think he played out some of the micro incredibly well on this champion as well. I'm glad to see it's still in the wheelhouse is the thing. He has shown the fact that the Jace can go mid lane. That should scare teams, because Jace for Knight is one of his best champions, and he's one of the best players of it of all time. It was a scrappy game. BLG did mess up the early game a number of times in this series, but they managed to get away with it. JDG just couldn't get through the team fights well enough. On the whole, BLG were much better. Oh, they knew Vampire was in there, and still Knight went in. Saying about that micro. I wonder if he could have just flashed backwards instead. Maybe they thought they're too in the hole then at that point. Couldn't get that one shot. Crazy fights. This is how close it gets to, right? We are dealing with some of the best teams in the world, even in the lower bracket here. Gosh, what a series. You don't get these every day, folks. Enjoy it while you can. You enjoy these series. BLG move onwards. They'll face against Anyone's Legend on Monday. Tomorrow we have Top Esports versus WE for our first MSI slot. How insane is that? Crazy series. BLG move forwards.
Yeah, and again, I just want to shout out as well the fact that Shun is able to pull out the Nidalee again should be alarming. He went 10-1-5 on that champion and put up nearly the same damage as the mid lane as well. That is very, very good going. Yes, the setup's there, but the fact that you've got that opportunity and that option is pretty awesome to see. Guys, also worth noting as we are coming towards the end of the stream here, if you've not subscribed yet, please do consider doing so. Really does help pay for myself and Alex's bills. You are helping us pay rent. You are helping us buy groceries. It is not going to nowhere. We really do need all the support that you guys have the opportunity to give us, because it really helps us to keep doing what we're doing for all of you. If you've not done so already, please do follow the channel. We've actually hit over 11,000 followers today, guys. That's a hell of a metric. We've got about, I think, 2,000 followers across the year so far. We cannot thank you enough for just that little bit of support. Yes. If you want to help out as well, of course, we've got a Ko-fi link, which is agnostic of Twitch. So if you want to use that one on YouTube, please do so. And additionally, as you can see in that bottom left corner of your screen, Opera GX detected. Our sponsor for the month is indeed Opera GX. This isn't going to cost you any money. It's going to cost you 10 seconds of your time. And really, guys, if you don't have that capacity to subscribe, that's completely fine. But you can still go and just have a look at Opera GX. Click on the affiliate link, download it where you can, and that will help us even
and
without
also
that.
Sign up when you've downloaded it as well. That's how it tracks for us as well. But basically, it imports all of your settings from your old browser. It is an internet browser specifically for gaming. stuff. It's really, really versatile. It has a ton of different functionality, and I've really enjoyed using it myself. It's just really cool to like have something just you can make to look your own and have just a bunch of extra functionality as well. So that's going to be where the series ends here for us. We'll keep on for the interview. We'll end, and On does get player of the game.
Hey.
That's my Skarner, baby. Now, I can't just name another player in the world which plays like he does from behind. Absolutely insane. I mean, he is just indomitable. The mental, I think On of 2023, of 2024, even last year, would have cracked in that kind of game. Maybe last year he started to build his mental a little more. Now in 2026, On is not so easy to phase in the same way. He gets 8 out of 8 votes. Player of the series for me is Knight. I think he had an exceptional series back-to-back. He destroyed Honkyu in good matchups, in bad matchups, and was dealing well with the pressure being put onto him. He's my player of the series. Yeah. I think he was exceptional. He's also their main series as well. Had a crazy amount of value in this game, despite the pressure put onto him. Knight, the LPL MVP for the split for a reason. Yes, they're going through the lower bracket, but even against Team WE, even now in these matchups too, he has been the driving force. If you cannot deal with Knight, Knight deals with you.
And again, we are now seeing even more flexes from BLG. The fact that you can throw that Jace into the mid lane, the fact that you can throw that Skarner into support, just having those few extra bits. On and Knight and the rest of BLG, one of the reasons why they are so terrifying is their capacity to play anything you throw at them. Reminder, Viper was one of the very few AD carries in that 2018-19 era who was capable of playing the awesome dudes to a solo lane level. And one of the problems we've always had with AD carries is the fact that, yes, you play one category of champion very well, but everything else sometimes feels like it's out of the wheelhouse. Not for a guy like Viper. We know they can pull out things like the Ziggs, the Mel, all those things. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised at one point we'll get a Yasuo from him again. It's been a while.
Yeah. Look, Zara, I'm like poking fun of you there, but basically like say, oh wow, I'm sure On will definitely be consistent all the time. Look, you have to expect that On is going to have a couple of bad games here and there, but I really think in 2025, he started leveling up beyond. Look, because BLG did badly, people kind of overlooked On, but On was really, really good domestically, despite some of his international failures with the team as well. And then First Stand, I mean, he was great. On was one of the best players in the world at First Stand. I think he is the one LPL support that can actually make Keria sweat. I think he has to respect him. And of course, Keria, one of the greatest support players in the world, even now, of course, despite T1 having some back and forth there. I think he might even be the best support in the world. It's between him and On, I think, on the whole. Now, going into MSI, if BLG make it, of course, still a long road there. Need to win another 2 best of 5s to make it to that point. Players like On and Knight will have to show their best side. I think Knight was incredible today, despite the pressure put onto him. Often teams like Anyone's Legend last year, or of course JDG this year, have tried to put resources into Knight's lane to try and shut him down. Sam, it hasn't worked consistently. Knight has just been better this year. I think he's the best player in the world. I think Knight has been incredible. This series, while it's not necessarily been the best on him, his end kind of statistically, I suppose, with some of the deaths towards him, I still think he was exceptional, and BLG have a lot to thank this mid laner for as he walks away as player of the series.
And thank you for the follows again, guys. It really does make a huge deal. As we said, Opera GX, if you guys haven't had a look at it, it works on your mobile as well. It really is. Just go click the link, download it, have a look at it. Don't like it, get rid of it. It does help support us. We'll have a listen in now to this interview. Iris is doing
and we have Bin and Shin on the interview. So we're going to leave this here, and after the interview's done, we'll leave you be. But thanks for watching, folks. Listen to the interview, and we'll be here tomorrow bright and early for Top Esports versus WE.
大家好，我是 BLG 打野旭。
欢迎两位，也谢谢所有来到现场的召唤师。组内赛的1、2名哦，现在在败者组的这个比赛当中相遇，可以说两边都相当考验手法，但是最终你们是延续了在组内赛对于 JDG 的一个全胜，再往前进了一步。所以现在赢下来最大的感受是怎样的呢？
感觉挺开心的吧，因为这个没有复活甲，输了就要淘汰，所以每一场都是很关键的比赛吧。
勋呢？
差不多吧。
其实确实是容错率非常低啊！来到败者组之后，确实是每一步都要格外的小心。那今天上来各拿了1分之后，第3局在你们的最后一手是锁下了维恩这个英雄，当时全场欢呼，而且感觉这把的名场面很多。但是对面BP 的时候嘛，是把朗姆要去打野，然后以贾克斯来回应。所以当时看到这样的一个 BP 阵容之后，你的一个大概的运营思路是怎样的呢？
就是首先对线要打出优势嘛，然后对线优势之后打团就是 C 一下就行了。
今天感觉优势相当的大，所以你当时韦恩一个人在下面溜对面5个人，结果队友也每每收下大龙的时候，对面好像是铁了心一定要追你哦。你当时心理活动是怎样子的呢？
就是给队友拖点时间。
拖时间，但是确实是拖到了，然后最后也拿到了比赛的胜利，尤其是最后也是绕后嘛，盯到对面的 AD 也是相当关键的。那第4局感觉从 BP 开始博弈就相当的精彩。我们先说一下，尤其到对面。JDG 可能是在一个团战属性和执行画面都非常清晰的一个队伍，所以在对面锁下了这样的一个阵容之后，你们想拿的这个阵容好像是相对来讲啊，操作的上限是比较高，同时容错率也比较低的。那你们是想打出怎样的一个阵容效果呢？
主要首先我们的 BP 其实就挺优的，因为他们是纯 AD 阵容嘛，然后当时搬了4、5班树和那个卡牌，他们的选择会很少，所以说当时选出来其实我觉得已经很好打了。
而且其实这把你们感觉在抓对面掉点的这个回合是非常非常到位的。那来聊一下对面可能在上路21分钟左右啊抓杰斯那一波，但是被你们反手打出对面3个人头，加上杨恒在下面已经推掉了2塔，当时的一个沟通和判断是怎样的？问一下旭。
因为当时就想着先支援一下嘛，然后没想到蝎子前到了，然后我刚好 Q 到伤害挺高的，所以就能一直追。
而且你刚也提到蝎子这个点，感觉到后面团战画面是越来越好打，蝎子感觉是波波都能够前到2、3个。今天你会怎么评价 ON 的这个蝎子呢？
敢死队吧，玩的挺好的。
但是高光场面是很多的啊！这场 BO5结束之后，其实也解锁了非常多的里程碑，有队伍的13000杀，然后也有勋的2000杀，同时也有冰选手的 LPL 700场。我觉得先给2位一点掌声，可以吗？2位确实都跟着队伍一起走过了很多的日子，我觉得比起互相祝福，有没有什么能够跟我们分享一下？比如说对方可能让你做过比较印象深刻的一件小事，或者是说赛场内外的印象。从勋先来吧。
从兵的话，因为兵比较反差吧。
哦，反差。那兵呢？
勋的话就是比较话多，然后比较会指挥吧。
哦，比较指挥一点点，可能在团战当中、比赛当中也是一个节奏发动机的这样的一个角色。那这场赢下来之后，下一场比赛你们将会面对到的是 AL， 那赢下下一场 BO5 的人就会去到武汉。所以对这场比赛，2位有了怎样的期待呢？先问一下冰选手。
就赢下来就行了。
好，那问一下勋选手呢？
赢下来就行。
虽然答案一致，但是想赢的心永远不变。也再次感谢你们来到我们的扫场的环节，再次恭喜 BLG 拿下了本场 BO5 的胜利。我们也期待在淘汰赛更多的精彩发挥。先把时间交还给解说席。
Hey, thank you everyone for tuning in. It makes a huge difference to us that you're here to support us on our LPL coverage. Of course, there's no official LPL broadcast anymore, so we do our best to do what we can here as well. We think that we're very good casters. We don't always have the production on the other side of it, but hey, we've got good audio, quick kit, and we'll work with that. At the end of the day, what else do you need really rather than the gameplay and a couple of voices to talk you through it? Thank you everyone for joining us. Sam and I are going to be back tomorrow. We'll find someone to raid over to. If you are on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to raid you over to. We really appreciate you watching us here in our games today. We really appreciate you. Now let me have a think. Who is on the line? Quickshot's playing some League. Might go to him. Who else is around? Kitty's alive, still doing LCP. Ooh, DCG versus Gum. Yeah, I might send you over to Kitty, actually. We have that. Yeah, we'll send you over to Kitty. Thanks everyone for joining us, and go enjoy LCP for the rest of the day. All right, folks.